Welcome back to Cosmic Wand, where epic stories unfold one chapter at a time. Today we bring you, Harry was declared Squib at age 7 but a voice said, infinite mana pool detected, rank SS unlocked, a journey of hidden power, quiet courage, and the slow careful unmaking of a 50-year war by a boy whose true reservoir nobody could measure. If you enjoy this story, please like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss a new chapter. Sit back, settle in, and join us as Harry Potter discovers that being declared a Squib was, in the end, only the beginning. Chapter 1, The Verdict in Privet Drive. The afternoon Harry James Potter was officially declared a Squib began the way every other afternoon at number 4 Privet Drive began, with the smell of overcooked sausages, the rasp of Vernon Dursley's morning paper folding into its evening crease, and the clipped, surgical sound of Petunia's heels on linoleum. There was nothing in the air of that ordinary Surrey kitchen to suggest that, by the time the sun finished sinking behind the perfectly trimmed hedges, an old man with half-moon spectacles would unmake a destiny while a quiet, glittering thing in the back of a 7-year-old boy's skull would unmake him. Harry was on the floor of the cupboard under the stairs, knees drawn up against the splintered baseboard, listening. He had developed a particular kind of listening over the years. Not the kind people used in school, where the ears caught only the loudest thing in the room, but the older kind, the kind that small animals had perfected. He could hear which direction Dudley was walking from the way the floorboards complained. He could hear Petunia's mood by the sharpness she used in cutting onions. He could hear Vernon's temper coming half a minute before Vernon himself knew he was angry. Today the floorboards in the hall held a stranger. 3 strangers, actually. One stepped lightly, with a wandering, almost amused tread that suggested the floor was simply happy to bear him. One stepped firmly, the heel before the toe, like a woman trying to stop history from running away. The third walked the way Harry imagined a thrown knife would walk if it had legs, and Harry pressed himself further into the cupboard and held his breath. "Boy," Vernon barked. "Out." Harry came out. He had been getting better at coming out. He kept his hands at his sides and his eyes low and his face neutral, because faces that asked questions got slapped and faces that hid them got fed. He wore a t-shirt 3 sizes too large and Dudley's old corduroys, cinched with a length of garden twine because the belt had been confiscated. The strangers were standing just inside the front room. They looked impossible, the way Christmas decorations looked impossible to him in November, when the world was still gray. The tall man wore robes of deep purple stitched with little silver stars that drifted, ever so gently, across the cloth as if a wind that nobody else could feel were ruffling them. He had a beard like a kindly waterfall, and his eyes, behind their half-moon spectacles, were the same disconcerting blue as ice in shallow water. The woman beside him wore green so dark it might have been a forest at midnight, with a pointed hat severe enough to give a parade ground sergeant pause. The third figure wore black. Just black, head to foot, and his nose preceded him like a question that had never been answered politely. "Mr. Potter," said the old man, and his voice was such a strange, warm thing that Harry's stomach actually unclenched, even though he knew better than to trust unclenching. "I am very glad to meet you at last. I am Albus Dumbledore." Vernon stood by the doorway, knuckles whitening on the frame, doing his best to vanish a dignified human being's worth of horror under the surface of his face. Petunia's mouth had gone the color of an unripe apple. "Get on with it," Vernon hissed. You said an evaluation. So evaluate. Then take yourselves and your nonsense out of my house." "Vernon," Petunia said, and there was a thread of pleading in her voice that Harry had never, in all his 7 years, heard her use to anyone but Dudley. Dumbledore inclined his head as one might to a man who had, very politely, asked a stranger to leave the room he was already standing in. "Quite. Minerva, if you would." The witch in green produced a slim wand of some pale wood and gave Harry a long, measuring look. It was not unkind. It was not warm either. It was the look of a person whose job had, more than once, required her to deliver bad news, and who had, somewhere along the way, learned not to soften the truth before it left her tongue. "Hold out your hand, Mr. Potter," she said. Harry held out his hand. He had spent so much of his life being inspected by adults that the action itself was practiced. Minerva McGonagall traced a slow figure of light over Harry's open palm. The light sank into his skin like rain into stone, made no ripple, and went silent. She raised a single brow. "Again, Minerva," Dumbledore said softly. She did it again. The light sank, and stayed sunk. Harry could feel it down there, somewhere behind his sternum, a faint warmth like a coal someone had buried very, very deep. He imagined, for one absurd second, that the coal was looking back at him. "Severus," Dumbledore said. The third man stepped forward. He did not bother with a wand. He pressed 2 fingers against Harry's forehead with such cold delicacy that Harry's teeth set themselves on edge, and a sensation like a knife dragged along a blackboard slid behind Harry's eyes. Harry did not flinch. Years of Vernon's slaps had taught him not to flinch. The man's lip curled in something like surprised disappointment. "Nothing," Snape said. The word fell into the room with a small, cold weight. Not a flicker. Not a single useful thread of resistance. "He is empty, Headmaster." "Severus. I speak as I find." Dumbledore's hand rose, and Snape stepped back. The headmaster came forward himself, knelt on one knee on the Dursleys' carpet, which was such an unimaginable thing that Petunia made a small sound that might have been a sob, and looked Harry in the face. He did not smile. Harry was old enough to know that unsmiling adults were sometimes more honest. "Harry," Dumbledore said. "Has anything ever happened around you that you could not explain?" Harry thought about it. He thought of the time the kitchen window had shivered when Vernon had hit him in the head with the edge of a frying pan. He thought of the time his hair had grown back in a single night after Petunia had hacked it off. He thought of the time Dudley's friend Piers had tried to push him down the stairs and missed and gone over the banister himself, with such elegance that everyone had agreed Piers had simply tripped. He thought of the time he had been so hungry that he had stared at a closed pantry for an hour, and the door had clicked open by itself, and he had eaten 4 slices of bread before he remembered to be afraid. "No," Harry said. Dumbledore considered him. The blue eyes did not waver. "No, sir," Harry added, a little too late. Dumbledore stood up. He looked, for the first time, very tired. "Mr. and Mrs. Dursley," he said. "I am afraid the news I bring is, in its way, the news you wished for. Your nephew is, it appears, a squib. Born to a magical lineage, but without the gift to use it himself. He will not receive a Hogwarts letter on his 11th birthday. He will live an ordinary life. The wizarding world will not, in the ordinary course of things, intrude further upon your home." For a long second, no one moved. Then Vernon Dursley laughed. It was an awful sound. It came out of him the way fluid comes out of a wound that has finally been lanced, and it did not stop until he had to lean against the door to keep upright. "A squib," he said. "A squib." He looked at Harry. The way he looked at Harry rearranged the entire architecture of the next 10 minutes. "A bloody useless, Vernon," Petunia said. "Squib. In my house. So we don't even get to be rid of him at 11, then." "We've been feeding that will do, Mr. Dursley," Dumbledore said, and although the voice did not rise, every word arrived with an uncomfortable, bright finality, like a coin dropping onto a glass tabletop. Vernon's mouth closed. Dumbledore turned back to Harry. "I am sorry, my boy. I had hoped for better news." Harry stared up at him and tried to feel the loss he was supposed to be feeling. He had only known about magic for a quarter of an hour. The Dursleys had spat the word at each other in the hall when they thought he could not hear. He had thought, in that quarter of an hour, that perhaps he had been waiting, all his life, for somebody to come and say his name in a way that did not feel like a stone dropped down a well. He waited for the disappointment to land. That was when the voice spoke. It did not come from outside him. It did not come from any of the 3 strangers, or from Vernon, or from Petunia, or from Dudley Piering, slack-jawed, from the kitchen doorway. It came from somewhere behind the place where Harry's thoughts began. Infinite mana pool detected. Harry's vision went white at the edges. He heard, faintly, Dumbledore say his name, and then the voice came again, calm, almost amused, the way a librarian sounds when finally locating a book she has been looking for all afternoon. Rank SS unlocked. Congratulations, user. Calibration in progress. A panel of pale, crystalline light swam up in front of Harry's eyes. Nobody else seemed to see it. Dumbledore was still kneeling, still looking concerned, still mouthing. Harry was almost certain, the words Harry, can you hear me? Status, name, Harry James Potter age, 7 rank, SS, unclassified, mana pool, infinity active skills, none passive skills, perception, E, quests, 0 inventory, 0/infinity, note, user's magical signature is being suppressed below detectable threshold by default. This protection can be toggled in options. Recommend, keep enabled. The voice was, Harry realized very slowly, the most stable thing he had ever heard in his life. It did not sound impatient. It did not sound bored. It did not sound, the way Vernon and Petunia and even Dumbledore sometimes sounded, like a person who was tolerating a child. It sounded like it had been waiting for him. Harry. Dumbledore was speaking aloud now. The word reached him through the white haze, and Harry blinked, and the panel slid quietly to the side of his vision, and he was looking up at the headmaster again, who was, very carefully, watching his face. Are you all right, my boy? There was a long, long second during which Harry's mouth could have done many things. Recommendation, said the voice, dryly, conceal. Yes, sir, Harry said. It is a great deal to take in, Dumbledore said gently. Yes, sir. Dumbledore put one warm, dry hand on Harry's shoulder. I am sorry, Harry. I know that this is not the news a child wishes to hear when wizards arrive at his door. But I want you to understand, you are no less, for it. You are the son of 2 extraordinary people, and that does not change. Harry nodded. He did not trust his voice further than that. There is one further matter, Dumbledore said, more quietly. The blood wards I placed upon this house when you were brought here as an infant, they were built to protect a magical child from those who might wish him harm. They are tied, at root, to that magic. If you are a squib, the wards will, with time, fail. They are already weakening. They will not protect you for many more years. Albus, McGonagall said. Are you suggesting? I am suggesting nothing yet, Minerva. Only stating fact. Dumbledore looked, for a long moment, at Vernon and Petunia in turn. We will revisit this matter when the boy is older. For now, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, I trust the household will continue. He is, as you say, a squib. He is, also, a child. He is, also, your nephew. He did not stress any of those nouns, but each landed where it was supposed to. Vernon's color climbed and fell. Petunia did not speak. The strangers left, then, with the wandering tread, the marching tread, and the throw-knife tread, in that order. The front door closed behind them, and Harry was standing in the middle of a room that was suddenly too quiet. Vernon's hand came down on his shoulder before Petunia had finished closing the door. Useless, Vernon breathed. The word was only just a word, underneath it, a snarl was waiting. Useless, useless, useless. 8 more years of you. 10. Whatever it is. Vernon, Petunia said tightly. Cupboard, Vernon barked. Now. No supper. We'll see how a squib likes earning his keep. Harry went, because he had been going for years. In the cupboard, in the dark, with the lock clicking shut over his head, Harry sat down on the thin mattress and put his hands on his knees, and did not cry. Quest accepted, survive. Recommendation, at rank SS, user requires no permission from parties outside this body. Proceed at own pace. You can hear me, Harry whispered. Confirmed. Are you? He did not have the word. Are you a person? Negative. This unit is a native interface. Call me as you like. Suggested, system. System. Acknowledged. Why? Harry pressed his fingers against the floorboards. Why didn't they see anything? User's magical density exceeds the measurement tools applied. The wand-based evaluation detects a narrow band of magical output within a particular frequency. User's output exceeds the instrumentation's calibrated range. Result, null reading. They thought there wasn't enough. Correct. But there's too much. A small, helpless laugh came out of Harry. He covered his mouth with both hands, but the laugh was already in the room. He sat there for a long time. He could feel it now, the coal Minerva McGonagall's light had sunk into. It was the size of a coal and the size of the inside of a star at the same time, and when he tried to look at it sideways with the eye in the back of his head, it became larger. Can I do something? Harry whispered. I'm hungry. Skill unlocked, minor report. Rank D, conjures or retrieves small, inert objects within a 5-meter radius. Cost, negligible. Tutorial, visualize the object. Will its presence. Harry thought, very carefully, of the heel of a loaf of bread. A heel of a loaf of bread thumped onto the mattress beside him. It was warm and slightly stale and a small, defiant thing on a dark blanket in a dark cupboard. He picked it up with both hands and stared at it as if it were a sleeping animal. They'll notice, he whispered. Recommendation, only take what will not be missed. All right, he said. He took a bite, and chewed slowly, and the bread tasted like the first warm thing in years. The voice did not say anything for a while. Harry liked that about it. Adults, when they had said a thing to him, often kept saying it until they were sure he had understood it the way they wanted. This thing told him what he needed and went quiet. How do I get stronger? He asked, eventually. Rank progression, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. User is unclassified SS, classification raises with experience. Experience is gained through exertion of skill, overcoming difficulty, and defeating opponents. Rank is a reflection, not a limit. Infinite mana pool is yours regardless of classification. Defeating opponents, Harry repeated. Also, practice. He smiled in the dark. A small, careful smile. He had not smiled, he thought, since the morning, when Aunt Petunia had been distracted and he had stolen 10 extra seconds in the bathroom mirror. Tell me what I can do, please. The panel rose again, gentle and patient, and began to scroll. Hours later, when Petunia unlocked the cupboard to put a glass of water through the door, she found Harry asleep with his cheek pillowed on his arm, breathing the deep, regular breath of a child who was, for once, not at war with his own body. She did not understand why this annoyed her so much. She closed the door quietly, all the same, because something in her hand had decided, against her, not to slam it. Harry woke at 3 in the morning. Privet Drive at 3 in the morning was a quiet, blue place. The cupboard had a small slatted vent above the door. He stared at it, at the bar of streetlight on the wall opposite, and he asked, in the smallest mental whisper he could manage, System. Show me what I can do. The first thing the system taught him was how to feel his own pulse without taking it. It said, every living thing leaves a print on the air. Yours is the loudest print in the room. You can quiet it. You can listen for others. You can find a man with his eyes closed. You can find a heart that is afraid. Harry put his fingers against his own ribs and breathed. He felt, behind the bone, a steady drum. He felt, on the other side of the wall, a slower, heavier drum that was Vernon, snoring, asleep. He felt, upstairs, a small fast drum that was Dudley, dreaming. He felt, in the back room, a tense, irregular drum that was Petunia, awake, staring at the ceiling. He felt, in his own chest, the second thing. The thing under the drum. The bonfire that the system had told him was an infinite mana pool, calmly burning, attached by a long invisible thread to the drum. He did not flinch. The second thing the system taught him was how to lift a thing without touching it. Skill unlocked, telekinesis. Rank D, lift, move, and manipulate objects up to 5 kilograms within line of sight. He floated the empty water glass up off the cupboard floor, hovered it for a second, and lowered it back down. He did it 12 more times because it was beautiful. The third thing the system taught him was healing. Skill unlocked, repair. Rank D, heals minor injuries to user. Cost, negligible. He pressed his hand to the ribbed yellow bruise on his side that Vernon had given him 3 days ago. He thought, gently, of bone unbruised, and of skin unsplit, and of the soft blue-purple draining out and being filed away as if it had never happened. The bruise faded. Then the rib that he had known, vaguely, was hairline cracked, hummed once, hot, and was a rib again. Harry did not sleep again. He lay on his back in the dark, and he ran through every cut, every old scar, every chipped tooth, every place where Vernon had pressed too hard on a small bone, and he made each of them go away. By 6 in the morning, he was a body that had never been hurt. At 6:15, Petunia banged on the cupboard door and shouted that the bacon was not going to fry itself. Harry came out, stood in front of the stove, and did not flinch when she shoved a fry pan at his hands, which was the first morning in his life he had not flinched at it. She stared at him for a long second. "Don't burn it," she snapped. "Yes, Aunt Petunia," Harry said. She watched him crack 3 eggs in a row. He did it in silence, and his hands did not shake. "I told you not to burn it," she said. "It isn't burning," Harry said politely, because it was not. She left the kitchen without saying anything else. Observation: environment assessed as long-term hostile. Recommendation: build capacity in place. Avoid escalation until mobile. Through breakfast, Harry watched the family. He watched the way Vernon swatted at a fly that was not bothering anybody and brought half the table down to his level when he put his elbows on it. He watched the way Dudley, 6 years old, ate 4 sausages and called it a head start. He watched Petunia drift around the kitchen as if she could not entirely settle into any one spot. He saw, for the first time, that Petunia was afraid. Not of him. Of something in herself, perhaps, some old wound that the strangers had pressed upon yesterday and that she had not finished bandaging. He set the bacon down between Vernon and Dudley. Vernon's hand closed on his wrist before he could pull it back. "Look at me, boy." Harry looked. Vernon's eyes were small and pinkish in their sockets and not, Harry thought, entirely cruel. Tired, mostly. A man who had been tired for longer than Harry had been alive. "You are nothing," Vernon said softly. The softness was the dangerous part. "Do you understand me, boy? They came here yesterday and they said you are nothing. The freaks themselves came here and said it. Do you understand? Recommendation: agree." "Yes, Uncle Vernon," Harry said. "I understand." Vernon let go of his wrist. Observation: user has demonstrated operational deception. Skill unlocked: composure. Rank C, suppresses involuntary physical tells under stress. Harry's mouth did not curve. Inside, somewhere between his ribs and the bonfire, something did. He scrubbed the dishes. He cleaned the stove. He took out the rubbish. He weeded a flower bed. He performed every task with the soft, faintly distant air of a child for whom the chores of Privet Drive had become small games of mechanical efficiency, because somewhere in the back of his head a quiet voice was telling him, lifting the bag, "Brace your spine here, wait there, conserve your back for later. Filing the rose bush, watch where the thorn breaks, that is where infection enters." He learned how to stand in the garden so that the curtain twitchers across the road did not see his face. He learned how to angle his body to reduce, by half a degree, the heat that the afternoon sun put into his neck. In the afternoon, Dudley and his gang of friends, Piers, Malcolm, Gordon, and Dennis, came home. Dudley had decided, after some time, that the best Sunday afternoon entertainment was Harry hunting. Harry usually ran. He had been faster than Dudley since the day they had both first walked. Today Harry did not feel like running. Observation, opportunity. Suboptimal escalation risk. Recommendation, subtle intervention only. Yes, Harry thought. Dudley spotted him by the hedge and bellowed something that did not quite make it across the lawn as a word. Harry kept weeding. The five of them came thumping over the grass at him with the weight of a small, badly trained cavalry. Harry let Piers grab his collar. Got him. Piers crowed. Skill, telekinesis. Subtle. Inverse grip on ankle. Piers's right ankle, very gently, hooked itself around his own left ankle. Piers's torso, having committed to forward motion, kept committing. He went over Harry's shoulder with a beautiful, surprised arc, and landed face down in Aunt Petunia's gardenias. What the, skill, telekinesis. Subtle. The wooden cricket bat in Gordon's hand is twice as heavy as he expected. Nudge. Gordon swung the bat at Harry's head. The bat hit nothing. Then the bat, having met an unexpected resistance, swung Gordon. Gordon, off balance, tipped sideways into Malcolm. Malcolm, off balance, took a step back over a rake somebody had left lying in the grass. Malcolm fell. 3 down, 2 to go. Dudley and Dennis. Dennis was the smallest. Dennis's eyes had gone enormous and worried. Dudley, undeterred by anything that did not bear directly on him personally, swung an enormous fist. Harry's head moved a little to one side. The fist passed by his ear. He felt a faint warm trickle of air. He decided, then and there, that hitting Dudley would be more trouble than it was worth. He turned, ducked under Dudley's second swing, came up between him and Dennis, grabbed Dennis by the wrist, and used Dennis as a small, friendly counterweight to spin Dudley off axis. Dudley sat down on the lawn very hard. Dennis, who Harry had set, very carefully, on his feet on the path, looked at Harry with the expression of a person who had been shown, for the first time, that gravity was negotiable. Sorry, Harry said. Dennis nodded. Right, Harry said, and walked, with deliberate calm, back to his weeding. Skill upgrade, perception, ED. Skill upgrade, composure, CC+. XP gained, 12. The five of them lay or sat on the lawn in various states of bewilderment. Dudley was the first to recover his sense of grievance, but by the time he had tried to articulate it, Petunia had come out of the back door, shrieking about the gardenias, and Piers had run and the others had scattered, and Harry was left, head down, weeding, with the small smile carefully buried in the inside of his cheek. Vernon found him in the cupboard that night. What did you do? He hissed. The door was open just enough to fit one of his fingers under it. Nothing, Uncle Vernon, Harry said. Piers's mother says he came home with a broken nose. Says he's blaming you. He fell into the gardenias, Harry said, very politely. Vernon was silent for a long second. You are a squib, he said, eventually. He said it the way he had said it that morning, but there was an unfamiliar note underneath it now. Suspicion. Not certainty. Aren't you? That's what the man with the beard said, sir, Harry said. There was another long silence. You stay in there till I come and get you, Vernon said, finally. The lock clicked. In the dark, Harry exhaled. He did not, even now, let his shoulders move. He had practiced. System, he thought. Tell me about the wards. Blood wards, resident infrastructure placed at this dwelling by Albus Dumbledore, October 31, 1981. Anchored to Lily Potter's maternal sacrifice. Effect, repels hostile magical intent from parties outside the bloodline. Status, degrading. Primary cause, absence of affection, which is the true fuel of the ward. Secondary cause, users' growing density overloads their bandwidth. So they're failing because nobody loves me, Harry thought. He thought it without bitterness. Bitterness was a thing for people with energy to spare. Confirmed. Then we need them not to be the only thing keeping me alive, Harry thought. Agreed. The last thing the system taught him, that first night, was the most important. It was called, in the system's neutral, librarian clerk language, attribute, patience. Harry did not, as it turned out, need to be taught it. He had been practicing it, alone, in a cupboard, since he was 4. For the next 4 years, he would practice it harder. He removed the line break that came after chapter 1 and the way a person erases a thought that was too final, because he had not, in truth, ended anything. The cupboard was the same cupboard. The Dursleys were the same Dursleys. But the air around him, when he sat very still and listened, had begun to taste the way the air tasted in a room with a fire that had not yet been lit and yet was already warm. 4 years was a long time when each of those years was 8,760 hours, and Harry, after the first 3 nights, learned not to sleep more than 4 of them. He did not need to. The mana pool, infinite as it was, fed him in small, consistent ways once he asked it to. A skill called sustenance, rank D at first, rank C by the 3rd week, took the place of 2 of his 3 meals. He still ate Petunia's bacon, because Petunia's bacon and his presence at the table were both, in their way, rituals. A child who ate at a table did not get followed home from school by a man with a paper bag full of questions. But the long, gnawing hunger that had defined his stomach since infancy, the dim, constant, gray ache, lifted off him the way a damp sheet lifts off a sleeping body when somebody finally decides the sleeper has had enough. He grew. Not visibly. Petunia would have noticed visible growing, and Petunia, when she noticed a thing, hated it. He grew in the places nobody looked. His grip strength. His balance on slick floors. The reach of his arm. The patience of his eye. He learned to pick a lock in the dark with 2 bent paper clips, then with 1, then with none, then by simply asking the lock to forget. He learned to hold a knife the way kitchen staff held knives in the cookery shows on Petunia's afternoon television, and then the way soldiers held knives in the war shows that Vernon watched late at night, and then the way nobody held knives in any show at all, because the grip the system taught him had no name. He learned, in the 2nd year, to walk without making sound on any surface. The skill was called tread, rank C at unlock, rank A by the autumn of his 9th year, when Petunia spent a full hour calling for him at the bottom of the stairs because he had been standing 6 feet behind her the whole time. He had to scrape a chair across the floor on purpose, and pretend to come down from upstairs, and apologize for not having heard. He learned, in the 3rd year, how to teach himself to read a book in 20 minutes that an adult would read in 8 hours. The skill, called study, was a strange one. The system refused to give it to him for free. He had to earn it the slow way, by reading every book in the public library by Little Whinging High Street, twice, before the system acknowledged that he had paid for the upgrade in effort. The skill, when it finally came, was a glittering thing. He read, in the year after he received it, every novel and biography on Petunia's neighbor's bookshelf when she invited Petunia to tea. He read, on the way home from school, every flyer that had been pinned to every lamp post in Surrey. He read, by lamplight, the weeks-old newspapers Vernon had thrown into the recycling, because once you have a tool that lets you read a newspaper in 1 minute it would be silly not to read every newspaper in the house, and a great many things, it turned out, happened in the world that Vernon did not bother to discuss at the breakfast table. He learned, in the 3rd year, to fight. This was the system's own emphasis. It came to him one wet Tuesday in February when he was 9, after a school day that had ended with 3 year 6 boys cornering him on a bus stop bench and trying to take his sandwich. They were boys. They were ordinary boys with ordinary boredom and ordinary cruelty. Harry could have neutralized them with telekinesis, the way he had neutralized Piers. But the system, very patiently, had said, opportunity, physical conditioning. Recommend decline telekinesis use for this engagement. Harry had been confused. He had asked, in the back of his head, why? Because there will be a day when you cannot use it. Because there will be opponents whose environment nullifies magic. Because the body under the gift must be worthy of the gift. Harry had let the boys take the sandwich. He had stood up. He had gone home with his lower lip bleeding and his ribs aching, and he had gone into the cupboard, and he had repaired everything, and he had thought, tomorrow, I begin. He began. He began with push-ups, 2 at a time, in the dark, until he could do 20, and then 40, and then 100. He began with sit-ups, and then a strange exercise the system called the hollow body hold, which made his abdomen feel as if a ribbon had been tightened around the inside of his bones. He began with a pull-up bar that he hung from the inner lintel of the cupboard door. The first night, he could do 1. The 100th night, he could do 12. The 200th night, he could do 20, and the system gave him a small chime and a pop-up that said, "Attribute, strength upgraded. Now exceeds peer average." He stopped doing pull-ups in the cupboard after that, because if Vernon ever caught him, the cupboard would no longer be a cupboard but a coffin. He began doing them in the school changing room, after the last class, when the doors locked and the caretaker did not check until 5. He began running, in the dawn, under, tread, invisible to the world, for miles before Petunia woke up. He began climbing trees in the park on the way home, until his hands were ridges of callus and his shoulders made small, satisfying clicks when he raised his arms. 2 boys at school noticed. One was a bone-thin, pale, watchful boy named Philip Kemp, who had been kept back a year because he was as quiet as a closed door, and the headmistress had assumed, wrongly, that a quiet boy was a stupid boy. Philip was the only person who looked at Harry without simplifying him. They did not speak much. But on the day Philip was cornered behind the bike sheds by 3 older boys, and Harry saw, and Harry walked over, and the 3 older boys decided very abruptly that they had business elsewhere, Philip had said, "Thank you," and Harry had said, "I didn't do anything," and Philip, in the distant, level voice he sometimes used, had said, "Yes, you did. You arrived." The other was Dudley. Dudley had not, after the Gardenias, openly tried Harry hunting again. But Dudley had also not let it go. Dudley had, instead, started to talk. He talked, at first, in private, to Vernon, in the kitchen, in the late evenings when he thought Harry was asleep. He said, "There's something wrong with him. He's not normal. He doesn't trip when I trip him. He doesn't bleed when he bleeds. He's faking. He's faking everything." Vernon, at first, told Dudley not to be ridiculous. But Vernon was, deep under the layers of fat and bluster, a man whose own brother had, at the age of 9, broken Vernon's wrist over an argument about a model train. Vernon knew what real fakery looked like, and he had an animal sense, when he was pressed enough, that something in his house had begun to fake. The day after Harry's 10th birthday, a birthday on which, as on every previous birthday, no card had arrived, no candle had been lit, no song had been sung, and the only marker of the day's passing had been a small, internal acknowledgement from the system that user has now been alive for 10 years, "Well done," Vernon began, in the way a man begins picking at a scab, to test him. He sent Harry into the back garden with a hammer and asked him to fix the loose board on the back fence. Harry fixed the board. Vernon came out, said nothing, and gave the board a kick to make sure it wasn't going to come off again. It did not come off. He sent Harry up onto the kitchen counter to change a light bulb. Harry changed it. Vernon stood watching, and gave the chair Harry stood on a little nudge with his foot, just enough to make a normal child wobble. Harry did not wobble. Harry's foot, in fact, did not even leave the chair seat, which would have been impossible without the balance skill that Harry, very fast, made his foot pretend it did not have. Harry stepped down from the chair, said "Thank you, Uncle Vernon," and went and washed the bulb's old fingerprints off the spare in the cupboard. He sent Dudley, on a Sunday, to push Harry in the chest, a sharp, quick, specific push. Dudley, who was now 11 and had grown 4 inches in a year and weighed almost 10.5 stone, rammed Harry just below the breastbone. A push like that, on a small boy, should have flattened him. Harry rocked back on his heels, took a half step, planted, and did not fall. Dudley looked at his hands. Vernon, watching from the garden chair, did not look at his hands. He looked at Harry's face. Harry, having seen what the test was, made his face do the thing it had been practicing, which was the look of a Year 5 boy whose cousin had nearly knocked him over, and it was a very good look indeed. But Vernon's pink eyes had gone, behind the watery surface of them, very calm. And the calm of Vernon Dursley was a thing Harry had learned, in his 10 years on Privet Drive, to fear. Observation: host is escalating tests. Recommendation: present failure state. Harry began, that week, to fail. He stubbed his toe on a kitchen chair leg and limped for 2 days, even though he had healed the toe in 12 seconds. He let Piers, on the way home from school, knock him into a puddle, and he came home wet and miserable and snuffled a little into his sleeve. He missed a question on a maths test, on purpose, and brought home the lower mark, and let Vernon shout. He took, with no flinching at all, a slap to the back of his head from Petunia for tracking dirt onto her clean tile, and let his eyes water, just for a beat, just so that she could see them water, before he turned his face away. It was, the system dryly noted, the most strenuous skill Harry had yet practiced. Skill upgrade, composure, BA. It worked. Vernon's eyes uncalmed by inches. But Vernon was, even with that small reassurance, no longer Vernon. He was a man who, in the dark of his own bed, had begun to suspect that his nephew, having been declared a thing he was not, might be something else entirely. And whether or not Vernon could put a name to it, his hands had begun to itch. On the night of Harry's 10th October the 31st, the air in the house went strange. Harry was scrubbing a pan. The radio was on, low, in the front room. Petunia was upstairs. Dudley was, very loudly, eating biscuits in his bedroom. Vernon was, very quietly, sitting in his armchair with a glass of brandy. The wards, the system said, in the back of Harry's head. 93%. Harry put the pan down very gently and dried his hands. Of what? Of operational baseline. They are anchored to today, to the anniversary of your mother's sacrifice. They renew, every year, on this evening. This year's renewal is, by almost an order of magnitude, the weakest. They will hold this winter. They may not hold next. Will I be 11 by then? Yes. Harry did not look up. But he looked, with a small interior part of himself, around the kitchen at every door and window, every loose nail, every place where, if a man came through the wall would crack first. He had been doing that, every night, for 2 years, almost unconsciously. He had a map of every room of the house in his head, and a small, glowing thread of intent threaded through every wall. Vernon was watching him. Boy. Harry turned. He kept his hands at his sides. Yes, Uncle Vernon. Come here. Harry came. Vernon was, perhaps, drunk. Drink, in Vernon, was a strange thing. Some men got loud, some men got bold, some men got affectionate. Vernon got patient. Vernon got, when sufficiently loosened, slow and thoughtful. He set the brandy down on the side table. He looked at Harry the way a man looks at a clock that has, all afternoon, been keeping time perfectly, and that he is now beginning to suspect is wrong. Come closer, boy. Harry came closer. Vernon's hand came up, not in a slap. The fingers brushed Harry's shoulder. Almost gentle. Are you a freak, boy? No, Uncle Vernon. Vernon's hand stayed on his shoulder. The thumb, idly, found the bone of Harry's collarbone. They said you weren't. They said you were ordinary. But you don't trip. I'm careful, Uncle Vernon. You don't bleed. I bleed, Uncle Vernon. You don't bleed enough. The hand on his shoulder shifted, very slightly. Observation, hostile intent. Probability of physical attack, 71%. Probability of fatal attack, 12%. Recommendation, reveal. No, Harry thought. Subtle. We agreed. Agreed. Alternative, redirect. Yes. Redirect. In the front room, the radio, very quietly, on its own, changed station. The new station was the news. The newsreader was, in clipped Surrey vowels, in the middle of a sentence about a lorry that had jackknifed on the M4. Vernon's eyes, of their own accord, drifted toward the radio. The fingers on Harry's collarbone did not loosen. But the calm in Vernon's eyes broke. He looked, for a moment, like a man who had walked into the wrong room of his own house. "Did you know, Uncle Vernon?" Harry said quietly. "It does that sometimes." Vernon stared at the radio. The radio, helpful, switched again, this time to a music station. Petunia's favorite hymn. Harry kept his face blank. Vernon's hand left his shoulder. Vernon stood up. Vernon went, without another word, up the stairs to bed. Harry, alone, in the front room, looked at the radio. The radio, having done its job, settled into its new station and pretended. "Thank you," he thought. "You are welcome." He went back to the pan. 2 days later, a thick cream envelope, embossed with a wax seal, dropped through the front door slot. Harry was the one who picked it up. He recognized the heavy paper from a description in a book, and the wax from another. The seal showed a lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle, around a stylized H. He did not open it. Observation: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has dispatched a letter. Given prior assessment, this is unusual. Recommended, read in private. Harry slid the letter into the lining of his shirt and went, very calmly, to Petunia, and asked, in the most distractible voice he had, whether she would like him to fold the laundry. Petunia said yes. Harry folded the laundry. Harry took the basket up to her room. Harry came back down, ate his slice of buttered toast, washed his plate, said good night, and was in the cupboard with the door shut by 8:30. Then he opened the letter. The first sheet was the standard letter. He had read about that. The second sheet was the supplies list. The third sheet, written in green ink, in a different hand, a slanted, fast, scholarly hand, was personal. "Mr. Potter," it began. "The Hogwarts admissions list is generated automatically. It does not, traditionally, err. Your name, 4 years ago, was placed on a roll for non-magical wizard-born children, the Squib registry. This year, however, a distinct second entry has appeared on our roll, in your name. The quill of acceptance has, it would seem, written you in twice, once for first year, once for an adult class to which no Hogwarts student has been admitted in living memory, independent study. I do not understand it. I do not pretend to. I write you, ahead of formal correspondence, because as deputy headmistress it is, regrettably, also my job to understand it. I will arrive at your address on July 31st, this year, your 11th birthday, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, with Professor Albus Dumbledore. I would be grateful, in advance, if you would permit us a private hour. Sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Harry read the letter 4 times. Then he folded it. He set it on the floor of the cupboard. He stared at the slatted vent above the cupboard door. He could feel, inside his ribs, the quiet, unending bonfire of his mana pool. "Show me," he said. The status panel slid up. Name, Harry James Potter. Age, 10. Rank, SS+, unclassified, mana pool, infinity. Active skills, telekinesis, B, minor apport, B, repair, B, tread, A, sustenance, B, study, B, composure, A, mana bolt, D, new, passive skills, perception, B, balance, B, patience, S, quests, 2, survive, prepare, inventory, 14/infinity, new quest available, enter the world. Harry smiled in the dark. It was a small, particular smile. It was the smile his father, James, had once worn as a Hogwarts student moments before deciding to do something extraordinarily dangerous and extraordinarily clever. Harry had no way of knowing his father had ever smiled that way. He did it anyway. "I accept," Harry said quietly, to no one, and to everything. In the back of his head, the system, which was learning him, smiled too. It did not have a face. It did not need one. Quest accepted. Prepare for extraction. He lay back on the thin mattress. Above him, through the slats, a streetlight burned. Beyond the streetlight, the wards crackled at 93%. Beyond the wards, somewhere in the long, blind summer night of England, an old man in star-stitched robes was sitting in a tower, frowning at a chart that no longer made sense, and a thin man in black was scowling at a cauldron that had gone, against all reason, blue. Beyond all of them, in a cold place under a forest in a country that had not been on any map for half a century, a thing that was not yet a man was beginning, very faintly, to remember the taste of breath. None of them yet knew his name. None of them yet knew that the Squib of Privet Drive had, 4 years ago, in a kitchen on a wet afternoon, become the largest private magical reservoir on the planet. They would know. He closed his eyes. He slept. Outside, on the doorstep, an autumn moth landed on the lion snake badger eagle seal pressed into the wax of a letter that had just gone in, and did not, for some reason, fly away. It sat there, eyeing the door, the way moths sometimes sit eyeing doors when something on the other side has woken up. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, the hour between the morning of July the 31st dawned the way all summer mornings on Privet Drive dawned, with a milkman who did not knock, a bin lorry that did not arrive on time, and a sky the color of a freshly washed bedsheet hung out to dry. Harry was up at 4. He had been up since 3, in fact, but 4 was the hour at which the skill let him slip out of the cupboard, out of the kitchen window, around the back gate, and into the long, dewy corridor of suburban gardens that ran behind the houses on Privet Drive without leaving a footprint anywhere a curious eye could pin to him. He ran 6 miles. He ran through Little Whinging, past the still-shut newsagent, past the stone bus stop where Wendell sometimes sat on Saturdays waiting for his older brother, past the new estate that Vernon detested, around the duck pond where the ducks had learned to wait for him because some mornings he brought the heel of last night's bread, and back, by a different route each time, because, perception, had taught him that a man who runs the same route twice may as well leave a key under the doormat. By 5:30 he was back on Privet Drive. He climbed the drainpipe to the small bathroom window, slid through it, slid out of his sweat-damp clothes, washed himself down with a flannel and cold water, repaired the small ache in his right knee with a flick of repair, and was sitting on the cupboard floor, hair damp, in the second of his 2 clean t-shirts, by 6:10. Notification, user is now 11 years old. Notification, environmental threat increased overnight. 3 unknown magical signatures have passed within 1 kilometer of this dwelling since 2 a.m. Probability, scouting. Harry's eyes opened. Show me. A small, tidy map slid up against the back of his eyelids. Privet Drive at the center of it. 3 small red dots, each ringed by a faint, irregular halo, were paused on the rim of his attention. One was at the corner of Magnolia Crescent. One was on the bridle path that ran behind the cricket pitch. One was on the roof of the disused factory 2 streets over, which had a clear line of sight to the front door. How long have they been here? 2 hours, 19 minutes. Identify. Insufficient data. 2 magical signatures match the known profile of British wizard, adult, combat capable, neutral to hostile intent. 1 signature does not match any profile in memory. Its waveform is unusual. Recommendation, treat as hostile. Harry sat very still on the cupboard floor and breathed through his nose. Above him, through the slats, he could hear the bathroom pipes thrum. Vernon, awake. Below the slats, he could hear Petunia's slippers on the upstairs hall, 2 doors down, for a second pause, the swish of the linen cupboard. Petunia, awake. Beyond the wall, Dudley, snoring, in the long, undisturbed sleep of a child whose biggest concern was breakfast. Beyond the house, the wards, 91%. They had dropped 2 points since October. Beyond the wards, 3 red dots, watching. McGonagall is coming at 4, Harry thought. Confirmed. Probability that the scouts are associated with Professor McGonagall, 2%. Professor McGonagall does not travel with unknown companions, and her magical signature would have been present at birth ward activation on October 31, 1981, and is thus recognized. These 3 are not her. Then who? Insufficient data. Harry exhaled. He felt, very gently, in the back of his mind, the small dark coil of his anger that had, in the 4 years since his Squib verdict, never once fully left him. He let it sit. He did not warm it. He did not cool it. It sat there, and he sat there, and the cupboard sat there, and the small invisible bonfire in his sternum burned at its calm, even pace. Vernon banged on the door at 7. Boy. Up. Yes, Uncle Vernon. Birthday today, is it? Yes, Uncle Vernon. Don't expect a thing. No, Uncle Vernon. The door unlocked. Harry came out, walked past Vernon, walked into the kitchen, fried 8 rashers of bacon, broke 6 eggs, made a pot of tea, set the table for 3, and stood at the sink as he always stood, while Vernon and Dudley demolished it. Petunia came down half through, picked at her share, drank half a cup of tea, and went out to the garden to stare disapprovingly at a rosebush. The morning could have been any of the 4,020 mornings before it. It was not. At 11:15, while Petunia was making a list of things Harry would have to clean before the people arrived, she had been told nothing about the letter. Harry had burned the letter to ash with manna bolt, and replaced it, in the post tray, with a piece of harmless circular for double glazing. The doorbell rang. Harry felt the doorbell before he heard it. Alert. One of the 3 signatures is now at the front door. The other 2 are assuming positions around the property. Engagement imminent. Harry was halfway through scrubbing the inside of the kitchen window. He set the cloth down. He went, calmly, into the hallway. Petunia, irritated by the intrusion on her list-making, waved at him to answer it. If it's the boy from the bakery again, tell him no, we will not be ordering a cake, she said. Harry opened the front door. A woman stood on the step. She was thin and tall and her robes had been, at some point, expensive, but she had clearly been sleeping in them. Her hair was pinned up so tightly that the skin of her temples shone. She had no wand visible, but in the way she was standing, weight on her back foot, hand by her hip, Harry could see, the way the system had taught him to see, the wand hidden up the inside of her right cuff. She looked Harry up and down. Boy, she said. Are your aunt and uncle in? Yes, Harry said politely. May I tell them who's calling? She smiled. The smile did not reach her eyes. The smile, in fact, performed in the particular, tight way that a person's mouth performs when she is about to say her own name and does not want to say it correctly. Miss Vector, she said. From the council. About the new road tax. Observation, statement is a lie. Woman is not a council employee. Magical signature is profile 1. Recommendation, do not invite inside. Just a moment, please, Harry said. I'll fetch them. He closed the door, gently, and walked into the kitchen, and stopped in the doorway of the kitchen, and turned, and went back into the hallway, and stood, very still, with his back to the front door. Vernon, who had been frowning at the news, looked up. Who was it? A salesperson, Harry said. I told her we weren't interested. Vernon grunted. Petunia, peering from the garden door, frowned at the front step. That woman is still there. She's leaving, Harry said. She doesn't look like she's leaving. She is, Aunt Petunia. Through the frosted glass of the front door, the silhouette of Miss Vector did not, in fact, leave. It did, however, after a long beat, take a step back. Then another. Then, abruptly, the silhouette was no longer at the door. Observation: subject has begun to circle the property counterclockwise. Probable intention: identify weak point in ward. Joining signature 2 at rear fence. Harry walked into the front room, closed the curtains in a single, deliberate motion, locked the front door's chain, and went up the stairs 3 at a time. Boy! Where are you going? Bathroom, Uncle Vernon. He was not going to the bathroom. He was going to the small landing window above the back garden, the one Petunia kept dressed in the same brittle white lace it had worn since the 70s. He stood, just out of the line of sight, and watched. 2 figures stood by the back fence. Miss Vector and a man. The man was in council worker overalls, but the overalls did not fit him, the way a costume does not fit. He was bigger than the overalls suggested. He had the wide, blunt face of a man who had hit other men for a living. There was a wand in his right palm, held the way a cigarette is held, between the first 2 fingers, casual and ready. Behind them, across the gardens, on the roof of the factory, the third silhouette was now seated, with what looked very much like a long telescopic instrument cradled in its lap. Not a sniper rifle, Harry thought. Probably a wand-attached scrying glass. 3 professionals. Observation: formation indicates a kill team. 2 breach, 1 overwatch. This is not a kidnapping attempt. Recommendation: defend perimeter. Engage overwatch first. Harry closed his eyes. System, he said. Suppression off. I want them to feel it. Acknowledged. A second later, every magical creature within a mile of Privet Drive felt a small, gentle pressure against the underside of its skin, the way a person feels the change in air pressure before a thunderstorm. The man on the roof of the factory looked up sharply. Miss Vector's mouth opened a little, in something that was not quite alarm. The man in the overalls swore. 2 seconds. That was all Harry needed. He turned the suppression back on. Down in the garden, the man in the overalls stared at the rear fence. Miss Vector said something, very quickly, to him. Up on the roof, the third figure was already reaching, with the practiced motion of a professional, for whatever charm or amulet might tell him what he had just felt. Observation: perimeter force is now second-guessing its briefing. Recommendation: press the advantage. Petunia, downstairs, called up, boy. There's a man and a woman in our back garden. Harry walked, calmly, down the stairs. Vernon. Petunia was half shrill, half aggressive. The garden, Vernon. Vernon stood up from his chair. The newspaper fell. He went to the kitchen window, peered, and went very, very pale. Now, see here, he said, in the voice he used for council canvassers. Now, Uncle Vernon, Harry said. Could you and Aunt Petunia and Dudley please go into the front room and close the door? Vernon looked at him. For a long second, the air in the kitchen did something strange. Vernon was a man who had, in his life, been ordered around by several people, by his father, by his mother, by his wife, by his sister Marge, by his bosses at Grunnings. He had never been ordered around by a child. He had never been ordered around by Harry, in particular. He had certainly never been ordered around by Harry in a voice that had gone, very briefly, from polite child to something that suggested all 3 of them might be safer out of the kitchen. For half a second, Vernon Dursley could see, with the small honest part of his mind he had spent years burying, that the boy in his kitchen was not a squib at all. He had time, in that half-second, to be afraid. Then he turned, picked up the newspaper, and herded Petunia and Dudley into the front room, and closed the door behind them, and locked it. Harry waited until he heard the lock click. He turned to the back garden. All right, he said softly. Let's see who you are. He opened the back door. He stepped out onto the patio. He did not raise his hands. He stood, in the middle of Petunia's hideous concrete patio, in her son's hand-me-down corduroys, and he looked, very calmly, at Miss Vector and the man in the overalls. "Hello," Harry said. They stared at him. 2 adults, 2 wands, 1 boy. The wards were still up. This was, technically, blood-protected ground, and the system told Harry that the wards would, against an opening hex, hold for perhaps 5 seconds. After that, the wards would not hold, because Petunia did not love him, and the bonfire under the wards had gone, by July, almost out. 5 seconds. Harry needed less. The man in the overalls came at him first. He was, by the standards of his profession, fast. The wand came up, the green light at the end of it built, the word he meant to say began to leave his mouth. Harry caught the wand. He did it the slow way. He used telekinesis, rank A, to clamp the wand, not the man's hand, which would have hurt the man, but the wand, in midair, and to twist it 90 degrees off the line of fire. The green light, redirected, fizzed off into the rear fence post, which charred, smoked, and gave up a small cloud of paint flakes. The man stared at his own arm. "Hello," Harry said again, and stepped, in one stride, into the man's reach, took the wand out of his fingers as one takes a pen from a child too excited to draw, and tapped the man, lightly, on the temple with the heel of his palm. The man fell. He fell the way large men fall when their consciousness has been turned off below the waist of the brain. Bonelessly. Heavily. Without dignity. Skill unlocked, concussive strike. Rank D, delivers a precise, non-lethal disruption to an opponent's motor function. Harry placed the man's wand into his own back pocket. He turned to Miss Vector. Miss Vector had not moved. She was, Harry saw, frozen the way a hare freezes when an owl crosses overhead. The hare's mistake is to assume that not moving makes it invisible. Harry had no patience for the mistake. "Miss Vector," he said gently. "Drop the wand." Her hand came out from her cuff. The wand was thin. The wand, Harry noted, was not pointed at him. The wand was pointed at the back wall of the house. "Stop," Harry said. The wand jerked. Alert. Opponent is casting at the wards. Intent, collapse the blood ward and signal the overwatch. Harry moved. In the 4 years since the system had been in his head, he had practiced one specific drill more than any other, the closing of distance. He had practiced it in the back garden when no one was watching. He had practiced it in the school gym at 3 in the afternoon. He had practiced it in his sleep. The drill was simple. The moment he decided to be near another body, he was already there. Miss Vector's wand was halfway through the second syllable of the curse. Harry's hand was around her wrist before her tongue finished the word. He did not break her wrist. He had decided, on the way across the patio, that he would not break her wrist, because a broken wrist was a thing that would draw attention from Privet Drive's curtain twitchers. He bent her wrist, instead, sideways, 8 degrees past the angle the wrist was designed to bend. The wand fell. He caught it before it hit the patio. She shrieked, started to shriek, anyway, and Harry put 2 fingers very gently on her throat, on a particular small bundle of nerves the system had told him about, and the shriek became a hiccup, and the hiccup became a long, soft exhalation, and Miss Vector sat down on the patio. She was conscious. She could not, for about 2 minutes, speak. Observation, Overwatch has noticed. Harry looked up at the factory roof. The third figure was standing now, the long telescopic glass against his eye. There was a wand in his other hand. He raised the wand. Harry felt, in the back of his head, the system narrow its attention. Options, deflect, absorb, return. Recommendation, return. Educational. Harry chose return. The bolt of red light left the wand on the factory roof, 2 streets away, and traveled at the speed of intent, which is to say at the speed of magical attention, which is to say faster than any merely physical thing could fly, and the bolt was in the air above Privet Drive's gardens before any human eye could have tracked it. Harry did not raise a hand. He raised, instead, a small interior part of himself. The bolt, which had been aimed directly at his chest, met that small interior part of himself, and skipped off it the way a stone skips off a pond. It went back the way it had come, slightly faster than it had arrived, and the man on the factory roof, who had not, as a rule, ever in his career considered the possibility of a bolt going back the way it had come, did not duck. The bolt hit him square in the chest. He went down, off the roof, into the alley behind the factory. Observation: Overwatch target neutralized. Condition: alive but unconscious, 2 fractures. 2 seconds had passed. XP gained, 240. Rank progression, SSSS+, engaged, ... Harry lowered Miss Vector's hand to the patio. He took the wand from her cuff. He put it in his back pocket with the man's. He glanced down at Miss Vector, who was breathing again, in long, ragged, frightened bursts. "Who sent you?" She did not answer. Observation: She is under a tongue tie. Probability that she physically cannot tell you, 94%. Harry knelt, put his palm against her temple, and closed his eyes. He did not, by training, by practice, by any natural ability, possess legilimency. Snape, the man in black, had pressed a legilimens probe into him 4 years ago, and the probe had glanced off the system suppression like a knife off plate steel. But Harry had something Snape did not, a system willing to perform a brute force search on whatever surfaces the woman had recently touched in her own mind. Operation: Surface Read. No intrusion into private memory. Images, fragmentary and gray, slid past Harry's inner eye. A drawing room he did not know. A table set with 3 chairs. A crystal decanter. A long, pale hand pouring brandy. A voice, high, cool, certain, female, saying, as if reading off a list, "The boy is, by all accounts, a squib. He should be a routine job. Confirm the Dark Lord's instructions, minimal collateral damage. We require the body intact for verification. Bellatrix will be displeased if you damage him." Bellatrix. Observation: Reference to Bellatrix Lestrange. Recorded operative of Voldemort. So this is from Voldemort. Confirmed. Clarification: Voldemort is not yet fully embodied. This decision was made by his remnant, coordinating through sympathetic operatives. He thinks I'm a squib. He's making sure. Confirmed. Harry lifted his palm. He looked, for a long second, at Miss Vector. He felt the small, dark coil of his anger uncurl. He did not warm it. He did not cool it. He let it speak. "You came here to murder a child," he said quietly. "You came here on a quiet morning in July to murder a child you believed to be defenseless. You did not come for honor. You did not come for justice. You came because someone told you it would be a quick afternoon's work." Miss Vector's eyes filled. "I am going to let you live," Harry said. "I am going to let you live because a corpse on Petunia Dursley's patio would be a great deal of trouble for everyone except your employer, and I am not going to spend my morning doing his work. But you will leave this drive on your own feet. You will not come back. And you will tell whoever sent you that you found the house empty." He paused. "If you tell them anything else," he said, "I will find you. There is no place in this country where I cannot find you. I am sorry to be cruel about it. I do not have the time today not to be." He stood. He turned to the man on the patio, still down, still snoring, and tapped the man's right ankle, gently, with his foot. The man's ankle, with the precise application of telekinesis, pinched a particular nerve, and the man, without waking, groaned and twitched. "Take him," Harry said. "And the man in the alley. There's an alley behind Mason's old factory. He's in it. I would like all three of you to leave the way you came. Miss Vector's mouth opened. The tongue-tie was still on her, but pity, perhaps, or fear, or the slow recognition that she was alive when she had not expected to be, made her lips form a soundless word, "Thank you." Harry's mouth did not curve. "Don't thank me," he said. "Tell whoever you serve next that the boy at number 4 was not what they were told." He walked back into the kitchen. He closed the back door. He walked through the kitchen and into the hall. He stood at the front room door, which was still locked from the inside, and he tapped it with 2 fingers. "Uncle Vernon. They're gone. You can come out." There was a long, frightened silence on the other side of the door. Then, slowly, the lock clicked. Vernon's face, when the door opened, was a strange new color. He looked, Harry thought, the way a man looks who has, at the age of 40, finally seen the thing his nightmares have been miming since he was a child. "Boy," he said. His voice was hoarse. "Boy, what, door-to-door salespeople," Harry said, very politely. "I asked them to leave." They had, yes, Uncle Vernon. Petunia was behind him, white-faced, holding Dudley by the collar of his nightshirt. Dudley, for once in his life, looked small. "Boy," Vernon said. "Boy, 2 more people are coming this afternoon," Harry said. "A man and a woman, in funny clothes. They are not the same kind. They are the school people. They are not going to hurt anyone. I would like very much for the 3 of you to be polite to them, please." He did not raise his voice. He did not change his tone. But the kitchen, the hall, the patio, the entire house felt, in the moment after he spoke, the pressure of a thing that had decided. The pressure of an authority that had not been there an hour ago. Vernon, very slowly, nodded. "All right, boy," he said, hoarsely. "All right." Harry went back to the kitchen window and watched. He watched Miss Vector haul the unconscious man into a half-fireman's carry that suggested she had practiced it. He watched the 2 of them shuffle, in a rough huddled stagger, out of the back garden, around the side of the house, and into the road. He watched, several minutes later, a small crack of disapparition pop, very softly, behind the factory. Then, and only then, he turned back into the kitchen, picked up Petunia's list, and resumed scrubbing the inside of the kitchen window. Status update: user has completed first official engagement. Proficiency metrics logged. New skill unlocked, aura projection. Rank C, projects a limited radius of magical pressure, mundane observers perceive instinctive compliance. New skill unlocked, confiscate. Rank D, wands removed from hostile opponents are stored in inventory for later analysis. Inventory, 3/infinity. New items, wand, hornbeam and dragon heartstring, 11 inches, rigid. Wand, birch and thestral hair, 9.5 inches, brittle. Wand, not yet acquired, check factory alley, dot. Harry, at the kitchen sink, allowed himself the smallest of smiles. He went back to scrubbing the window. At 3:47, he walked, casually, out the back door, around the side of the house, across the road, around the back of Mason's old factory, into the alley, retrieved the 3rd wand from beside an unconscious assassin who had been wakened only enough to sit upright, and, with a small, precise gesture, snapped his fingers at the assassin so that the man's legs decided, very firmly, to walk him down the alley away from Privet Drive. He did this with aura projection, dialed up to a tightly focused pressure that the assassin's exhausted mind would, by morning, have rationalized into, "I don't remember." Harry walked back to the house. He went upstairs. He washed his hands. He sat in the front room. He read the 3rd page of Petunia's open magazine. He looked at the clock. At 4 o'clock, exactly, the doorbell rang. This time, Harry let Vernon answer. He stood in the hall behind Vernon, his hands at his sides, his face arranged in the look he had practiced for this, which was a look of an 11-year-old boy receiving news he had heard, secretly, in advance. Vernon opened the door. McGonagall and Dumbledore stood on the step. "Mr. Dursley," McGonagall said, in the voice of a person who had decided, in advance, to be polite. "We spoke by letter. Thank you for receiving us. May we come in?" Vernon, white in the face, but holding, said, "Yes." It was the only word he had to offer. They came in. Dumbledore, who looked, as he always looked, the way a sweet shop window looks if the sweet shop window had spent 400 years considering the war between good and evil, took a single courteous step over the threshold, and stopped. His blue eyes, which had been resting on the wallpaper, slid sideways, and rested, for a single long second, on Harry. The smile on Dumbledore's face did not change. The smile in Dumbledore's eyes changed. Observation: Albus Dumbledore has detected a residual signature outside the back door. He has not yet detected you. Recommendation: keep suppression engaged. Allow him to find it. "Harry," Dumbledore said, gently. "How are you, my boy?" "I'm well, Professor," Harry said. "Thank you for coming." Dumbledore's eyes flickered, ever so slightly. McGonagall, beside him, did not miss the flicker. "I am sure," Dumbledore said, "that your aunt and uncle will allow us to use the front room." Vernon, hoarsely, said, "Yes." They went into the front room. Petunia, very quietly, herded Dudley into the kitchen and closed the door. Vernon made as if to follow her, then stopped at the doorway, looked at his nephew, looked at the two strangers in his house, and made an honest, decent gesture. He stayed. He stood by the door. Arms folded. White-faced. But there. Observation: Vernon Dursley is not as completely useless as prior assessment indicated. Record adjusted. Harry nearly laughed. He did not. He sat down on the sofa instead. "I am sorry to come on your birthday," Dumbledore said. "I know the day must already be long for you. There has been a development." "Yes, sir," Harry said. "Your name, Harry, has appeared on the Hogwarts admissions list. You are aware of this?" "Professor McGonagall's letter said so, sir. We were not expecting it. You were placed, 4 years ago, on the Squib registry. That registry does not, ordinarily, communicate with the admissions list. Both lists are written by the quill of acceptance, which is, in turn, animated by an old enchantment that responds to a particular kind of magical signature. The quill does not, traditionally, place the same name in both lists. It has, this year, placed yours in both." "Yes, sir." Dumbledore studied him. "I wonder, Harry," he said, "whether you have any thoughts on why." There was a short, careful silence. "No, sir," Harry said. "None at all?" "No, sir." Dumbledore's mouth, beneath the beard, twitched. It was not a smile. It was the small motion a smile makes when a smile is interrupted. "Have you," Dumbledore said, "had any unusual experiences in the last 4 years?" Harry considered this question for a long, polite second. "No, sir," he said. McGonagall, who had been watching him with the steady, patient look she used for an animal she was not yet sure whether to feed or to ride, said, "The wards on this house, Albus." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I noticed." "Could you," McGonagall began. "They have been weakening," Dumbledore said. "I knew this. I expected this. They would, by now, be at perhaps 20% of their original strength. That was my projection, last October." He paused. "They are at," he said, 91. McGonagall's head turned, very slowly, to look at Harry. Harry kept his face in the position he had practiced. "I do not understand what is happening at this house," Dumbledore said. "I do not know whether to be relieved or alarmed. But I have come to you today, Harry, with 2 purposes. The first is to deliver, formally, the Hogwarts admission letter, and to inform you that we accept the Quill's verdict and offer you a place." The second, I confess, is to ask you, openly, and with no obligation upon you to answer, whether you have any explanation for the quill's behavior. Harry looked Dumbledore in the eye. Sir, he said. I am, as far as I know, a squib. Professor McGonagall's wand told you so when I was 7. Professor Snape's mind told you so. My uncle and aunt have raised me as one. I have done, in the 4 years since you came, what my uncle has asked me to do, and not much else. If the quill has changed its mind, I do not know why. I would, however, like to come to the school. Dumbledore did not answer at once. The two old wizards had spent 40 years, between them, teaching children. They had heard, in those 40 years, every kind of lie a child could tell. They had become, professionally, very good at recognizing lies. The aura projection skill in Harry's chest, dialed all the way down to a soft hum, was working at the limit of its rank. It was not enough to fool either of them. They knew, from his face, his hands, the way he sat, the way the pulse moved at the side of his throat, that the boy in front of them was telling them, at most, half of what he knew. But neither of them, equally, could find the lie in his words. Because Harry had spoken only true sentences. Harry was, in the registry's sense, a squib. Professor McGonagall's wand had said so. Professor Snape's legilimency had said so. He had done, more or less, what his uncle had asked. He did want to come to the school. The lie was not in any sentence. The lie was in the shape between the sentences. McGonagall opened her mouth. Dumbledore raised one finger. She closed her mouth. Very well, Harry, he said. We accept your wish. There remains, however, one matter. Yes, sir. The wards on this house have been, in the last hour, struck. Twice. By outside force. The signatures of the strikers are familiar to me. I have a personal acquaintance with 2 of them. They are not, to put it carefully, wholly reformed members of the previous war. Harry waited. You have been, Dumbledore said gently, attacked today, Harry. Yes, sir. Dumbledore's eyebrows lifted. You are aware. I saw them in the back garden. I asked them to leave. They left. And the man on the factory roof? He fell, Harry said politely. He fell. Yes, sir. A long second passed. Harry, Dumbledore said softly. The man on the factory roof was a Death Eater. He was the youngest brother of Bellatrix Lestrange. He has not been seen since 1981. He was, I understand from preliminary inspection by my colleagues, neutralized by a single strike to the chest. By a squib. It was their own spell, sir. Dumbledore considered him. Yes, he said, after a moment. I imagine it was. McGonagall said, Albus. Yes, Minerva, I know. This is not, no, Minerva. It is not. Dumbledore stood. Mr. Potter. I will not press you today, on your birthday, in your aunt and uncle's parlor, on a matter that is plainly more complicated than I, and certainly more complicated than you, can discuss in a single afternoon. I will say this, however. There are persons in our world for whom your survival, which has come as a surprise to many of us, is very inconvenient. Some of those persons have apparently learned, or guessed, what the Hogwarts quill knows. They sent today's visit. They will send more. He paused. You will not be safe at Privet Drive any longer. The wards are no longer my own work, they are, somehow, more. I do not, today, ask how. But the wards will hold against ordinary attackers. They will not hold against a sustained assault by a coordinated team. I propose to take you, today, to the Hogwarts Express. The school stands ready early. You will be safe there. Harry inclined his head. Yes, Professor. Have you any belongings to gather? No, sir. McGonagall's mouth opened and closed. "Will you," Dumbledore said, "want to say goodbye to your aunt and uncle and cousin?" Harry thought about it. He thought of Petunia's pale, frightened face in the front room doorway. He thought of Vernon's hoarse, "All right, boy." He thought of Dudley, who had, 3 weeks ago, in a particular small moment in the kitchen, met Harry's eyes, and not, for once, immediately said something cruel. "Yes," Harry said. He went into the kitchen. Petunia was at the sink. Her hands were in a bowl of soapy water, but she was not washing anything. She was holding her hands there because, while her hands were in soapy water, her hands could not shake. "Aunt Petunia." She did not turn. "Yes. I'm going to school today. I won't be coming back, except in summer. The headmaster says it isn't safe here for me." "It hasn't been safe here for 10 years, Petunia said, very quietly. He looked at her. She was, he thought, much smaller than he had ever realized. She was a thin, brittle woman who had spent 10 years pretending, with all the strength she had, that the boy under her stairs was not the only living connection she had to a sister whose name she had not, except in the worst of her dreams, said aloud since 1981. "I know," Harry said. She looked at him, then. Her eyes were, very briefly, the eyes of a girl named Petunia Evans. "Be careful," she said. "Yes, Aunt Petunia." "They came for her, too." He waited. "They told her she was loved," Petunia said. "And then they came for her, anyway." Her mouth pinched. "Be careful," she said, again, and turned back to the soapy water. Harry nodded. He went, in the front room, and shook Vernon's clammy hand, and Vernon, who could not look at him, said, gruffly, "You behave, boy." Harry did not answer. He went, in the kitchen, and stood, briefly, in front of Dudley. "Bye, Dud." "Bye, Harry," Dudley said. He did not say anything else. It was, Harry thought, the most generous gesture his cousin had ever made him. He turned to Dumbledore. "I'm ready, Professor." Dumbledore gave him a long, searching look. Then he held out one wrinkled hand. "Take my arm, Harry. We are going to a place that you have never seen." Harry took his arm. The house spun. The world spun. Privet Drive folded itself up, very neatly, behind him, like a piece of paper that had been used. Harry felt, for one long, wrenching second, the world itself bend around the headmaster's ancient certainty, and then his feet were on flagstones, and the wind smelled of pine and cold stone and old fire, and a long iron-bound train, black and red and crouched in a station that was not in London, was waiting for him. Arrival, Hogsmeade Station. Status, new quest unlocked, enter the school. Harry looked up at Albus Dumbledore, who was watching him with the careful, professional calm of a man who had, in his long life, made many decisions he was not sure had been correct, and who was, today, beginning to suspect that the boy beside him was a decision of a sort he had not previously made. "This way, Harry," Dumbledore said gently. Harry walked beside him, down the long platform, toward the train. They walked. The Hogwarts Express, up close, was an enormous, breathing thing. It was not, Harry saw at once, mechanically alive in the way a Muggle locomotive was alive. The train had a magical pulse. It had a small, contented heartbeat, somewhere under its boilers, and it sang, very softly, in the way old things sing when they have been useful for a long time. Harry liked it immediately. There were, apart from himself and Dumbledore, only 3 figures on the platform. One was a tall, broad-shouldered man with a beard like a thicket, wearing a long moleskin coat. He was lifting 2 trunks at once and grinning, in a fierce, kindly way, at a small bushy-haired girl who was, in turn, grinning fiercely up at him. The girl had a cat in a basket and a book under one arm and a face full of furious, glowing curiosity. The other was a tall, pale woman in a wine-dark traveling cloak. She stood, hands folded, at the far end of the platform, and although she was not looking directly at Harry, her attention was, Harry felt, almost entirely on him. She was, the system told him, a Hogwarts staff member. She was, the system added, only 90% staff. The other 10% was something the system could not, at this distance, classify. Observation: this is a new magical signature. Cataloging. Recommendation: treat as neutral until further engagement. Hagrid, Dumbledore said. Thank you for waiting. The bearded giant turned, set the two trunks down with exaggerated care, and beamed. Headmaster. And, his enormous eyes settled on Harry, and he stopped beaming and started staring. Merlin's beard, Headmaster, is that, Hagrid? Yes. I didn't think we'd, Hagrid. Right, Headmaster. Right. Sorry. Hello, Harry. I'm Rubius Hagrid. I'll be talking you up to Castle. He stuck out an enormous, dinner-plate palm. Harry shook it. Hagrid's grip was, by the standards of the morning, gentle. This is Hermione Granger, Hagrid said, with a small wave at the bushy-haired girl. Couldn't let her wait the whole afternoon at home, what with everything goin' on. Her parents brought her up early. We're a bit short-handed today on account of situation. Hello, Hermione said. She had one hand on the basket and one on the book and now, with the third hand, which she did not have, would have liked to shake Harry's, and so the book got tucked under her arm and the second hand came out. I read about you. I read all about you. I've read, actually, 3 books that mention you, although mostly only in chapters about the night your parents, I'm sorry. Thank you, Harry said. He took the third hand and shook it. Are you really a squib? Hermione, Hagrid said, mildly horrified. I'm not asking to be rude, I'm asking because I can't make sense of the books. There's no record of a squib being placed on the Hogwarts list since the Quill of Acceptance was charmed in 1289, and I don't think a public quill error is more likely than a private misclassification, and, it might be a misclassification, Harry said, very gently. Hermione's eyes went, very briefly, the size of saucers. Oh, she said. Oh. That's much more interesting. Observation: Hermione Granger, age 11. Magical aptitude, high. Rank, D+. Untrained. Enormous memory capacity. Ethical and moral framework, developed, rigorous. Recommendation: probable ally. Treat with care. Hermione, Hagrid said. Get on train, Let Headmaster do his bit. Yes, Hagrid. She gave Harry a long, evaluating look that was, Harry thought, the same look that Philip Kemp had given him in the bike sheds, the look of a person who would not simplify him. She climbed onto the train. Hagrid loaded both trunks into the goods carriage and, after a sideways glance at Dumbledore, climbed up after them. The pale woman in the wine-dark cloak had not moved. Dumbledore, beside Harry, said, very softly, Harry. The woman watching us is a friend. Yes, sir. She is not, I imagine, going to be pleased about today's events. No, sir. Her name is Septima Vector. She teaches arithmancy at Hogwarts. Harry did not blink. The pale woman at the end of the platform inclined her head. The motion was, Harry saw at once, not at all the motion of the Miss Vector who had stood on his step 3 hours ago. The Miss Vector on his step had held herself, even in the borrowed shape of a council worker, like a person concealing a wand. The Miss Vector at the end of the platform held herself like a person concealing a slide rule. The wand had been borrowed. The face had been borrowed. The name had been borrowed. Observation: Morning's opponent was using polyjuice with purloined hair. Confirmed. The real Septima Vector is unaware this has happened. Recommendation: tell Dumbledore later, not now. Yes, sir, Harry said. Good, Dumbledore said. Get on the train, Harry. We will speak in the castle. Harry climbed onto the train. Inside, the corridor was narrower than he had expected, lit with brass lamps that ran on something that was not quite electricity. He walked, slowly, past empty compartments, until he reached the one in which Hermione Granger was already sitting. The cat in the basket had been let out, it was on the seat opposite, washing its face. Hermione had her book in her lap. Do you mind? Harry said. She looked up. Please, she said. He sat down across from her. She looked at him for a long moment. You are not a squib, she said, very quietly. No, Harry said. Have you been pretending to be? Yes. Why? He considered. Because if I had not, I would not have lived to be 11, he said. Her face, which had been, until now, the face of a girl who knew everything from a book, became, very briefly, the face of a girl who had just learned, from a person, the first thing that books had not taught her. Oh, she said. The train began, very slowly, to move. Through the window, Harry watched the Hogsmeade platform slide away. He watched Albus Dumbledore turn to Septima Vector, and watched their two faces tilt together in the careful conversation of teachers who did not yet know what they had just put on a train. He watched, at the far end of the platform, a small, pale shadow detach itself from the wall and slip into the trees, and the system chimed, observation, a fourth signature was on the platform. Was not visible to the naked eye. Uncatalogued. Recommended, watch for it again. Harry filed the information. He sat back. Hermione, across from him, had opened her book, but she was not reading. She was watching him, sideways, the way a careful person watches a stranger who has just sat down in her train compartment. The cat watched him the same way. Harry, Hermione said. Yes. I don't tell secrets. Thank you. But I do ask questions. All right, Harry said. You're going to answer them? Some of them. Why some? Because some of them have answers I don't have yet, Harry said. She closed the book. All right, she said. Let's start with the ones you do. The train picked up speed. Outside, the moors opened. Above the moors, a sky the color of old steel was beginning to lower itself toward the hills. In the corridor, a trolley rattled. Somewhere ahead, in the engine, the small, contented heartbeat of the Hogwarts Express settled into its familiar, century-old rhythm, and the system, in the back of Harry's head, dimmed the cataloguing chime to a polite background hum. For the next 4 hours, Harry James Potter, 11 years old, talked, more openly than he had talked to any human being in his life, with a girl whose hair was, at any given moment, going in 3 directions at once, and who, at any given moment, was 4 ideas ahead of him. He did not tell her about the system. He did not tell her about the bonfire. He did not tell her about Voldemort. But he told her, in the careful, narrow honesty he had earned in 4 years on Privet Drive, the thing that mattered, that he was, in the way that mattered, a wizard, and that he had, in the way that mattered, decided to be one on his own terms. When the train finally slowed, hours later, into a station carved out of a black mountain, and the lamps of Hogwarts came on in the long blue dusk, Hermione looked at him and said, very quietly, I don't know yet whether you're going to be a hero or a tragedy. Harry smiled. It was the smile he had practiced. That makes 2 of us, he said. In the back of his head, the bonfire under his sternum burned, steady and even, and the system logged, in its neutral librarian voice, the small, certain note that, somewhere in a cold place under a forest in a country that had not been on any map for half a century, the thing that was not yet a man had just received the news that 2 of his 3 operatives had, for reasons unknown, walked away from a target that should have been a routine afternoon's work, and had stood, in the long blind. Summer night, very, very still. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The house that refused to pick. Harry stepped off the Hogwarts Express into the kind of evening that an English moor put on, very deliberately, when it knew people were watching, the kind of evening with a violet sky, a low warm wind, and an absurd, unreal lake gone the color of polished pewter. He had read about this lake. He had read about the boats. He had read about Hagrid's particular bellow of "Fur's years. Fur's years over here." He had not, he realized as the bellow rolled along the platform, really expected the bellow to be quite so loud. "Fur's years. This way, please." Hermione, beside him, had already shouldered the basket with the cat in it. The cat, whose name Hermione had told him was Crookshanks, looked at Harry across the bars of the basket the way a small judge looks at a witness whose testimony is being weighed. "Come on," Hermione said briskly. "We're not going to be late. Not on the first night." "There's no one else here yet," Harry said. "There will be," she said. "The Express had 400 children on it the last time it ran a normal year. Today is not a normal year. Hagrid has only us because of the security situation. The other students are arriving by special carriage, in groups, from London. The headmaster will be sorting them when they all get here." "You read that," Harry said. "Hermione," she said firmly, as if she had never had the chance to introduce herself with the right footnote. She walked off down the platform after Hagrid. Harry, after a moment, followed. The lake passed. The boats, 4 to a boat, glided themselves across the pewter water without paddles, and Harry, sitting in the bow of his with Hermione behind him and Crookshanks on his lap and Hagrid in a separate, much larger boat alongside, watched the castle climb up out of the water like a thing that had grown there. He had read about the castle. The castle, in the book, had been one set of facts. The castle, in person, had a pulse of its own. It pulsed the way the train had pulsed, a slow, contented, ancient thing, asleep in stone, breathing. Observation: Hogwarts possesses an independent magical consciousness. Rank: SS+. Not hostile. Curious. A castle the size of a cathedral, the system told him, with the rank of a small archmage. Harry made a note. "You're staring," Hermione said. "I'm listening," Harry said. "To what?" "The castle." She looked at him sideways. "Is that something we can do? Listen to the castle?" "You can," Harry said. "Anyone can. Not many people bother." The boats slid into a dock under a stone archway. Hagrid bellowed them up a long stair into a great hall whose roof was the night sky. Hermione gasped at the ceiling. Harry, who had read about the ceiling, did not gasp, he gave the ceiling, in his mind, a small respectful nod. The ceiling, which was, at root, a small intelligent enchantment of great age, took the nod, considered it, and rotated, very slightly, an extra arrangement of stars into Harry's quadrant of view, in the configuration of a constellation that was, the system told him, named for a stag and a doe. Observation: Hogwarts has greeted you. Harry smiled. The hall was nearly empty. The 4 long tables stood, draped in their banners, lion, snake, badger, eagle, and the high table loomed at the far end, its great chairs filled with the Hogwarts staff. A small, wizened figure on a stool at the head of the hall held an old, frayed hat in its lap. "Mr. Potter," the figure said. Its voice was the voice of a small, hard-of-hearing wizard. "Step up, please." Harry stepped up. He had not, until now, allowed himself to feel the smaller anxieties of the day. He had allowed himself the larger anxieties, Voldemort, Death Eaters, Dumbledore's gentle, reasonable interrogations, because the larger anxieties were the kind of thing the system was, by its nature, equipped to manage. He had not let himself feel the smaller, stupider one, that he was, after 11 years on Privet Drive, walking up to a stool, in front of strangers, to be sorted. The hat went on his head. It was, by far, the most sentient piece of cloth he had ever encountered. It settled on his hair as if testing the weather of his skull. It did not, at first, speak. Observation: the hat is reading. Recommendation: permit. Said a voice that was, very quickly, in the cup of his ear and also in the back of his head. Oh. Harry waited. "Oh, my," said the hat. "Oh, my. What have you brought me, Mr. Potter? What have you brought me?" "I'm sorry," Harry thought. "I didn't know I'd be a problem." "You aren't a problem. You aren't a problem, Mr. Potter. You are, in fact, the most interesting evening the hat has had since 1937. A long, audible chuckle from the brim. "Oh. Oh, dear. Look at this. Look at all this. A mind that has been trained, in private, to a remarkably high precision, by an instrument I cannot read. Inside that mind, a moral compass that is, while practical, broadly intact. Inside the moral compass, a deep core of stubbornness so dense I cannot, at this depth, quite see the bottom of it. And around all of it, an enormous, quiet, and entirely unnatural reservoir of magic the size of a small lake." "Could you keep your voice down?" Harry whispered. "Only you can hear me, dear boy. Only I can hear you. We are, for the next minute or so, having a private conversation. Please put me somewhere quiet." "Yes. About that. About the question of where to put you." The hat fell silent for a long second. "Slytherin," it said, eventually. Yes. Slytherin would have you in a heartbeat. They love a strategist. They love a survivor. They would, in their own peculiar way, take very good care of you. But Slytherin is, this year, going to be extremely loud about you, and you, dear boy, do not need to be loud." "I agree," Harry thought. "Yes. Of course you do. Gryffindor would have you, too. They love a lion in a cupboard. But Gryffindor would expect you, every Saturday for the next 7 years, to perform a small certified piece of public bravery, and you, dear boy, are not in the mood to perform anything for anybody, and Gryffindor is not the place for a quiet operator. Hufflepuff would have you, of course. Hufflepuff has, traditionally, an underpublicized record for protecting hidden things. They would take you in and not say a word. But Hufflepuff is, this year, the smallest house, and we cannot, this year, hide the largest secret in Britain in the smallest house. That leaves Ravenclaw. And Ravenclaw, dear boy, would be a charm." "Charm," Harry thought. "As in. They would charm you. They would put you in a tower full of clever children and quietly absorb you into their society. They would learn you. They would, with the best of intentions, copy you, study you, and tell their parents about you over the summer." "So none of them," Harry said. "It is not so easy as none of them. The Sorting Hat, dear boy, was charmed by Helga Hufflepuff in the year of our Lord 10,000 and something to put a child somewhere. Not nowhere. Then somewhere," Harry said, "where I am not the only project of the people around me." A long silence. There is a clause. A clause. A small clause. 10 centuries old. The Sorting Hat, in the case of a student of unprecedented profile, may, with the consent of the student and the headmaster, place the student into independent study. Independent study is a fifth path. It exists for cases where the student does not fit into any house and where the student requires a course of magical training calibrated to that student. The school has not used it since 1603. What does it look like? You would have a tower of your own. A small one. You would attend any class you liked. You would also, 3 afternoons a week, sit with the headmaster, the deputy, and the defense master, and they would, between them, teach you what they thought you needed. You would not wear house colors. You would have access to the library's restricted section by application. You would, in short, dear boy, be everybody's project. I'd be a target, Harry said. You will, in any case, be a target, the hat said gently. The question is whether you would prefer, in addition, to be a member of a community that has its own quarrels, or whether you would prefer to be a community of one with the school's most powerful staff for tutors. Harry thought about it. He thought about Hermione, who had spent the last 4 hours of the train ride asking him questions and would, if he were placed in a different house, have to ask him questions across a corridor for 7 years. He thought about the fact that he was not, in fact, 11 the way the other children were 11. He had 4 years of solitary training behind him and had, that morning, neutralized a kill team. He could not, in good conscience, sit at a long table with Hermione Granger and not, every dinner for 7 years, lie to her about who he was. He thought, with a small, dry clarity, about who, in Hogwarts, was the next most likely to come for him, after Voldemort. The school was not uncomplicated. Slytherin had a nest of children whose parents had been on his front lawn that morning. Gryffindor had a few children whose parents would, in time, be told about the impossible sorting and who would, in time, come to test it. The members of the staff, he had read all the staff biographies on the train, were not all Dumbledores. One, Quirinus Quirrell, had a magical signature that the system had pinged on the way in as anomalous. One, Severus Snape, had, 4 years ago, pressed 2 cold fingers against Harry's forehead and said the word empty as if it were a dirty word. Independent study would put him in a tower with all of them. It would put him in a tower with Hermione, too, when he asked it for her. "All right," Harry said. "All right what?" "Independent study, please." "Are you certain?" "Yes. It is highly visible. I have been highly visible since the quill changed its mind. The question is whether to be visible from a tower or visible from a table." Spoken like a Slytherin. "You would have done well. Thank you. On the other hand, well spoken like a Ravenclaw. Thank you. On the other hand, settled like a Hufflepuff. Thank you. And, dear boy, on the fourth hand, brave like a Gryffindor, because you have, in fact, just stepped into the Hogwarts Great Hall and asked, in front of the entire staff, for a path nobody has used in 400 years. Thank you." The hat sighed. "Independent study," it bellowed. The sound rang along the empty stone of the rafters and brought the high table to its feet. Harry stood up. The hat slid, very gently, from his head into the hands of Professor McGonagall, who had appeared, ashen, beside him. "Mr. Potter," she breathed. "What have you done?" "What was offered, ma'am." The high table was murmuring. A very thin, very pale wizard with a turban, sitting at the far end, had gone the color of curdled milk. A hook-nosed wizard in black, sitting beside him, had set down his goblet with such surgical precision that Harry could feel, even at this distance, the man's effort not to break it. Professor Sprout, the small round witch with her hair like a teasel, was clasping her hands. Professor Flitwick, on a tall stool, was peering through tiny spectacles with an expression of delighted astonishment. Albus Dumbledore stood at the center of the table. He looked at Harry. Harry, on the dais, looked at him. For one long second, the great hall was very, very quiet. "Harry," Dumbledore said. The word was warm. It carried. "Welcome to Hogwarts." He did not, Harry noted, look surprised. He looked, in fact, the way a man looks when a very old card he had been keeping in a sleeve has, by some unguessable luck, just walked itself onto the table. "Thank you, Headmaster," Harry said. Dumbledore inclined his head. "Independent study," he announced, "has not been awarded since Eldred Wurple, in 1603, who was placed for entirely different reasons. In Mr. Potter's case, the award has been made by the hat and accepted by the student. The award is, by the Founder's Charter, irrevocable. He will be quartered in the Astronomy Tower's East Annex. He will be tutored, 3 afternoons a week, by myself, the Deputy, and the Master of Defense against the Dark Arts. He will otherwise have full access to the school's classes and grounds at his discretion. A very small witch in lavender at the staff table, the librarian, Harry remembered, did, very briefly, a small dance in her seat. Now, Dumbledore continued, while we wait for the rest of our first years, we have another matter. Hermione Granger. Hermione, who was standing at the back of the hall in a small uncertain knot of staff, looked up. Up here, please. She came up. The hat went on. The hat said, with a long-suffering chuckle that Harry could only just hear from the dais, "Oh, very well, I suppose she is." Then it bellowed, "Independent study." The high table, this time, did not even pretend to stand. McGonagall actually laughed. It was a startled, cracked sound, more cough than laugh, but a laugh it was. "Two in one evening, Mr. Hat," she said. "Hush, Minerva," said the hat. 10 centuries with no dignity, 10 more without. The girl is a tower mate. They are paired. I will not separate them. They have, between them, the energy and the questions. Hermione, from the dais, was looking at Harry. She said, very quietly, "Did you do this?" "No," Harry said. "It was the hat. It was both of us, I think." She did not, then or ever, stop looking at him as if he were a textbook with 3 new chapters. Dumbledore, pleasantly, said, "Welcome to Hogwarts, Miss Granger. Mr. Potter will accompany you up to the East Annex. The remainder of the school will arrive within the hour. Please, both of you, settle in." McGonagall, to her credit, walked them out herself. The corridor, after the hush of the great hall, was a long silver-blue throat full of moving portraits and small floating candles. McGonagall set a brisk, professional pace, and only after the second flight of stairs spoke. "Mr. Potter." "Yes, Professor." "This is irregular in a number of ways." "Yes, Professor." "You will be, for at least the first week, supervised." "Yes, Professor." "You will not, under any circumstance, leave the castle without permission." "No, Professor." She paused, halfway up the 3rd flight. Hermione, behind her, paused too. "Mr. Potter." "Yes, Professor." "This morning, in Surrey." "Yes, Professor." "The headmaster will speak to you about it tonight. I want you to know, before he does, that whatever passed in your aunt and uncle's garden, I will hear, at the proper time, and not before. You are a child. I will not require a child to be the source of intelligence on his own attempted murder. But I will require a child to be honest, when honest serves him." "Yes, Professor." "And one more thing, Mr. Potter." "Yes, Professor." She turned, on the staircase, and looked down at him. The candlelight made her face severe and old and, for one strange second, very kind. "You are not your father. Or your mother." "No, Professor. You are not them. They were Gryffindors. You are not. The choices they made for themselves. The choices you will make for yourself. Do not let anybody, on the staff or outside it, tell you otherwise. Not even me. Not even the headmaster." "Yes, Professor." "Good," she said, and turned, and continued up the stairs. The east annex of the astronomy tower was a small round room with 2 narrow beds, 2 desks, 2 trunks already set against the walls, a fireplace, and a balcony of black slate that hung off the side of the tower over the lake. The lake, in the dusk, was a long, dark mirror. The mountains beyond were the kind of blue that mountains are when they have been blue for so long that they have forgotten they are anything else. McGonagall handed each of them a small parchment. "Your timetables. Mr. Potter, you have been put in 3 first-year classes, Charms, Transfiguration, and Defense, and 1 elective, Arithmancy, on Professor Vector's recommendation. Miss Granger, the same, plus, as requested in the application your parents submitted, an additional ancient rune seat. The 2 of you will, on Tuesday and Thursday afternoons, be in the headmaster's office for tutorial. Do you have any questions?" "Just one," Harry said. "Yes, Mr. Potter." Where is the defense against the dark arts classroom? Third floor, west corridor. Thank you, Professor. Is there a reason for the question? I would like to know my routes, Professor. She looked at him for a moment, and her mouth did the thing her mouth had been doing since she had first put a wand on his palm at the age of 7, which was the small, stiff motion of a woman not allowing herself to smile. You will know them, Mr. Potter. Sleep well, both of you. The headmaster will see you tomorrow. She left. The door closed. Hermione set Crookshanks on the rug. Crookshanks went immediately to the fireplace, sat himself on the warmest stone of the hearth, and began grooming. Hermione turned to Harry. Tell me what you are. I'm a wizard, Hermione. Tell me what kind. He considered her. The hat, which knew the most secret parts of him, had said Tower Mate. The tower, as if to confirm it, had set up 2 beds. Hogwarts itself had shifted a constellation in the sky to greet him. McGonagall had, at the foot of the staircase, told him a thing she did not, normally, tell first-year students on the night of their sorting. The bonfire under his sternum was burning even and steady. Hermione, for her part, was a girl who had, in the 4 hours of the train, demonstrated to him, in a way that no book about her had ever made clear, 2 things. She was rigorous. She did not betray people. Observation, trust is a tactical decision. Recommendation, graded disclosure. Phase 1. Harry sat on the foot of the nearer bed. Hermione, opposite, sat on hers. I am going to tell you the part one can, he said. I am going to ask, in return, that you not tell anyone else, and that you do not write any of it down. Yes. And I am going to ask, in return, that when I cannot tell you the rest, you do not press me. Not yet. She thought about this. For how long? A few months. Maybe longer. All right. He began. He told her about the day Dumbledore had come to Privet Drive. He told her about the moment after Dumbledore had said the word Squib, when a voice in the back of his head had spoken. He told her, without using the word system, that an interface had unlocked itself in his head and had been, for 4 years, his only teacher. He told her, very simply, that he had a magical reservoir that the wizarding world's instruments had been unable to measure, and that, if he wished, he could, in the room they were in, light every candle at Hogwarts at once with a thought. He did not light the candles. He did, instead, raise one finger in the air. The air, around the finger, rippled, very softly, the way the air ripples above hot pavement. A small, crystalline ball of light, the size of a marble, formed at the tip of the finger. The ball was, the system told him, lumos, equivalent at output level 7, which was about 100 times the output a first year was supposed to be able to manage and, also, more output than a fully qualified wizard could manage with a wand. Hermione's breath stopped. He let the ball sink, gently, to the floor between them. It's not a wand spell, she said, very softly. No. You don't have a wand. No. You don't need one. No. You haven't ever had one. No. She was silent for a long second. Then she said, Why did you tell me this? Because if I am going to share a tower with you for 7 years, he said, I would rather not lie to you for 7 years. She nodded, slowly. Thank you, she said. I will not tell anyone. I know. How do you know? I have read you, the way a person reads a person. You don't lie. You don't enjoy power. You enjoy understanding. That is a different appetite and a less dangerous one. Hermione considered this. All right, she said. What do you need me to do? Be my friend. The simplicity of the request, after the size of the disclosure, did something to her face that Harry, who was 11, could not quite parse. It was an expression that mixed relief with a small, fierce protectiveness, and it was, Harry would later realize, the expression that, in a slightly older Hermione, would, more than once, save his life. "All right," she said. "I will do that." The ball of light on the floor between them cast, for a long second, a small, perfect circle of silver on the rug. The bonfire under Harry's sternum burned steady. New achievement unlocked, first confidant. Reward, bond slot formed. Partner, Hermione Granger. Note, bond slot amplifies shared learning speed and provides alert if partner is in magical danger. No mind link, by default. Tomorrow, Hermione said, after a long second, we have charms at 9. Yes. You should pretend, in charms, to be a student. I will. You should pretend, in fact, to be a slightly better than average student. That is the plan. Slightly, she said. Yes. Because if you are too good they will start asking the wrong kind of questions. Yes. Good, she said, and stood. Then let's unpack. They unpacked. Harry's trunk, which Hagrid had brought up despite Harry's having owned, before that morning, no trunk, contained 2 sets of Hogwarts robes, 3 stacks of textbooks neatly tied with twine, a small leather pouch of school supplies, and, at the bottom, a single, plain, unadorned wooden wand. He picked it up. It was, the system said, 11 inches, holly, phoenix feather. Made by Mr. Garrick Ollivander in 1991 for a child the quill had named. It chose you, Hermione said quietly. Even though it shouldn't have. It chose what it remembered, Harry said. He held the wand for a long second. He did not, immediately, feel it warm. He did not feel it answer. The wand was, in his hand, simply a stick of polished holly with a faint hum at the core. He felt, more strongly, the bonfire under his sternum, which was the wand's true cousin and not its master. Observation, wand is compatible but not amplificative. Rank D assist. Its use will be primarily cosmetic. I'll use it in class, Harry said. It will keep up appearances. Good, Hermione said, and, to Harry's faint surprise, smiled at him. He set the wand on the desk by his bed. In the middle of the floor, the small ball of light he had made for her had been quietly, of its own accord, absorbed back into the air. The candles and the brackets along the wall flickered, just once, in a way that suggested the room itself had been attending. The lake, outside the balcony, lay flat and still. Below, far below, the great doors of Hogwarts boomed open. The rest of the first years were arriving. There was a long roar of voices, then the slamming of inner doors, then the careful hush of a sorting at last beginning. The system, in the back of Harry's head, dimmed itself politely. He went out onto the balcony. He stood at the slate edge. He looked out, across the lake, across the moors, across the long, dim line of England, toward a country that had not been on any map for half a century. You came for me this morning, he said, very softly, to nobody on his balcony, because the person he was speaking to was not on his balcony at all. You sent 2 operatives and an overwatch to murder a child you thought was defenseless. You will regret that. Behind him, in the warm round room, Hermione had begun, with the patient absorption of a girl who liked a job, to alphabetize the books. Crookshanks had moved from the hearth to the foot of her bed and lay there with his amber eyes half shut and his ears pricked. The small ball of light had become an ordinary candle, again, on the desk. You will regret it, Harry said, and went back inside. He slept, that first night, for hours, which was an hour more than he had been in the habit of sleeping at Privet Drive, because the air at the top of the astronomy tower was, in a way the air at Privet Drive had never been, unobjectionable. He woke to the sound of Crookshanks being scandalized. The cat was sitting on the windowsill, glaring at a small, cream-colored parchment scroll that had been delivered by a slim brown owl. The owl, having delivered, was waiting on the balcony for the parchment to be acknowledged. Harry crossed the rug barefoot, took the scroll, broke the wax, and read. Mr. Potter, please attend my office at 4 o'clock this afternoon for the first of your weekly tutorials. The defense master and deputy headmistress will join us. You may bring Miss Granger if you wish. A. Dumbledore P.S. The current password to the gargoyle is, Fizzing Wisby. The gargoyle dislikes being called, Stone. It prefers, Heron. Please oblige. Harry handed the parchment to Hermione, who had sat up in bed with all the alarm of a girl whose hair had decided, overnight, to become approximately 1.5 times its previous size. Tutorial, she said. Today. Yes. I'm coming. Of course. The day began. Charms, at 9, was conducted by the diminutive Professor Flitwick, who beamed at Harry the way an old jeweler beams at a stone he had not been told he would be allowed to inspect. The class assignment was the levitation charm. Harry, with his holly wand in his hand, performed it on cue, in the proper voice, with the proper wand motion, and made the feather rise to a moderate, school-acceptable height. He did this on his second try, having missed, with deliberate carelessness, on his first. Very good, Mr. Potter, Flitwick squeaked. Very good indeed. Don't be discouraged by the first attempt, it is normal. The flick-not jab is the most common mistake. Thank you, sir, Harry said. Hermione, 4 desks down, made her own feather rise on the first try, a foot above her head, and looked at it with the relieved expression of a girl whose theoretical knowledge had, for the first time, been confirmed by a piece of cooperating reality. Behind them, a red-headed boy named Ronald Weasley was struggling to make his feather move at all. The red-headed boy's feather, after a particularly large jab, sat, as if offended, deeper into the desk than it had been before. Harry, with one private thought to it, encouraged the feather, very lightly, to rise. It rose. The red-headed boy crowed in delight. Hermione, a desk over, gave Harry a sharp sideways look, and Harry, returning her look without expression, raised an eyebrow that said, he is going to be a friend later, and he has started his Hogwarts career with a feather that will not move. Observation, subtle generosity detected. No penalty applied. Transfiguration, at 11, was McGonagall, in her professional severity, lecturing the class on the philosophical responsibilities of transfiguration before showing them the matchstick into needle exercise. Harry, in the second-to-last row, transfigured his matchstick into a needle on his 4th attempt, which was the average for clever first years. Hermione, in the front row, transfigured hers into a needle on her first, with such precision that McGonagall, who had set her face against being impressed, had to turn away to suppress, again, a small involuntary smile. After transfiguration came lunch, and then the long blue hour of the afternoon, and then, at 3:45, Harry and Hermione were standing in the corridor outside a particular gargoyle. Fizzing Wisby, Harry said politely. Hello, Heron. The gargoyle, who, the system helpfully noted, had been insulted at his post for 900 years and had, consequently, an unusually long memory, opened his eyes wide. They were, surprisingly, the eyes of a creature with feelings. Oh, he rumbled. Oh, my. Up you go, then. The spiral staircase rose. Harry and Hermione rode it up, and stepped out into a circular office full of small silver instruments, a shelf of past headmasters' portraits, and a phoenix on a perch by the window, which turned its head and looked at Harry with an expression that the system catalogued, neutrally, as profound, ancient, evaluating. Observation, Fawkes the Phoenix. Rank A, not hostile. Curious. Likely ally. Behind the great desk, 3 figures waited. Albus Dumbledore at the center. Minerva McGonagall on his left. And on his right, with a small thin smile and a turban and a faint halo of something the system did not entirely like, Quirinus Quirrell. Harry, with the calm of a body that had practiced for years, did not let his face change. Alert. Secondary magical signature is present within Professor Quirrell. Catalogued. Profile matches Profile 0, Voldemort remnant. Voldemort is here. Under the turban. Not yet fully active. Recommendation, do not react. Harry, Hermione, Dumbledore said warmly. Please sit. Tea. Yes, Please, Hermione said. Yes, sir, Harry said. He sat. He took the tea. He sipped it. Across the desk, the man with the turban smiled at him with the small thin smile, and the back of the man's head, where the second face was, watched Harry with the eyes of an enemy who had not yet recognized him as more than a little squib who had survived a coincidence. You are looking well, Mr. Potter, Quirrell said. The stutter, Harry noted, had not yet appeared. The stutter, the system told him, was a tic Quirrell would acquire in October when his cohabitation with Voldemort began to abrade him in earnest. Today it had not yet started. Thank you, Professor. Defense against the dark arts, Dumbledore said gently, is, as you may know, taught this year by Professor Quirrell. He has agreed to take part in your independent tutorial. I am honored, Professor, Harry said. You are most welcome, Quirrell said, in a tone that, on the surface, was the tone of a polite professor with a new pupil, and underneath which was the tone of a thing that had spent 10 years in a forest planning a particular afternoon and was, today, sitting across a desk from the boy whose obituary had not been written. Harry did not look at him for too long. He turned to Dumbledore. I would like to ask, Professor, he said, what you would like me to learn first. Dumbledore considered him for a long second, the way an old man considers a chess set he has not looked at in 20 years. Occlumency, Harry, he said. Mind defense. Yes, Professor. The technique was, 4 years ago, attempted upon you with no result. I would like to know whether that was because you had no mind to be defended, or because your mind was already, in some fashion, defended. I will work hard at the subject, Professor. And, Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. In a small school, at the start of a term, with the particular collection of personnel that is, today, in this office and elsewhere in this castle, I would consider it a very great kindness if, in the next few weeks, you did not display any abilities beyond those of an unusually clever first year. Whatever those abilities may, in fact, be. Yes, Professor. Thank you. There was, in the small silence that followed, a careful exchange of glances among Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Quirrell. Hermione, beside Harry, had gone very still. Hermione, who was a clever girl, had felt, through the bond that had formed in the tower the night before, the small, thin alarm that the system had relayed to Harry on entering the office. She did not look at Quirrell. She did look, briefly and steadily, at Harry's right hand, where his right hand was resting on the arm of his chair with the small economical stillness of a hand that did not, today, intend to hold a wand. The first lesson, on occlumency, was conducted by Dumbledore. Quirrell was, very properly, not invited to attempt to enter Harry's mind. Dumbledore himself made a polite, gentle test, and reported, after a moment, with a small, careful smile, that Harry's mind was, as I had begun to suspect, a fortress of unusual quietness. Not impenetrable. Quiet. Harry, who could feel, in the back of his head, the system's measured response to Dumbledore's probe, kept his face arranged in the small, modest expression of a boy who had been told he had done well and was choosing not to swell. McGonagall taught, briefly, the theory of animagi, although Harry would not be permitted to attempt the transformation until he was older. Quirrell, with the small thin smile, demonstrated a basic shield charm. The shield charm, in his hand, was, the system told Harry, casual. It was a wand work Quirrell could do in his sleep. It was almost certainly his weakest live magic. Harry made a careful note, the man across the desk, whatever he was beneath the turban, was hiding even the surface ability he had. Observation, Voldemort is evaluating. Conclusion, he is not yet certain whether you are a threat. He may be persuaded, over the first term, to underestimate you. Recommendation, allow it. Yes, Harry thought. The tutorial ended at 5. McGonagall walked them, herself, all the way back to the foot of the astronomy stairs. Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. Tomorrow, second period, you have defense. Yes, Professor. You will be quiet. Yes, Professor. She inclined her head. She did not say more. She had not, Harry thought, missed the small careful thing that had passed in the office. McGonagall, like Hermione, was a person who would not be told a fact she had already deduced. He climbed the stairs with Hermione. Inside the round room, the moment the door shut, Hermione turned to him. Harry. Yes. The defense professor. Yes. There is something behind his head. Harry stopped. He looked at her. You felt it, he said. I felt something. What does it feel like? It feels, Hermione said, very slowly, like a piece of something dead is wearing him as a coat. Harry closed his eyes. Observation: Hermione Granger is unusually magically sensitive. Recommendation: begin her formal training in perception tonight. She will need it. Yes, Harry said. It is exactly that. Who is it? His name was Tom Riddle. Hermione's face did not, immediately, recognize the name. The books, Harry knew, called him by a different name. But Hermione's mouth, slowly, opened, and her eyes, slowly, widened. Voldemort, she said. Yes. He is in our castle. Yes. On a tutor's body. Yes. Harry, he thinks I am a small squib accident who survived an attempt on his life 4 years ago. He thinks I am, today, a curiosity. He thinks today's sorting was the school's whim. Tomorrow morning, he will think I am an unusually clever first year. By Christmas, he will have made up his mind that I am, perhaps, a competent third year. By Easter, he will have a new theory. By June, he will know what I am, and by then it will be too late. She looked at him for a long second. How do you know that? She said. Because that is the schedule I am keeping. She did not speak for a long time. She went, eventually, to the table by her bed, sat down on the edge of it, and put her face in her hands. All right, she said, into her palms. All right. All right. I asked. I asked. I asked because I wanted to know. All right. Harry sat across from her on his bed. You can leave, he said. You can ask the headmaster to move you back into a house. He will. You can be in Ravenclaw or Gryffindor or anywhere by tomorrow morning. The hat will protest, but the headmaster will overrule him. No one will think less of you. I will not think less of you. She lowered her hands. Why on earth, she said, would you offer me that? Because I am not going to spend the next 7 years dragging a person who did not sign up for the war. She stared at him. You think this is going to be a war? I think, Harry said, this has been a war since 1981, and the only thing that is changing this year is that I have begun to fight it. There was a long, careful silence. Then Hermione Granger said, very quietly, no. No. No, you may not exclude me. I am 11. I am not a child the way the books mean a child. I read the books. I read all of the books. I read about the last war. I read the names of the children at this school in 1981. I know what was done. I know that, when it began, 11-year-olds were not asked. I know what it looked like, when they were not asked, and were taken anyway. And I have decided, just now, on a bed in a tower I have been in for 18 hours, that I will not be a child who is not asked. I am asking myself. I am answering. Yes. She looked at him. Yes, she said again. I will help you. Harry's chest, in the small, quiet way that an 11-year-old chest can do, did the thing that it had not done, in 11 years, for any human being. It softened. Thank you, he said. Hermione, who was a girl with a great many things to do at the start of a school year, blinked rapidly and went, not to her trunk, but to the foot of his bed, and sat there, and put a hand, very briefly, on his. The bonfire under his sternum did not change. The bond slot, in the back of his head, brightened by 1 rank. Bond slot, Hermione Granger. Rank elevated, DC, shared learning speed multiplier, 1.4x. She withdrew her hand. She stood up. She went to her trunk. She opened it. "All right," she said. "What do I learn first?" Outside, the afternoon turned to evening. The lake, far below, went the color of beaten lead. In the defense classroom on the 3rd floor, a man in a turban sat at his desk, alone, and the second face on the back of his head, with no one to lie to, smiled, very thinly, at the wall. He did not yet know. He had, for 11 years, been a thing that did not yet know. Tonight, he was, for the first time, in a castle that contained a boy who did. That night, Harry did not sleep at all. He sat on the slate balcony in his second-hand pajamas, feet drawn up against the cold, and ran, for the first time, the diagnostic the system had been holding for him for 4 years. It was called, in the system's neutral library voice, Wide Scan. He had not, at Privet Drive, dared to use it. The bonfire's broadcast, at full output, would have lit up half of southern England. Hogwarts, the system told him, was a different proposition. Hogwarts swallowed magical broadcast. Hogwarts ate light. He turned the suppression down, fractionally. He let the bonfire breathe. The map of the castle bloomed in the back of his head. Every signature in every corridor, every staircase, every dormitory. The 400 sleeping students. The teachers in their staff quarters. A house elf cleaning a corridor on the 2nd floor. A ghost weeping in a 3rd-floor lavatory. A small, contented heartbeat in the kitchens that was, the system told him, the castle itself. And, on the 3rd floor, in a small disused classroom at the end of the west corridor, a thin, sharp, deeply unwell signature, which was Quirrell, with a second signature pinned, like a brooch, to the back of his head. Harry did not, that night, do anything with that information. He filed it. He filed every signature in the castle. He named them in his head. He sketched, on a leaf of mental parchment, the way Hermione had taught herself, in the 4 hours of the train ride, to take notes, the rough shape of the building. He gave each tower a name. He gave each corridor a number. He marked the kitchens. By dawn, he had a map. By breakfast, he had a plan. By the time Hermione Granger came down to breakfast, hair vibrating in 3 directions, with a textbook of charms theory open in her hand and a piece of toast in the other, the boy across the table from her had a list, in his head, of every person in the castle, every artifact in the castle, every door in the castle, and the order in which, across the next 9 months, each of them was going to matter. He did not look like a boy with a list. He looked like an unusually clever first year. That was, for now, the point. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, A bargain in the deep. The thing about the first 9 weeks of Hogwarts, Harry would later say, was that they passed the way a long careful breath passes, in. Hold. Out. Hold. In. He went to charms and made his feather rise. He went to transfiguration and made his matchstick into a needle. He went to herbology in the heated greenhouse and helped Professor Sprout rebate a row of self-pruning snargaluffs without losing any fingers. He went to defense against the dark arts and watched, with a still, polite face, a man with a turban stutter through a lecture on hinky-punks while the second face on the back of the man's head whispered, just below the audible, into the air. Twice a week, he sat with Dumbledore for tutorial. Dumbledore, with a kindness that was, by week 6, beginning to seem genuinely uncertain, taught him the surface of occlumency, and Harry, who was already a fortress, learned the surface trick of letting the headmaster see the rooms in the fortress that the headmaster expected to find empty. Dumbledore was, Harry came to suspect, half hoping that the boy in his office would, at some point in November, drop a piece of his own truth on the carpet by accident. Harry did not. Dumbledore, at the end of each session, smiled the polite smile of a man whose fishing lines had not, today, hooked anything, and said, "Same time on Thursday." Then, Harry. McGonagall taught the theory of transfiguration the way a stonemason teaches the theory of stone. Harry took notes. He memorized the notes. He did not, in tutorial, make any object change shape. The notes themselves were enough. He was not, with McGonagall, in a setting that wanted demonstration. McGonagall, Harry came to feel, was the only one of his 3 tutors who was not, even slightly, fishing. She had decided, somewhere on the staircase to his tower on the first night, that Harry Potter was a child who was already what he was, and that her job was not to find out what he was, her job was to make sure that what he was had a desk, a textbook, and an adult in the room. Harry liked her very much. Quirrell taught him, on Tuesdays, the catalogue of dark creatures, and made, weekly, a small careful stab at the surface of his mind. Harry let him glance off the perfectly polished outer wall of the system suppression, every time. By the 3rd week, Quirrell had stopped trying. By the 5th, he had begun, instead, to ask questions about Harry's home life. By the 7th, he had begun, very gently, to ask questions about Harry's parents. By the 9th week, on the morning of October the 31st, Quirrell did not come to tutorial. Harry, sitting in Dumbledore's office at 4 o'clock with Hermione beside him, looked across the empty 3rd chair and made his face do the small confused thing of a boy whose defense professor had not, today, arrived. He sent his regrets, Harry, Dumbledore said. He tells me, a small private project this evening. He has asked to be excused. I see, Professor. Dumbledore considered him. You are not, he said gently, going to ask me about what the project is. No, Professor. Why not? Because if you wanted me to know, Harry said, you would tell me, and you have not. Dumbledore's mouth, beneath the beard, twitched. Mr. Potter, he said. I am increasingly persuaded that, in some particular and frustrating fashion, you are the most dangerous student I have admitted to Hogwarts in 50 years. I will work on being less so, sir. Do not, please, Harry, work on it especially hard. Harry inclined his head. The tutorial ended at 5. Hermione walked beside him in silence all the way back to the astronomy tower. They climbed the stairs. They went into the round room. They closed the door. Hermione, who had spent the last hour of the tutorial with her teeth in her bottom lip, finally allowed her teeth to release her bottom lip, and said, Tonight. Yes. He is making a move tonight. Yes. At the feast. Probably. What is the move? Harry sat down on the foot of his bed. He is going to bring something into the school, he said. Something large enough to require attention. Something that will, while everyone is dealing with it, give him an hour alone in the 3rd floor west corridor, behind the door that has been locked since September the 2nd. What is behind the door? A test he wants to pass. What test? Harry considered. He had, in the 9 weeks of the term, spent a great many nights on the slate balcony, listening to the castle's pulse. He had, in those 9 weeks, located 1/3 of the small, hidden rooms in the school. He had, in particular, located the disused chamber on the 3rd floor west, and inside it, a vast 3-headed dog called Fluffy, and beneath Fluffy a trapdoor, and beneath the trapdoor, a series of 7 obstacles set up by various members of the Hogwarts staff, Pomona Sprout's devil's snare, Filius Flitwick's keys on wings, Minerva McGonagall's giant chess set, an unfortunate volunteer troll, Severus Snape's logic puzzle of 7 potion bottles, and, at the end of it all, a mirror. The mirror, the system told him, was an ancient artifact of the Founder's era. It was, according to a passage Harry had read in the most restricted shelf of the library to which Dumbledore had quietly given him access, an instrument of want. A person who looked into the mirror of Erist saw, with great clarity, the deepest desire of his heart. A person who looked into the mirror of Erist with a particular charm laid into the glass would see, additionally, in the place where his deepest desire was hiding, the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone, according to the same passage, was a small ruby-red object, the size of a knuckle, with 2 interesting properties. It could be ground into a tincture which, drunk, prolonged a wizard's life indefinitely. And it could be used, by a wizard who knew the precise charm, to embody a disembodied soul. Voldemort, in the tower of his bone-thin Quirrell coat, wanted, more than he wanted anything else in the world, his body back. He is going to try, tonight, to take the Philosopher's Stone, Harry said. Tonight. Yes. And the school's response will be, whatever crisis he provides for cover. A troll, probably. They are big, slow, manageable, and impossible to ignore. And we are going to stop him. She nodded once. How? Harry took a long breath. Hermione, he said. I am going to tell you a thing that you cannot, after I have told you, untell yourself. All right. I am going to leave the castle tonight. Briefly. 20 minutes, probably. While the school is occupied with the troll. Why? Because the lock on the third-floor west door is not, by itself, the only obstacle between Voldemort and the stone. The other obstacle is, ironically, the Wizarding World's bank. The stone was held there until July. It was moved here in July, in part because the wards on Gringotts began to falter under a probe by an unknown party in early summer, Voldemort's, almost certainly. But the move did not entirely happen. The stone, the system tells me, was duplicated. The original is here. The duplicate is in Vault 713. The duplicate, depending on which hand finishes the stone-binding charm tonight, is either useful or dead matter. If the bank's hand finishes it, the duplicate is the real stone, and Voldemort's tonight will be a fake. If Voldemort's hand finishes it, the bank's is a fake, and tonight's is real. How do you know all this? Because I asked. Of whom? Of the castle, mostly. And the system. And you are going, to the bank. To make sure that the bank's hand finishes the charm. To meet, in person, with the Goblin Master of the Vaults, who, I am informed by the system, has been unhappy for some weeks about the wizard's lack of clarity on this matter. To make a small, polite, formal alliance with the Goblin Nation. Tonight. Tonight. Without telling Dumbledore. Without telling Dumbledore. She did not answer immediately. Harry. Yes. You are 11. Yes. Are you sure? Yes. Why? Because Dumbledore, Harry said, very carefully, is, in his own slow, kind, patient way, attempting to set Voldemort up tonight. He has been, since September. The Mirror of Erist is, in his hands, a trap. He wants Voldemort to walk into it. If Voldemort walks into it, Dumbledore will then, in his own time, work out what to do about Quirrell. The trap is good. The trap is clever. The trap is also a trap that will, by sealing Voldemort's first attempt, leave the rest of the year for Voldemort to plan a second attempt. I do not, this year, have the patience for a second attempt. I have a great deal of work to do this year that does not involve waiting for him to come back. So tonight, while Dumbledore springs his trap on the mirror, I am going to spring my own on the duplicate stone. By morning, every available copy of the Philosopher's Stone in Britain is going to be decommissioned. There will be no stone for Voldemort to come back for in the spring. There will be no stone for any other wizard to use, ever again. Including Nicholas Flamel. Yes. Including Dumbledore's old friend Nicholas Flamel. Yes. I have written him a letter. He will receive it by owl in the morning. He will discover, agreed. He has. He will. She opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. All right, she said. How are you getting to Diagon Alley? I am not. You said you were going to the bank. Gringotts has an entrance, Hermione, that is not in Diagon Alley. Goblins have always, since the founding, owned the routes their bank is built on. There is, in this castle, a small forgotten door at the bottom of the kitchens. The door is not in any of the books. The door is not in any of the staff's memories. The door is a goblin door. It opens, on the right knock, to a corridor that runs, by goblin geometry, directly to the goblin nation's hidden gate at the deepest stratum of the bank. How do you know that? Because the system knows what Hogwarts knows. And Hogwarts knows. She put her face in her hands. Then she removed her face from her hands, set both hands flat on her knees, and said, in a voice that was, against her own evident effort, very calm, "All right. I'm coming." "No. Harry." "No, Hermione. You are not leaving me here. You are going," Harry said gently, "to do a thing for me here." "What?" "You are going, in 20 minutes, when the troll is announced in the Great Hall, to be in the Great Hall. You are going to be a perfectly ordinary first year who is having a Halloween feast. When everybody panics, you are going to do what Hermione Granger does at panicky moments, which is to think a step ahead. You are going to suggest to Professor McGonagall that the first years be sent to their dormitories under prefect supervision and that the prefects do a head count when they get there. You are going, in particular, to do the head count yourself in our tower. You are going to explain to the prefects that you and I are independent students and answer to the headmaster directly, and that you have just spoken to me by the bond. You are going to tell, when asked, the truth, that I am in the tower, doing what the headmaster has asked me to do. Because I will, in fact, be in the tower, by the time you arrive. How? Because the goblin door is goblin geometry. 20 minutes outside, 20 minutes inside, and in the meantime no time at all in this room. How? Goblin geometry. Harry. It is what it sounds like, Hermione. She stared at him. Then, slowly, the corner of her mouth lifted. Goblin geometry. Yes. You are 11. Yes. All right, she said. Goblin geometry. The clock on the mantelpiece, which had not, until now, made any sound, struck 6. The feast, Harry knew, would begin at 7. The troll, by Quirrell's plan, would be released into the dungeons at 7:30. The school, in panic, would be sent to its dormitories at 7:35. The window for the run was 7 to 7:35. He had 35 minutes. He stood up. Hermione. Yes. If anything goes wrong tonight, don't. If anything goes wrong tonight, I have left, in the bottom drawer of my desk, a letter to be opened in 5 years. Harry. 5 years. Not now. She nodded, very stiffly. I'll be back in 20 minutes, he said. He went. The kitchens, at 6:15, were a riot of preparation. House elves were everywhere, scurrying with serving platters, bellowing in their squeaky cheerful voices, levitating soup tureens through the air. Harry, who had walked the route in his head twice in the last week, did not need to ask any of them anything. He went past them. He walked, calmly, past the great wall where the loading lift went up to the great hall. He walked, calmly, to a small alcove behind a barrel of pickled herring. He stood at the alcove. The wall of the alcove, to a wizard's eye, looked exactly like the wall of every other alcove in the kitchens. To a goblin's eye, and to the systems, there was a small carved sigil at knee height. The sigil was the rune that meant, in the goblin language, treat as kin. Harry knelt. He pressed his palm against the sigil. I come, he said, very quietly, in the goblin tongue, which the system had taught him over the summer the way the system had taught him most things, by simply giving it to him, and letting him discover, the next time he opened his mouth, that he had it, with no weapon. With no claim. With business and with respect. The wall hummed. The wall, very gently, opened. A long stone corridor lit by old, blue lichen light stretched away into the depth of the mountain. It smelled of stone, and iron, and a small, sharp note of something that Harry, having read about it, recognized as goblin steel. He walked. The corridor took, in the language of goblin geometry, half an hour and 100 yards of one to be the same thing. He walked for what felt, to his calf muscles, like 10 minutes. He emerged, at the end, into a vast hall that was not in any book. The hall was the Goblin Nation's working chamber. It was not the marble lobby that wizards saw on the surface. It was 120 goblins at long stone desks, in low lamplight, with abacuses and ledgers and small sharp knives for trimming banknotes, and a dais at the far end on which a single goblin sat in an enormous chair carved in the shape of a dragon. The 120 heads, at the entry of an 11-year-old human boy from a corridor that had not been opened in 50 years, looked up. The dais goblin stood up. "Hello," Harry said, in Goblin. "I am sorry for the unannounced intrusion. I am Harry Potter. I have come about Vault 713. For a long second, the hall was perfectly silent. Then, with a small, audible click of his ledger closing, the dais goblin came down off the dais. He was, by goblin standards, ancient. His skin was the color of wet slate. His long bony fingers were knuckled with rings, and around his neck hung a gold chain bearing a single emerald the size of an egg. "I am Ragnarok the Fifth," the dais goblin said, "Master of the Vaults. Mr. Potter. We have, it transpires, been expecting you. Observation, Goblin Master of Vaults recognizes you. He has been briefed. Someone has informed him. Recommended, ask by whom. By whom?" Ragnarok smiled. It was, as goblin smiles went, not unkind. "By no wizard," he said. "By the magic itself. The stone, Mr. Potter, has been vibrating. It has, since July, been vibrating at a frequency we recognize only on certain occasions. It is the frequency of approaching loss. We have known for some weeks that the stone in Vault 713, and the stone in your school, would tonight be moved. We did not know, until you opened the kin door, who was coming for them. I am here to make a proposal. We are listening. Tonight, in the school, an attempt will be made on the stone there. The attempt will be made by the remnant of Tom Marvolo Riddle, who calls himself Voldemort, currently embodied in a Hogwarts professor. The attempt will be defeated by a trap set by Albus Dumbledore. The stone in the school, after tonight, will be removed by Dumbledore and destroyed in conference with its maker, Nicholas Flamel. Yes, said Ragnarok. The stone in your vault, as you and I both know, was created from the same matter. 3 drops of the original elixir, taken in 1672, were used to grow a duplicate, which has since matured to the point that it has all the properties of the original. The duplicate is, today, indistinguishable from the original except by a goblin's hand. The duplicate is, today, the only stone in the world that, after tonight, will still produce elixir. Yes, said Ragnarok. I propose that the Goblin Nation finish, tonight, the stone-binding charm on the duplicate. I propose that the Goblin Nation, having finished it, hold the stone, by ancient right, for the Goblin Nation alone. I propose that no wizard, including myself, ever again be permitted to ask the Goblin Nation for elixir. I propose that, in return, the Goblin Nation owe me, personally, a single vow of hospitality. Ragnarok's eyes, which had been the color of slate, went, very briefly, the color of fire. That is, he said, an unusual proposal, Mr. Potter. I know. The Goblin Nation does not, traditionally, owe vows of hospitality to wizards. I know. Nor does the Goblin Nation, traditionally, hold artifacts of immortality from wizards on the wizard's behalf. I know. You are, therefore, asking us to hold an artifact for ourselves. For yourselves. With the small condition that, if I am ever in mortal danger and have made it as far as a goblin door, the Goblin Nation will let me pass. Ragnarok considered him for a long moment. You are 11, Mr. Potter. Yes, Master Ragnarok. You speak, this evening, with an authority that an 11-year-old wizard does not, traditionally, possess. No, Master Ragnarok. You are, perhaps, not 11 in the way the wizards mean 11. No, Master Ragnarok. What are you, Mr. Potter? Harry considered. The hall was watching him. 120 goblins, with their ledgers and their abacuses and their small sharp knives, were watching him. The master of the vaults was watching him. The duplicate stone, in its vault 40 floors below, was, if the system could be believed, also, in its small magical way, watching him. He decided, in that moment, with a small interior decisiveness, to tell the truth. Master Ragnarok, he said. I am, in the small mortal body, a boy. In the small mortal body's larger magical reservoir, I am the largest private magical reservoir in your books. I do not know what I will be in 5 years. I do not know what I will be in 20. I have decided, today, what I will be tonight. Tonight, I am the kind of person who, having walked into your hall, walks out of it again with a small understanding, signed in good faith, that the Goblin Nation and the boy on the floor of this hall do not, ever, in any future war, end up on opposite sides. There was, again, a long, careful silence. Then Ragnarok V, master of the vaults, nodded once. We accept, he said. A small clerk at the front desk, with a small precise hand, drew a small precise contract on a piece of slate-gray parchment. The parchment was written in 3 columns, the wizard's column, the goblin's column, and a third column that Harry, after a moment's looking, recognized as the column of the stone itself. The clerk, having drawn the contract, brought it to the dais. The master of the vaults read it. He set his thumb to it. The thumbprint, in goblin ink, glowed. He passed the parchment to Harry. Harry, with the small holly wand he had taken with him in his sleeve for exactly this purpose, signed his name. The signature, in red, glowed. The clerk passed the parchment up to a small bracket above the dais. The bracket, of its own accord, slid back into the wall. The wall closed. Somewhere, far below in the deepest stratum of the bank, the duplicate stone, very gently, hummed. Alert! The binding charm has completed. The stone is, as of this moment, goblin property. The stone in Hogwarts, as of this moment, has lost its last option for replacement. Any attempt by Voldemort tonight will fail definitively. Rank progression, SS plus S rank negotiator, new designation. User has achieved a major diplomatic outcome without violence. Achievement unlocked, bargain of iron. Master Ragnarok, Harry said. Mr. Potter. There is one further matter. Yes. The wizard Lucius Malfoy is, I believe, today on a list of trustees of Hogwarts. He is also, I believe, one of 2 Death Eaters who, on the morning of my 11th birthday, sent operatives to my home with the intention of murdering me. He has, the system tells me, 3 vaults in this bank. One is, by all evidence, his family's legitimate vault. The second, in his late father's name, is a vault of his late father's. The third is unnamed and was opened in 1979. Yes. The third vault contains, the system tells me, 4 items I would like the Goblin Nation to be aware of. A diary that bleeds. A locket that pulls. A diadem that whispers. And a cup that wants. Each is bound, by an old and ugly charm, to the soul of Tom Marvolo Riddle. A long silence. Ragnarok V's face, which had been polite, became something that was not polite. The faces of every goblin at every desk in the hall, all 120 of them, became something that was not polite. You are telling us, Ragnarok said, very softly, that there are soul anchors in our vaults. Yes. That should not be possible. They were placed by means of an old goblin deception. The Lestrange vault, which is connected to the Malfoy vault by a small, hidden tunnel that the Malfoy patriarch dug in 1948, has been used to store them. The vault wards count them as a single object of indeterminate type. The wards have, accordingly, never reported on them. You are telling us this freely? I am telling you this, Harry said, because I would like, in 20 minutes, to be in my tower, and I would like the Goblin Nation to spend the next month, on its own initiative, finding and removing those 4 items, and an additional 5th item which is held in a Hogwarts trustee's manor house. I would like the Goblin Nation to do this on the Goblin Nation's own terms, and with the Goblin Nation's own understanding of what is owed for the historical insult of soul magic in the Goblin Vaults. Ragnarok stared at him. You are asking us to do your work for you. I am asking you to do the Goblin Nation's work for the Goblin Nation. I am not asking for anything. I am informing the Goblin Nation that the Goblin Nation has been wronged, and naming the wrongdoer. It is not, I think, my place to dictate the response. The Deus Goblin's eyes, again, went the color of fire. Mr. Potter. Master Ragnarok. I am going to revise my assessment of you. As is your right. A long second. Then the Master of the Vaults laughed. It was a strange, dry, papery laugh, the laugh of a goblin who had not, in some decades, been amused by anything except the failure of a wizard's investment. It was a laugh of some warmth. Mr. Potter, he said. You may, when you next come to this bank, come by the front door. The goblins of Britain will know your face, and they will not, on any future visit, charge you the wizard's tax. Thank you, Master Ragnarok. And the kin door, in your kitchens, will open for you and for one named companion. You may name her now. Hermione Granger. It is recorded. The Master of the Vaults inclined his head. The inclination was, by goblin standards, a deep bow. Go, Mr. Potter, he said. Your night is not yet over. Ours, I think, is just beginning. Harry inclined his head in return. He walked back along the corridor of goblin geometry. The walk, by his calf muscles, took 6 minutes. He stepped out, behind the barrel of pickled herring, into the kitchens, where the Halloween feast was at full roar in the lift overhead, and where, on the great wall of the loading lift, a small hot bell had begun to ring. The troll, the system told him, had just been released into the dungeons. He went up. By 7:36, when Hermione Granger arrived, panting, at the door of the Astronomy Tower's East Annex with the prefects of Ravenclaw in tow, she found Harry Potter, sitting on the foot of his bed in his school robes, reading a battered copy of A History of Magic. Head count complete, he said, holding up the book. I was, as the prefect can confirm, in this tower the entire time. He was, the prefect said, after a moment, in a slightly puzzled voice. Of course he was. Where else would he have been? Where else indeed, Hermione said. She sat down on the foot of her bed. The prefect left. The door closed. Hermione, who had not breathed properly in 40 minutes, finally did. Goblin geometry, she said. Goblin geometry. You signed something. I signed something. It worked. It worked. Voldemort, tonight, walked into Dumbledore's mirror. Saw, in the mirror, the place where the stone was hiding. The stone was not, of course, where he could reach it. The mirror, which was his trap, sent him back into Quirrell's body without anything to take with him. He is, at this moment, in the disused classroom on the 3rd floor west, in a great deal of professional pain. She let out a long breath. And he doesn't know yet, she said, that there is no second stone. He will, by the end of the week. The Goblin Nation will, by the end of the week, have visited Lucius Malfoy's manor house, and politely informed him that the Goblin Nation has a small disagreement with his late employer's storage choices. The conversation will go badly for Lucius. By the end of the month, 4 of Voldemort's 5 anchors will be at the bottom of a goblin furnace. By the end of the year, the 5th will have joined them. She stared at him. 5. He made, Harry said quietly, more than one. She closed her eyes. How many? 7. Including the one inside Quirrell's head, which is not in any vault, and which we will, in time, need to deal with separately. And one other, which is in this castle in a place I have not yet found. And one other, which is still attached to the original body. And one other, which, he paused. Which? Which is in a person at this school, and which I do not yet know how to handle, because the person did not consent to be one. She did not ask who. She did, after a long moment, simply sit beside him on the foot of his bed, and, very gently, lean her shoulder against his. The bonfire under his sternum did not change. The bond slot, in the back of his head, brightened by another rank. Bond slot, Hermione Granger. Rank elevated, CB, shared learning speed multiplier, 1.7x. New perk, shared calm. When one partner is under stress, the other may offer a small anchor. Outside the round window, the moon, which had been a thin sliver all week, was bright enough, tonight, to throw a long pale rectangle on the slate balcony floor. Below the tower, in a disused classroom on the third floor west corridor, a man with a turban was, very quietly, weeping. Harry, at the foot of his bed, with Hermione's shoulder against his, slept, that night, 6 hours. He had, in the day, become the youngest person in 3 centuries to sign a goblin contract on his own authority. He had become, in the night, the first person in Voldemort's career to have decommissioned, in a single evening, every option the Dark Lord had reserved for his return. He had, in addition, found a friend, broken bread with the Master of the Vaults, and read, at the end of it all, 3 chapters of a history of magic. In the cold place under the forest in the country that had not been on any map for half a century, a thing that was no longer even a remnant, because there was no longer, anywhere in Britain, a stone for it to come back through, lay very still. In the corridors of Hogwarts, the bonfire had begun, very faintly, to be felt. The next morning, the Hogwarts Daily, which was not really a newspaper but a notice board at the foot of the Great Hall, contained 2 small notices and 1 large one. The first small notice said that the Halloween feast had been interrupted by an incident, that no student had been harmed, that the troll had been subdued by the staff, and that classes would proceed as normal. The second small notice said that Professor Quirrell had, regrettably, taken ill in the night and would be away from his post for an indeterminate period, and that defense against the dark arts would be covered, until further notice, by a guest instructor whose name had not yet been given. The large notice said that the Board of Governors of the school would be visiting the castle on Wednesday, and that Lucius Malfoy, as senior governor, would lead the delegation. Hermione, reading the notices over Harry's shoulder, said, "He's coming here." Yes. On Wednesday. Yes. How fast did the goblins move? Fast. Then he knows by now that something is wrong with his vault. He does not yet know what. He is coming here to find out whether you and I are connected to it. He has, the system tells me, drawn a tentative inference. He will be looking, on Wednesday, very closely, at me. At you. Yes. And you are going to be quiet. Polite. An unusually clever first year. Of course you are. Wednesday arrived in a clear cold November morning. Harry came down to breakfast in his school robes, his holly wand tucked into his sleeve. He sat at a small table that had been added, in deference to his and Hermione's status as independent study, to one end of the great hall, where they could sit together without belonging to any one house's banner. Hermione sat across from him with a stack of toast and a textbook of defensive charms which she had, since Halloween, begun to read in earnest. At 10 o'clock, the Board of Governors arrived. They came up the long path from the gates in a knot of 10 figures in dark traveling robes. Lucius Malfoy walked at their center. He was a tall, thin, pale man with hair like a curtain of late winter and a cane in his right hand topped by a serpent's head. The cane, Harry knew, contained a wand. The wand, Harry knew, was the wand of Lucius Malfoy's late father, and was a great deal more brittle than its owner suspected. Albus Dumbledore met them at the doors. McGonagall stood behind him. Hagrid stood behind her, arms folded, in the small careful pose of a man whose principal job today was to be visibly enormous. Governor Malfoy. Headmaster Dumbledore. You are very welcome. I will not, today, pretend the visit is social. I had not, today, expected you to. The whole party went into the great hall. Lucius Malfoy's eyes, sweeping the hall, found Harry within a second. They held, for one very long second, on Harry's face. Then they slid, with surgical neutrality, sideways to Hermione, held there for another long second, and slid back to Dumbledore. "Headmaster," Lucius said, in the conversational tone of a snake that had decided to be civil for the sake of dignity, "I understand that you have, this term, departed from house tradition for 2 of your incoming students." "That is correct, Governor. I would like, if I may, to meet them. They are, in fact, in this hall. Mr. Potter. Miss Granger. If you would." Harry stood. Hermione stood. They walked, together, the length of the great hall, and stood, very politely, at the far end of the dais on which the governors had assembled. "Mr. Potter." "Sir. You are, I am told, a Squib who has, this year, been admitted to Hogwarts." "I was so designated 4 years ago, sir, by Professor McGonagall's evaluation. The quill of acceptance has, this year, recorded a different designation. I have come, on the quill's invitation, to study." "And what, in particular, do you study, Mr. Potter?" "Charms, transfiguration, herbology, and defense, sir. My elective is arithmancy." "And you have, in the 9 weeks since term began, found these subjects to your taste?" "Yes, sir." "And you have, in the 9 weeks since term began, taken any unauthorized excursions outside the castle?" The hall, which had been a quiet hall, became very quiet. Harry did not blink. "No, sir," he said. "I have not, in the 9 weeks since term began, taken any unauthorized excursion outside the castle." It was, the system noted approvingly, true. The kin door, which was a goblin door inside the castle, did not, by any goblin or wizard's reading of the word, count as outside. The corridor of goblin geometry was, by goblin geometry, the inside of the castle's deeper inside. Lucius Malfoy's pale eyes searched Harry's face. "Mr. Potter," he said, more softly. "I am told that you possess, despite your designation, some small surprising magical ability. I have learned, sir, what my professors have taught me. Will you demonstrate, Mr. Potter? A small charm, perhaps. The levitation. The lumos. Anything you have practiced in class." Dumbledore, beside him, said, "Lucius. I have not invited a demonstration." "Headmaster," Lucius said, very gently, "I would like to be reassured, in this awkward season, that the school has, in fact, admitted a student who is capable of taking up his place." "Forgive my caution." Dumbledore considered, then inclined his head. "Mr. Potter. If you would." Harry took out the holly wand. He held it, in the proper grip, and said, very politely, "Lumos." A small ball of warm yellow light, the size of a marble, formed at the tip of the wand. It was, by the standards of Hogwarts' first-year work, a textbook perfect example. It was, the system told him, the second weakest light he could produce. "Nox," Harry said. The light went out. Lucius Malfoy's eyes did not change. His mouth, which had been a polite line, did not change. "Thank you, Mr. Potter." "Sir." "And Miss Granger?" Hermione, who had practiced, since Sunday, exactly the same demonstration, performed exactly the same demonstration. The yellow ball, the same size. The proper grip. The proper enunciation. Lucius Malfoy looked at the two of them for a long second. Then, with the smallest possible motion, his eyes flicked, ever so slightly, to the pommel of his cane, where the serpent's head was, very faintly, scratched on its underside in a pattern that was, the system told Harry, the operative sigil for a triggered diagnostic charm. He had, in the moment of the demonstration, used the cane to read their magical signatures. He had, the system told Harry, read nothing. Because Harry's suppression had, on Hermione's request, been extended to her for the duration of the visit. The system noted, dryly, that Hermione Granger's magical signature was, today, Wednesday the 5th of November, the second strongest covered output in Britain. Lucius Malfoy's pale eyes met Harry's pale eyes for one more long second. He did not smile. He did not frown. He inclined his head. "Headmaster," he said. "I am satisfied. The board has no further business with the independent study program at this time. We will, of course, request a follow-up assessment in the spring." "Of course, Governor." The governors filed out. Lucius Malfoy was the last of them to go. At the doors, he turned, very slowly, and looked at Harry one last time. "Mr. Potter." "Governor. I confess, expected to find at this school, today, a different boy. I am sorry to disappoint, Governor." "You have not disappointed. You have, in fact, surprised me. Which is a thing I do not, lightly, allow." He did not say more. He left. Dumbledore, after a long second, exhaled. "Harry," he said. "Yes, Professor. That was, in its way, the most interesting governor's visit I have hosted in 20 years. Yes, Professor. You did, in particular, suppress your magical signature for the entirety of the demonstration." "Yes, Professor. Including, with permission, Miss Granger's." "Yes, Professor. That is a level of magical control which, traditionally, is mastered, at the earliest, in the mid-20s of a wizard's career." "Yes, Professor." Dumbledore looked at him for a long second. Then, in a voice that was very quiet and very tired and very kind, he said, "Mr. Potter. Miss Granger. When you are ready to tell me what you are, I would very much like to hear it. Until then, I will, with as much grace as I can manage, allow the school to keep, in its corner, a secret it has clearly decided to keep." "Thank you, Professor. Thursday." "Yes, Professor." He walked away, hands clasped behind his back, the half-moon spectacles catching, very briefly, the long autumn sun through the high windows. Hermione, beside Harry, exhaled a long, careful breath. "He knows," she said. "He suspects. He knows. He suspects something. He does not yet know what. He will, in time. Today is not that day." She looked at him sideways. "Goblin geometry," she said. "Goblin geometry," Harry said. The system, quietly, in the back of his head, noted, skill upgrade, composure, a S. User has withstood a live intelligence gathering attempt by a first-rate enemy actor without revealing operational capability. New passive, aura null. At rank S composure, user may extend composure's output to a named partner for the duration of a social engagement. Adjusted rank classification, S+, under observation, ... That night, in the Goblin Nation's deepest stratum, the duplicate stone, in the Goblin Nation's deepest vault, hummed in its new home for the first hour of its long retirement, while 4 hooded goblins, with very small and very precise tools, opened a 5th box at the far end of the chamber and removed, from it, a heavy black diary that bled. In the cold place under the forest, a thing that was no longer even a remnant began, very slowly, to count its options. There were, by morning, fewer than there had been the day before. In the days that followed, the school adjusted. Quirrell did not return. The guest instructor for defense, a tall, grim-faced witch named Aura Nymphadora Tonks, who had been seconded from the Aurors at Dumbledore's request, taught the class with such exuberant practical bias that, by the second lesson, half the first years could produce a serviceable shield charm. Harry, in the back of the class, missed his first attempt on purpose, made his second on the 3rd try, and was, by his 4th lesson, performing exactly to the median. Hermione, beside him, had, at his quiet suggestion, also begun to perform exactly to the median, although her median was, by standing private agreement with the Holy Wand, a median that included a Patronus charm she could not yet produce in public but which had, on the 4th Saturday of November, in the privacy of the Astronomy Tower's East Annex, been produced by her in the form of a small silver otter that played, briefly, around her ankles before evaporating into smoke. She had cried, when the otter had appeared. Harry had not asked why. He had, instead, made a small mental note, which the system had filed under, bond milestone, partner has, in private, begun to trust the shape of the future. A snow fell, in late November, that lay for 3 days. The lake froze, briefly, around its edges. Hagrid taught Harry and Hermione, in the long fallow afternoons of the first week of December, how to follow the tracks of an injured unicorn through the forbidden forest, and what to do for the unicorn when found, and how to ask, in the form of a small careful greeting, the consent of the herd. The unicorn, they discovered together, had been wounded by a thing that had, briefly, hidden itself in the deep wood since the night of Halloween. The thing was, by the time they tracked the wound to its source, gone. It had been, the system told Harry, Voldemort's last wisp. It had departed Britain, that night, in the body of a stoat. The stone in the school had, in the meantime, been quietly destroyed by Albus Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, in the headmaster's office, on the 4th of November. The two old wizards had, in the room, briefly, lit candles for each other. The stone in the goblin vault hummed, in its new vault, in its new role. The Lestrange Malfoy vault, in the meantime, had, by the 7th of December, been emptied of every object the goblins had decided was insufficiently consented to. The diary, the locket, the diadem, and the cup were all, now, in a single fire-locked box at the deepest stratum of the bank, with a goblin's mark on each that meant, in the language of goblin work, awaiting calm. Harry did not, for the rest of the term, leave the castle. He worked. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5. The mark on the inside. The summer between Harry's first and second years at Hogwarts was the strangest summer he had ever spent on Privet Drive, because Privet Drive was no longer the Privet Drive he had grown up in. The Dursleys had been visited, in the 3rd week of June, by a thin pale man in a wine-dark cloak who had, after a half-hour of polite conversation in their front room, persuaded Vernon Dursley that the cleanest, most dignified resolution to the unusual presence of an 11-year-old wizarding student in their household was for number 4 Privet Drive to receive, every Saturday, a small magical retainer that would deposit, at the foot of Vernon's morning paper, a sum of money slightly larger than a year's worth of Vernon's salary at Grunnings, in exchange for the use of the back bedroom as Harry Potter's official summer residence. Vernon had, after a great deal of posturing, accepted. Petunia, who had not been consulted, had not protested. Dudley, who had grown 2 more inches in the spring and was now, in some attitudes, almost handsome, had merely shrugged. Harry, accordingly, had a bedroom. It was the smallest bedroom upstairs, the one Petunia had used for a sewing room until Dudley, at 7, had broken into it and broken everything in it. It had a single window that faced the garden. It had a desk that was, Harry suspected, the same desk Vernon's father had owned. It had a small cot that was, Harry was almost certain, the same cot Dudley had slept in as an infant. It had no lock on the door, but Harry had, by the 2nd day of summer, made the wall around the door subtly aware of its responsibilities, and the door, while not technically locked, would not, for the rest of the summer, open to anyone but Harry. He spent the summer reading. He read the textbooks for 2nd year. He read all of the 2nd year, 3rd year, 4th year, and 5th year required reading, and most of the 7th year. He read, in the 7 hours after midnight when the house was asleep, the books Hermione had owed him from her parents' study in Crawley. He read, in particular, every book in the British Library on the subject of soul magic, and, when those ran out, he read every book in the Goblin Master of the Vault's personal library on the same subject, which Master Ragnarok V had, by special courier owl, sent him in the 2nd week of July. The owl had been a small, severe-looking thing with a goblin's brand on its left foot and a temperament that had refused to deliver to anybody in the Dursley household but Harry himself. He learned, over the course of the summer, 3 things. The first was that the Wizarding World's books on soul magic were, almost without exception, written by people who had never, themselves, performed soul magic. They were the books of historians and theorists. They contained excellent maps of the territory. They contained no instructions. They could tell him precisely where Voldemort's anchors had originally been hidden. They could not tell him how to remove the anchor that had been, since 1981, attached to Harry's own soul. The second was that the Goblin Nation's books on soul magic were the opposite. They were the books of practitioners. They were, however, the books of practitioners whose work was conducted on the soul anchors of dwarves, in a context none of which translated easily to a wizard's body. They could tell him, very precisely, how to cut a fragment loose. They could not tell him how to do so without killing the body to which the fragment was attached. The third was that, somewhere between the two libraries, in a passage that the system had drawn from a particular footnote in a particular goblin treatise to a particular margin annotation in a particular wizard's monograph, there existed an answer. The answer, the system told him, on the morning of the 24th of August, was a procedure that had been performed, in the entire recorded history of magic, exactly once. It had been performed in 1314, in a small chapel in the south of France, by a witch named Perenelle Flammel. She had performed it on her husband. Harry put down the book. He picked up his quill. He wrote a letter. He addressed it to Madame Flammel, care of the late Nicholas Flammel, Devon. He wrote, in the careful penmanship that he had practiced over the summer, a short and respectful introduction. He wrote, in the careful turn of phrase he had learned from Master Ragnarok, the request. He wrote, at the bottom, his signature. He sent it by Hedwig, who had arrived at Privet Drive on his 12th birthday in a cage of smoke glass with a small note from Hagrid. This one is for keeps, lad. And since I forgot last year, happy birthday. Hedwig was a snow-white owl with intelligent yellow eyes. She was, the system told him, a magical creature of unusual receptive intelligence. Harry had taken to her immediately. She had, within the first hour, taken to him. By the end of the second week of August, Hedwig understood, by the inflection of his voice, the kind of letter she was carrying, the kind of recipient she was to deliver it to, and the kind of return she was to wait for. Madame Flammel's reply arrived 3 days later. Mr. Potter, I will be in Devon for the remainder of August. The procedure you describe is, as you have correctly understood, the only one in our records that achieves what you require. It will require my hand. It will require your trust. It will require, in addition, the death of the fragment, which, in your case, has been a passenger long enough to have begun, in some small way, to think of itself as a person. The death will not, by my hand, be cruel. By yours, if you preferred to attempt the procedure alone, it would be a slaughter. If you wish, I am prepared to perform the procedure on the eve of your departure to Hogwarts. I will require, in attendance, a witness. I would suggest your friend Miss Granger, whose hand will be steadier than mine in the second hour. I will require, in addition, a quiet room. Perenelle Flammel. Harry showed the letter to Hermione, in person, in the small back garden of the Granger house in Crawley, on the afternoon of the 28th of August, having reached Crawley, in the goblin geometry of a kin door, by a small, polite arrangement with Master Ragnarok and a certain ironwork archway in the basement of Gringotts. The Grangers, who had spent the summer being told, in increments, by their daughter, that her best friend was the most powerful young wizard in Britain, and that her best friend was being hunted by the most powerful old wizard in Europe, and that her best friend had, in the past 8 weeks, exchanged correspondence with the wife of the inventor of the Philosopher's Stone, were, by August, acclimating with the steady patience that the Grangers possessed in unusual abundance. Hermione read the letter. She handed it back. Yes, she said. I will be there. Thank you. Where? There is a chamber in the deepest stratum of the Goblin Nation's vaults. Master Ragnarok has offered it. The chamber, by goblin geometry, is technically inside Hogwarts. Madame Flammel will reach it through a separate kin door. We will reach it through ours. When? The 1st of September. After the Hogwarts feast. After everybody has gone to bed. All right. The Hogwarts Express, on the 1st of September, ran on time. Harry boarded it with Hermione, found a compartment, and, for 4 hours, did nothing more dramatic than play wizarding chess with her, a game which, with the bond slot's shared learning multiplier, she had begun, by the 3rd game, to win regularly. He lost the 4th game with grace. Hogwarts, when they arrived, was entirely the Hogwarts of last year, with the modest variation that the defense against the dark arts professorship was now held, by full appointment, by Auror Nymphadora Tonks. Harry, at the welcoming feast, sat at the small independent study table with Hermione, smiled politely at Tonks's wave from the staff table, and ate. After the feast, they went up to the astronomy tower. They closed the door. Hermione changed into a plain set of dark traveling robes. Harry did the same. They went, by the kin door route they had used in November, down through the kitchens, behind the barrel of pickled herring, into the corridor of goblin geometry, and emerged, at the far end, in a chamber that was, on this particular night, a chapel. Madame Flamel was waiting. She was, by appearance, a small, white-haired, wiry woman of perhaps 70, although the system assured Harry that she was in fact closer to 700. Her robes were the color of moonlight. Her hands, when she lifted them in greeting, were the hands of a woman who had once, very long ago, been a sculptor. "Mr. Potter," she said. "Miss Granger. Thank you for coming." "Thank you for coming, madam," Harry said. "You have the fragment with you?" "Yes." "You have not, then, taken any of the steps the textbooks recommend?" "No, madam." "Good. The textbooks are wrong. Lie down on the table." The table was a slab of polished granite the size of a doorway. Harry took off his robe, lay down on the granite in his shirt and trousers, and closed his eyes. The granite was cold against his back. The chapel was lit by a single, hovering, silver candle. "Miss Granger," Madame Flamel said. "Yes, madam." "You will, when I tell you, place your right hand on his forehead. You will think of him as you have known him for 1 year. You will think, as fully as you can, of the boy you know. You will not think of the fragment. You will think of the boy." "Yes, madam." "Mr. Potter." "Yes, madam." "You will, at my signal, allow your suppression to drop. Fully. For the duration of the procedure. The fragment will, when the suppression drops, recognize that the host has been, in fact, an inhabitant of a body that the fragment cannot dominate. It will, at that moment, attempt to leave. The procedure is, fundamentally, the encouragement of an exit it has decided, by its own logic, to make. "Yes, madam." "Begin." Harry let go of the suppression. The bonfire in his sternum, which had, for 15 months, been quiet, behaved as a bonfire behaved when the chimney damper was opened all at once. It roared. The chapel walls glowed. The granite under Harry's back warmed. The silver candle in the air above him, which had been, until that moment, a single small silver light, became 3 small silver lights, then 9, then, in a slow careful expansion, every silver light Harry had ever seen, from the Patronus Otter Hermione had made the November before to the moon over the lake on the night of his sorting to the small ball of light he had made in the astronomy tower on his first night in the school. Hermione's right hand, on cue, settled on his forehead. Harry felt, for the first time since his scar had become his scar, the scar respond. It was, the system told him neutrally, a confused fragment. It was not malicious. It was not benevolent. It was a scrap of human thought that had been ripped, in a violent moment, out of a man, and which had been, since that moment, attached, against its will, to a small body that had, for all of its life, ignored it. The fragment had been, by parts, asleep, hungry, lonely, frightened. The fragment had not been, in any sense in which an adult would mean the word, dangerous. It had merely been, for 15 months, a confused thing in a corner. Now, for the first time, the fragment realized that the body around it was not a body it could possibly claim. It tried, instinctively, to leave. Madame Flamel raised her hand. She did not speak a spell. She traced, in the air above Harry's chest, a small, careful symbol. The symbol was, the system told him afterwards, an old French alchemical glyph that meant, gentle door. The fragment slid out. It came out of the place behind Harry's left eye. It came out as a wisp of smoke. It came out, very briefly, with the rough features of a young man who had once, in 1942, been a boy at a school in Scotland, and who had, in the subsequent half-century, become a thing he had never intended to become. The young man's face, in the wisp of smoke, was tired. He looked at Harry. He said, very quietly, in the chapel, in a voice no human ear could hear except in the system's translation, "I am sorry I troubled you." Then the wisp, very gently, dispersed. The bonfire under Harry's sternum settled. Hermione's hand stayed on his forehead. Madame Flamel exhaled. "It is done," she said. "Thank you, madam. Sit up slowly. The body will, for an hour, feel as if it has lost a very small organ. The body has, in fact, lost a very small parasite. The sensation is the same." "Yes, madam." He sat up. The granite was no longer cold. The chapel was no longer glowing. Hermione was crying, very quietly, with her hand still on his forehead, and was not, the system told him, crying for the fragment. She was crying for the fact that her best friend, for the first time in 15 months, was a person whose fundamental shape was, finally, the shape that he had been born with. He put his hand over hers. "Thank you," he said, to her, and to Madame Flamel, and to the chapel, and to the goblin nation, and to the candle, and to the granite, and to the 15 months that he had carried, without knowing it, a tired stranger. The fragment was, the system reported with neutral satisfaction, the fifth of Voldemort's 7 anchors. 2 remained. The first was in the cold place under the forest, in the body of a stoat that was, as of that morning, in eastern Albania. The second was in the body of a snake that had not yet, in canon, been named, and that the system told him was, this autumn, in the possession of a Bulgarian wandmaker named Igor. The body, the fragment, the anchor in the body, and the snake, the system noted, would all be dealt with in due course. Tonight was for closing the wound the fragment had left. Madame Flamel did this herself. She drew, from a small leather case, a thin needle of platinum, and a length of silver thread, and she sewed, with the smallest possible stitches, the sole edge that the fragment had left behind. She was, in this work, the steadiest hand Harry had ever seen. She sewed, the system told him, 6 neat sutures along the seam of his soul. The sutures, she told him, would dissolve, over the course of the next year, as the soul learned that it was, again, complete. When she had finished, she sat down on a small carved bench at the edge of the chapel and exhaled. "Mr. Potter." "Yes, madam. That is the second time, in 400 years, I have done this work. Thank you for performing it again. You do not need to thank me. You are the first patient, in those 4 centuries, to have asked for it himself. The first patient, in 1314, was my husband. He had, by accident of an experiment, become attached to a fragment of his apprentice's soul. I had to ask him, for 9 years, to permit the procedure. He would not. He was, in his way, fond of the fragment. The apprentice, in the meantime, was a husk. It was a sad business. We resolved it, in the end. I sewed his soul, as I have just sewed yours. It dissolved, on the seam, in about a year. He lived for another 600. He died, this past November, of his own accord. He was tired. I was sorry to hear, madam, of the destruction of the stone. He was tired before that. The stone was, in the end, a rope that had gone slack. She looked at him for a long second. "Mr. Potter." "Yes, madam. You will, in 5 years, stand in a room with the body of Tom Marvolo Riddle. The body will be wearing the bones it stole, the magic it borrowed, and a face it has worn since 1980. It will speak to you. It will, in particular, ask you whether you are willing to inherit, from it, the 70 years of work it has done in becoming what it is. The work, in many ways, is now incomplete because of you. I will tell you, now, the answer. She paused. The answer is no. Yes, madam. It will phrase the question, when you reach it, in such a way that the answer should be yes. It will tell you that you and it are alike. That you are both products of the same loneliness. That you both, in your way, have been raised by accidents and not by people. That you, as the only living wizard who has, in your lifetime, surpassed it, are the only person in the world capable of finishing what it started. These statements will have, on the surface, a certain logic. They will be, underneath, lies. Yes, madam. You will be 12, when this conversation begins. You will be 16, when it ends. You will have, in those 4 years, become a great deal more than you are now. You will have, in those 4 years, become a great deal more than you should be. You will, in those 4 years, also remain a boy. I am telling you, tonight, the answer to a question you will be asked, because I would prefer that, when the question reaches you, you do not have to discover the answer from scratch. Yes, madam. The answer is no, Mr. Potter, because the loneliness, in the end, is not the same. He chose, at every fork, the path that did not require him to be loved by anybody. You have, in your 1 short year of being known by anybody, already chosen differently. Yes, madam. Good, she said. Sit on the floor a moment. Catch your breath. Then go back to your school. The 1st of September is, even for an old soul sewer, a long night. He sat on the floor. Hermione sat beside him. Madame Flamel, in her moonlight robes, watched them with the kind of patient regard that an artist gives, after many decades, to a piece of work she had not, before the morning, expected to make. When they stood up, she handed Harry a small, wrapped packet. The platinum needle, as a souvenir. Madam. In the Flamel tradition, the needle goes home with the patient. It will, if you ever need it, work for you on someone else. Thank you, madam. She inclined her head. They left, by the kin door. They returned to the astronomy tower. They went, very quietly, to bed. Hermione, before she fell asleep, said, Harry. We are doing this. We are actually doing this. Yes, Harry said. All right. Status, name, Harry James Potter age, 12 rank, S+, rising, mana pool, infinity active skills, telekinesis, S, minor apport, repair, S, tread, S, sustenance, A, study, A, composure, S, mana bolt, B, lumos, casual, shield, B, confusion resist, A, aura null, B, patronus, untested, bargain, A, goblin tongue, fluent, passive skills, perception, S, balance, S, patience, SS, soul integrity, restored, quests, 6 open inventory, 47/infinity bonds, Hermione Granger, A, new quest unlocked, find the snake. New quest unlocked, find the body. New quest unlocked, protect the tower. He closed the panel. In the dark, in the round room at the top of the astronomy tower, with Hermione's slow, regular breath 2 beds over and Crookshanks's slow, regular breath at the foot of his bed, Harry Potter, 12 years old, with his soul newly whole, listened to the bonfire under his sternum and let it burn. In the cold place under a forest in Albania, the stoat, whose body the last operative wisp of Voldemort had ridden for 10 months, twitched in its small hibernation. It had, it knew, somewhere, lost something tonight. It did not, at this distance, yet know what. The stoat would, by the end of October, know. By Christmas, the stoat would have a plan. By Easter, the plan would have begun. Harry, in his small dark astronomy tower, with the platinum needle of Madame Flamel set, very carefully, in the lining of his school trunk, was already 4 months ahead of him. 2 weeks into the term, on the 17th of September, the Daily Prophet ran a small, almost unnoticed story on the 3rd page, beneath an advertisement for a new model of broom. The story said that Sirius Black, sentenced in 1981 to Azkaban without trial for the murder of 12 Muggles and the betrayal of the Potters, had escaped his cell on the night of the 16th, by a method as yet unknown. Harry, at the breakfast table, read the story, set the paper down, and said, very quietly, to Hermione, "He will be at the gates of Hogwarts in 3 weeks. Why? Because he is innocent. And because the only person at Hogwarts whom he wants to kill is no longer at Hogwarts, he is in a stoat in Albania. And because the second person he wants to kill is the man who put my parents on the wrong side of a fight that he never agreed to. And he wants to find his godson." She looked at him. "Are you going to let him find you?" "Yes." She thought about this. "All right," she said. "Then we will find him first." They spent September preparing. Harry, in particular, at the foot of the eastern slope of the lake, on a Saturday morning, met by appointment a second person. The second person was Sirius Black. He was thinner than Harry had expected. He was darker. He had the eyes of a man who had spent a great many years in the company of Dementors, and the laugh of a man who had, despite that, retained a stubborn, unbroken sense of who he was. He stood beside the lake in a tattered black coat, with a small scruffy black dog at his heel, and when Harry came down the path with Hermione and Hedwig, he looked at Harry, and his face did the thing his face had not done in 12 years. "James," he breathed. Then, blinking, "Harry." Harry extended a hand. Sirius Black, after a long second, took it. "You're not what I expected," he said. "I have been told that," Harry said, "by a great many people this year. I'm serious. I know. You know. I read the case file. The goblins keep, in the deepest stratum of their vault library, a copy of every Wisengamot trial that has been held since 1812. Yours, I noticed, was missing. Master Ragnarok has, in the last 48 hours, located the one copy that survives. It is, today, in a small drawer in this castle's headmaster's office, with a small note from a friend of mine that reads, 'Kindly, please look at this.'" Sirius stared at him. "Dumbledore will, by tomorrow's edition of the Prophet, have your case reopened. The Ministry will, by Tuesday, have your verdict overturned. By Wednesday, you will be a free man. By Thursday, you will be teaching me, here, on this lakeside, the animagus transformation." Sirius's mouth, for the first time in 12 years, formed a smile. "The hell I will," he said. "On a lakeside in September. With my own godson. And Hermione, is that you, Hermione? You have the look. You read 12, and you read. By God. Hello, Mr. Black. Sirius. Sirius. I will," Sirius said, after a long second, "with great pleasure, teach you both the animagus transformation. On a lakeside. In September. Or in a tower. In October. Or, in fact, at any time and in any place, for the rest of my natural life. Thank you, Sirius." "Pup," Sirius said, his voice breaking very slightly. "Do not, in this lifetime, thank me for a thing I would have given my body for." He came forward. He pulled Harry, very gently, into a hug. The hug was, Harry discovered after a long moment, the third hug of his life. The first had been from his mother, before he could remember. The second had been from Madame Flamel, at the chapel door, on the way out. The third was this. He let himself be hugged. Bond slot, Sirius Black. Rank initiated, D, the lake was bright. The mountains were old. The bonfire under his sternum burned. All right, Harry said, after the hug. Animagus transformation, please. Right, Sirius said, swiping his sleeve across his eyes. Right. Right. Then sit down, pup. Sit down, Hermione. Both of you. Settle in. This will take, properly, 3 years. We will manage it, on this lakeside, by Christmas. They sat. The bonfire under the sternum of the youngest soul sewer in Britain burned, very steadily, while the most loyal man in his godfather's generation began, in a quiet voice, to teach him to wear, when he wished, a different shape. The shape, Harry decided 3 weeks later, would be a stag. It was, the system reported, a fitting choice. It was also, the system added neutrally, the same shape his father had worn. By the end of October, 4 things had happened. Sirius Black had been formally pardoned by the Wizengamot, with a public apology read by the new Minister for Magic, Amelia Bones, who had been elected, 3 weeks before, on the platform of cleaning out the previous administration's mistakes. Sirius had, on the day of the pardon, walked, free, into the 3 broomsticks in Hogsmeade, and ordered, the system reported, 6 pints of Madame Rosmerta's strong ale, of which he drank 2, and which he then bought, in the manner of a man returning to the world, for everyone else in the bar. Hermione had completed her preliminary animagus transformation. She was, when she chose to be, an otter. Harry had completed his. He was, when he chose to be, a stag of unusual size, with a coat the color of polished walnut and antlers that the system reported as being, in their hardness, comparable to dragonbone. He had, on the 3rd Saturday of October, run with his godfather, in dog form, through the long blue dawn of the moors above Hogsmeade. He had, on that morning, for the first time in his life, run for joy. And the Goblin Nation had, in the last week of October, finished its inventory of every cursed object in every wizarding vault in Britain. The inventory, when it was complete, contained 412 items that were, by Goblin reckoning, soul-touched, and 3,080 items that were, by Goblin reckoning, ordinarily cursed. The 412 had been, by Goblin agreement, separated, sealed, and removed for storage in the deepest stratum. The 3,080 had been catalogued and returned, with a fee, to their owners. Lucius Malfoy, in particular, had received a particularly long inventory, and a particularly large fee. He had, by the last week of October, become a man who was, by all professional measure, ruined. He had also become a man who was, by all human measure, frightened. Frightened men, the system told Harry on the morning of the 31st of October, are not safer to be near than calm men. They are, in particular, prone to the kind of decision a calm man would not make. Lucius Malfoy made his decision that afternoon. It came in the form of a small, official letter, which arrived at the headmaster's desk by official ministry owl, demanding the immediate inspection of the Hogwarts grounds and student body for the presence of a magical signature that the senior governor was, he said, prepared to report personally to the Wizengamot. The signature, the letter said, was Harry Potter's. The inspector, the letter said, would arrive at 6 in the evening. Albus Dumbledore handed Harry the letter at 5. Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. You may, by my order, refuse this inspection. The Board of Governors has, in the year since Lucius Malfoy was reduced to a governor without political weight, lost much of the authority it once held in matters of student examination. Minister Bones will, if I petition her, dismiss the request. Thank you, Professor. You are not, however, going to permit the petition. No, Professor. Why not? Because Lucius Malfoy has, for 15 months, been carrying a small grievance about my survival in his pocket. He has, today, finally found a procedural channel for the grievance. If the channel is closed, he will look for another. If the channel is opened, he will, after the inspection, have spent the grievance, and he will be obliged to find a new one. New grievances take time. I have, in the meantime, work to do that does not, today, benefit from his attention. Dumbledore considered him. You are going to, in particular, allow him to detect what? Whatever I want him to detect. Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. I would like, after the inspection, an honest hour with you. Yes, Professor. Tomorrow. Tutorial. Yes, Professor. The inspector arrived at 6. He was a small, pale, sweating clerk from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, with a wand-attached scrying glass on a lanyard around his neck and a supervisor's note pinned to the front of his robes. The supervisor was, Harry noted on the way down the staircase from the astronomy tower, Lucius Malfoy. Lucius was waiting in the entrance hall. He was paler than he had been the previous November. His cane was, today, in the hand of his son, Draco, who was, with his sleek blonde 11-year-old face, watching the proceedings with the careful eyes of a child who was beginning to understand his father. Mr. Potter. Governor. Stand still, please. Yes, Governor. The inspector raised the scrying glass. The bonfire under Harry's sternum, which was, by long practice, suppressed to nothing, did not register. The scrying glass, in the inspector's hand, ticked, twice, and then, by Harry's permission and the system's release, ticked a third time. The third tick was the registered signature of an unusually clever 12-year-old. It was the signature of a wizard with a perfectly ordinary magical core, of perhaps the 75th percentile for his age. The inspector lowered the glass. He looked at Lucius Malfoy. He is, he said, a wizard, Governor. He is, in fact, a perfectly ordinary clever 12-year-old wizard. There is no anomalous signature. Lucius Malfoy went the color of curdled milk. Read it again. Governor, I have read it 3 times. Read it again. The inspector read it again. The same result. A perfectly ordinary clever 12-year-old. Draco Malfoy, behind his father, looked at Harry. His expression was not the expression Harry had expected. It was, Harry saw with surprise, sympathetic. It was, in fact, the face of a boy who had been expecting, today, to watch his father humiliate another child, and who was, instead, watching his father humiliate himself. Observation: Draco Malfoy has, over the course of the last year, formed a quietly divergent political position from his father. Recommendation: keep channels open. Lucius Malfoy turned to Dumbledore. Headmaster. Yes, Governor. This is a cover-up. That is a serious accusation, Governor. Yes. You will, of course, withdraw it. I will not. Then I will, Dumbledore said gently, by the powers vested in me by the Hogwarts Charter, request that the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, this evening, escort you off the grounds. You will not. I am sorry, Governor. A small detail of 2 Aurors materialized, by an unhurried prearrangement, from the doorway of the Great Hall. They were, Harry saw with a flicker of warmth, Auror Tonks and a tall, calm man with a long iron-grey ponytail whom the system identified as Auror Robarts. They walked Lucius Malfoy, very politely, off the grounds. The inspector, after a moment, followed, holding his scrying glass before him as if it had betrayed him. Draco Malfoy stayed behind. He looked at Harry. He said, very quietly, Potter. Malfoy. My father is going to have, this winter, a very unpleasant time. He is. He will not, I think, recover. He will not. I would like, when he has finished not recovering, to have a different conversation with you about my family's house. All right. Today is not that day. No. But I will write. All right. He gave Harry a stiff, formal nod. He turned, and walked out, very straight-backed. Hermione, beside Harry, said, that was Draco Malfoy negotiating, in front of his father's Aurors, his way out of his father's faction. He is 11. He is 12. He had a birthday in June. And he is, in his way, the brightest 12-year-old in this school after you. Thank you. I think. You are welcome. That night, at 3 a.m, Harry was woken by the bonfire. It was, he realized as he opened his eyes, not the bonfire. It was the bond slot. The bond slot for Hermione Granger was, ordinarily, a calm, steady warm thread. The bond slot for Hermione Granger was, tonight, screaming. He was on his feet before his eyes were fully open. Hermione's bed was empty. Alert. Partner in danger. Location, East Corridor, 3rd floor. She has been intercepted on her way back from the library. Assailant signature, unknown. Number, 1. Harry was down the spiral staircase of the astronomy tower in 8 seconds. He was at the foot of the 3rd floor stairs in another 12. The east corridor of the 3rd floor was lit, dimly, by a single torch. Hermione was against the wall, her wand up, her face white. The figure facing her was a tall man in a hooded black robe. The robe, Harry saw at once, was Death Eater black. The mask, in the man's hand, was Death Eater silver. The wand, leveled at Hermione's chest, was glowing the pale green of a curse that Harry recognized. Alert. Killing curse being cast. Harry's body did the thing it had been training for, in the cupboard, on the moor, in the astronomy tower, in every quiet hour of his life, since he had been 7. It moved without his permission. The space between him at the foot of the stairs and the assassin at the end of the corridor was 20 meters. He covered it in one blink. The assassin did not see him arrive. The assassin had, in fact, already begun the casting motion. The casting motion did not finish. Harry's right hand, with the casual motion of a person closing a book, closed around the assassin's wrist. The wand, in the assassin's hand, flared green. The green did not, however, leave the wand. It flared and held. Harry's left hand, with the casual motion of a person turning a key, turned the assassin's hood back. Underneath was a face that Harry, after a moment, recognized. It was the face of Antonin Dolohov. He was a man, the system told Harry calmly, who had killed 11 children, 3 of them Hermione Granger's classmates' parents, in 1981. Dolohov stared at him. "Potter," he said. "Yes. You are, yes. Where did you came at her," Harry said quietly, "in this corridor. You came at her, in this castle, on a Tuesday in October. You came at her with the killing curse. You came at her because, today, you have heard from your former master's faction that there is, in this school, a problem. The problem, you have decided, is the small bushy-haired girl who is the best friend of Harry Potter. The reasoning is, in its way, sound. Eliminate the friend. Isolate the boy. Then, in due course, eliminate the boy." Dolohov's mouth opened. "I am going to give you," Harry said, "exactly the courtesy you came to give her. Skill unlocked, Dominion. Rank A, user may, at will, override the live magic of an opponent's wand and redirect it to any target within line of sight." The green light at the tip of Dolohov's wand, which had been waiting, very patiently, for an exit, turned. It went, with a small careful motion, back along the wand, into the wand's grain, into the wand's core, into the wand's binding, and then, with the motion that the wand had wanted in the first place, out the wand's tip again. It went the half-meter from the wand's tip to Antonin Dolohov's chest. His eyes went out. He fell. Harry let go of the wrist. The wand fell out of the dead hand with the small clatter of any wand. Harry caught it, in midair, and pocketed it. Inventory, wand, blackthorn and dragon heartstring, 12 inches, unyielding. New. He turned to Hermione. She was still against the wall. Her wand was still up. Her face was white. "Hermione. He came out of nowhere," she said. "He came out of an alcove. There is no alcove there. There has not been an alcove there for 10 years. Harry, the alcove appeared. Observation: a new magical signature is in the castle. It is not Voldemort's. It is not Dolohhov's. It is not any of the staff's. It is a signature the system has never encountered. Waveform: unusual. Recommendation: treat as high priority unknown. Harry walked to the wall where Hermione had said the alcove had appeared. The wall was, by all visible inspection, an ordinary stone wall. He pressed his palm against it. The wall, very faintly, in a frequency Harry felt rather than heard, hummed. It was, the system told him, the same frequency the duplicate stone had hummed in goblin geometry, on the night of his alliance. This wall, the system told him, was, today, October the 31st, in some indefinable but real way, an ally. The wall, in particular, had, 20 seconds earlier, opened an alcove behind Antonin Dolohov in order to allow him into Hermione Granger's path. It had then, 10 seconds later, closed the alcove behind him so that he could not retreat. It had, in this fashion, delivered Dolohov to Harry. The wall, the system told him, was on his side. He did not know, yet, what that meant. He filed it. He turned back to Hermione. He held out his hand. She took it. The bonfire under his sternum, which had not, until that moment, made any external sign of itself, made one. It glowed, very briefly, through the front of his sleep shirt, and the light it cast was warm and gold. Hermione, looking at it, exhaled the last of her terror. "All right," she said. "All right. All right." Hermione. "Yes. I'm going to ask the headmaster's permission, tomorrow, to teach you a thing." "What thing?" "How to do what I just did." She looked at him. "I am 12, she said. "I know. My core is a 30 percentile core. The system said so. Your core is a 30 percentile core. Your training is, at the moment, a 5,000 percentile training. The system has been working on you for 15 months. You are not, today, a 30 percentile 12-year-old. She thought about this. "All right," she said. "Teach me. Tomorrow." "All right." By morning, Antonin Dolohov's body had been removed by the staff. By the 7th of November, 3 more Death Eaters had attempted to enter the school grounds. None of them had succeeded. 2 had been turned away, politely, by the wards. The 3rd had been turned, with a small, wholly invisible motion of the goblin nation's hand, into a beetle, and left in a jar by the gates with a small label that read, in goblin script, "Do not unscrew." The school, that winter, became a fortress. The ministry, that winter, became an ally. The bonfire under Harry's sternum, that winter, climbed, very steadily, from S+ to SS classification, where, the system told him, it would, until further escalation, plateau. He did not, that winter, encounter the body. He did, that winter, on the morning of the 15th of December, sit at his desk, in the astronomy tower, with Hermione across from him, and write, for the first time in his life, a letter to a snake that did not yet know it was being addressed. The letter was in Parseltongue. He had, in the year and a half since he had become a soul-sown boy, learned, with practice, the language of his old passenger, which was the language of all snakes. He wrote it in a small careful hand on a small careful piece of parchment, and Hedwig, who was a snowy owl with a great deal of patience, took the parchment in her talons and flew, across the long winter sky of Europe, to Bulgaria. The snake, in due course, would receive the letter. It would, in due course, reply. That was a story for the next chapter. Tonight, Harry slept. In the bed across the room, Hermione's otter Patronus, which she had, in the last 2 months, learned to summon casually, sat for a long second on her pillow before fading, the way a small lit lamp fades when the wick has burned its small good measure. Crookshanks, on the foot of Harry's bed, opened one eye, regarded the room, and closed it again. The lake, far below, was a long, dark mirror. The mountains were old. Above them, a winter moon rose, indifferent and bright, over a country that had, very quietly, in the last 15 months, begun to change. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Snake and the Wall. The reply came in the 3rd week of January. It came not by owl but by box. The box was a small, unmarked parcel of cedar wood, sealed in goblin wax, and it was delivered to the astronomy tower by a goblin courier who did not, beyond presenting it to Harry, speak. Harry took it. Harry signed. The goblin inclined his head and departed. Harry brought the box inside. Hermione, at her desk, looked up from a cauldron of slow-bubbling wit-sharpening potion that she was, with the calm of a girl who had, in the last month, decided that potion-making was a thing she was going to be very good at, brewing for the experience. From Bulgaria? From Bulgaria. He set the box on his desk. He opened the wax. Inside, on a bed of straw, lay a small piece of black slate, the size of a playing card. The slate had 2 marks on it. The first was a small, neat scratch in the shape of a snake curled around an apple. The second was, beneath it, in Cyrillic characters, a name and a place, Igor Karkaroff, Kostino, near Plovdiv. There was, beneath both marks, a smaller, fainter mark. It was a long, thin, almost invisible line of moisture. Harry, who had spent a great deal of the past month studying the way a snake's body left signs, recognized the mark at once. It was the mark of a snake that had laid its head on the slate to write its name. Observation: Nagini has, in her own way, signed the letter. She has not been compelled. She has responded freely. Recommendation: treat with respect. The slate, the system told him, contained no incantation. It contained, however, a single Parseltongue phrase, woven into the grain by the slow careful pressing of a heavy serpent, in the writing by heat of cobra kind. The phrase, when Harry read it, was clear: I am tired. Come. Harry sat down on the edge of his desk. Hermione, having read the slate over his shoulder, sat down on the edge of hers. Bulgaria. Bulgaria. In January. In January. You will need to leave the school. I will. For how long? 3 days. Maybe 4. Serious. He will go with us. He has, I checked, no current commitment that cannot wait. With us. With us. If you want. She thought about it. Yes, she said. I want. The headmaster, when consulted on the morning of the 2nd of February, listened in long careful silence, agreed to grant the leave of absence for a private family matter pertaining to the independent study course, and, after the request had been granted, looked at Harry over his half-moon spectacles for a long second. Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. You are going to do, at the end of this trip, a thing that nobody alive has, in living memory, attempted. Yes, Professor. You are going to remove from the body of a sentient animal a piece of soul magic without killing the animal. Yes, Professor. With the help, I imagine, of Madame Flammel. Madame Flammel, yes. And the snake's own consent. The procedure is, in fact, much simpler than the one she performed on me. The snake is, by birth, only a passenger of the fragment, not its host. The fragment was placed there in 1994, in a forest in Albania, when the original host had no other option. The fragment has never, in those 32 years, fully integrated. It has attached, but never fused. It can, with consent, leave. Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. Do you understand that, when it leaves, the original host, yes, Professor. He will, on its departure, lose the ability to make any more anchors. He will become, over the following 6 to 8 weeks, increasingly unstable. The remaining fragment in the original host's body will be, in that period, the only piece of soul left to him. He will, for the first time in 50 years, be a single coherent person. He will, for the first time in 50 years, also be a person who can be killed by ordinary means. And he will, accordingly, make a desperate move. Yes. Dumbledore considered him for a long second. Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. You are 12. Yes, Professor. You are accelerating the course of a war. Yes, Professor. You are doing so with the specific aim of forcing the conclusion of the war within your school years. Yes, Professor. Why? Harry thought about this. Because, he said, if I do not, the war will continue into the lives of the children at this school. I am, today, 12. There are 400 children at Hogwarts. Of those 400, I have come, in the last 15 months, to know perhaps 30 by name. Of those 30, 3 of them, Hermione, Neville, and Luna, are friends. Of those 3, 2 have parents who, in the last war, were destroyed by Voldemort's faction. I would prefer that the remaining child of the 3 not be obliged to learn, over the course of her own school years, what kind of people her predecessors were destroyed by. I would prefer, frankly, that all 400 children at this school not be obliged, ever, to learn what I have already learned. I have decided, accordingly, to end the war this year. Dumbledore did not, immediately, answer. He stood up from his desk. He went to the window. He looked out, for a long minute, at the snow over the lake, with his old back held very straight. Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. I have, in my long life, made a great many bargains with the fact that I am the most powerful wizard of my generation. None of those bargains has been, he paused, easy. None of them has been clean. I have, for 50 years, been making a slow, careful series of judgments about which evils to permit and which to forestall. The judgments have, in many cases, been wrong. The judgments have, in some cases, been catastrophic. I have, in my old age, learned to live with the catastrophes, in part by telling myself that I was doing the best I could with the information I had, and in part by making, every morning, the small private vow to do better the next morning. He turned, slowly, from the window. I have not, in those 50 years, ever met another wizard who has a calmer eye on the moral arithmetic than I do. I have, today, just met one. I am, frankly, unsure whether I am pleased or frightened. I am, today, leaning towards pleased. Thank you, Professor. Go to Bulgaria, Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. Bring the snake home. Yes, Professor. And, when you are done, come and tell me, in this office, with as much detail as you can spare, what the next step is. I would like, in the time remaining to me, to be useful. Yes, Professor. The trip was conducted by Goblin Geometry. They left, on the morning of the 7th of February, by the same kin door behind the barrel of pickled herring. They emerged, 6 minutes of walking later, in a stone alcove inside the Plovdiv branch of the Goblin Nation's Bank. Master Ragnarok V had, by personal courtesy, sent ahead his cousin the Lin, a goblin somewhat younger and considerably more reserved, to escort them to Costino. The Lin spoke fluent Bulgarian, fluent Goblin, fluent English, and a polite handful of Parseltongue. Mr. Potter. Master the Lin. Miss Granger. Mr. Black. Master the Lin. Master the Lin. The wand maker is expecting us. The snake, in particular, is expecting us. They have been, for some weeks, having private words about the visit. The wand maker is, in his way, a courteous man. The snake is, in her way, his tenant. The tenancy, in recent months, has begun to weigh on her. Lead, Master the Lin. The wand maker's house lay in a pine forest at the foot of a hill 3 miles outside of Costino. It was a small dark cottage with smoke at the chimney and, in its long west window, the shape of a man bent over a workbench. The man, when they entered, did not look up at once. He was finishing a ferrule on a wand of holly. He worked with the careful, elderly motions of a master. When he had finished, he set the wand down, turned, and inclined his head. Mr. Potter. Master Karkaroff. You have come, I am told, for my tenant. Yes, master. She is in the back room. She is awake. She has, this morning, eaten. She will not, today, be ill-tempered. Mr. Potter. Yes, master. You are aware that, when she is ungrieved, she is fond of me. Yes, master. You are aware that, when the fragment leaves her, she will, for the rest of her natural life, be a snake. Yes, master. And that I am, by then, a very old man. Yes, master. You are aware, in particular, that when she has been a snake again, she may not, by the local law, remain in this country, on the grounds that she is, today, listed as a magical hazard. I am aware, master. The Goblin Nation has agreed to grant her residence in their northern reserve, where she will be, in the company of her own kind, for the rest of her natural life. Then, Mr. Potter, we are agreed. Igor Karkaroff stood up from his bench. Come and meet her. Nagini was an enormous serpent, 15 feet in length, the color of dark moss, with eyes the color of lit amber and a small careful intelligence behind them that was, Harry saw at once, only partly her own. She was coiled on a wide stone hearth before a fire. She raised her head, when Harry came in, and looked at him for a long second. Her tongue tasted the air. Hello, lady, Harry said in Parseltongue. Hello, speaker, Nagini said in the same. You wrote. I wrote. The slate. Yes. Are you ready? I am ready. The passenger is loud. The passenger is, today, very loud. The passenger has been, for 32 years, less loud than today. He has had, in the last weeks, a hard winter. He is, today, very loud. Madame Flamel will, at my call, attend. Then call her. Madame Flamel, who had agreed to assist, came by the same kin door an hour later. She came with her platinum needle, her silver thread, and a small, careful piece of black slate that she had, for the procedure, prepared in advance. The procedure was, as Harry had told Dumbledore, simpler than his own. The fragment in Nagini was a recent and uncommitted one. It came out, with Madame Flamel's gentle gesture, in the same wisp of smoke. The smoke had, very briefly, the rough features of a young man Harry had never met but whom he recognized at once, a tall, handsome, dark-haired boy of perhaps 16, who looked out of the wisp at Madame Flamel with an expression that was, Harry thought afterwards, a strange and complicated mixture of relief, regret, and recognition. The boy in the wisp, very quietly, inclined his head. The wisp dispersed. Madame Flamel, with 3 small careful sutures, sewed the snake's old wound. Nagini, with a long shuddering hiss, settled back onto the hearth. After a long second, she put her head, very gently, on Igor Karkaroff's knee. He put his hand on her head. Old friend, he said quietly, in Bulgarian. She tasted the air, and did not move. That night, in the wandmaker's small kitchen, around a small wooden table, for humans and a snake, and 2 goblins, ate a small thoughtful meal. Madame Flamel told 3 stories. Sirius told 4. The wandmaker, who had a fine dry voice, told 1. Hermione listened with the steady, polite absorption of a girl who was learning, in real time, how the older parts of the world worked. Harry, who was unusually tired, said little. Nagini, on the hearth, with her eyes half closed, listened to all of it. In the morning, she was, by goblin geometry, transferred to her northern reserve. The reserve, the system told Harry, was a vast warm cavern under a Norwegian mountain, where the Goblin Nation had, for 9 centuries, kept a small population of magical serpents in conditions of remarkable comfort. Nagini, on arrival, was greeted by an old male anaconda named Kor, who was, the system reported, the population's elder. They lay together, on a warm stone, for a long careful afternoon, while Igor Karkaroff, in a chair the goblins had brought him, sat beside her and read aloud from the second book of Ovid's Metamorphoses, which had been, the system noted, her favorite in 1968, before the passenger. By dusk, she was, on the warm stone, asleep. By dusk, Harry, Hermione, Sirius, Madame Flamel, and Master Thelin were back in the Plovdiv branch. By dusk, in the cold place under a forest in eastern Albania, a stoat that had been, for 2.5 years, the last operational vessel of the man called Voldemort, gave a long convulsive shudder, voided its bowels, and died. In the same instant, in a large abandoned manor house in Little Hangleton, in a basement that had been, until that morning, a refuge of last resort, a thing that had not, in 11 years, been embodied at all began, very slowly and very painfully, to move. It was the original body. It had not, however, been finished. Bellatrix Lestrange, who had located him in the autumn and had been, in the dark of the manor's basement, slowly stitching, was, in the long winter weeks, only halfway through her work. The body she had assembled was, on the night of Nagini's release, more an outline than a vessel, a long, pale silhouette of a man on a stone slab, with the bones in place, the heart in place, the spine in place, but the binding incomplete. Without the seventh fragment, the binding had nothing to anchor to. Without the original anchor in the original blood, the binding had no recipe to follow. The body, on the night of the 7th of February, opened its eyes for the first time in 11 years, raised its head 2 inches off the slab, attempted to speak the sentence "I am here," managed only the syllable "here," and fell back into the long, ugly half-sleep of an undone resurrection. Bellatrix Lestrange, beside the slab, in the lamplight, screamed for a long quiet hour into the back of her own hand. In the morning, she went, in the only direction she had left, north. By the morning of the 9th of February, she had reached, by dark apparition through 3 counties, the gates of Azkaban. By the morning of the 10th, she had broken in, with the small careful assistance of a corrupted Dementor and a guard's nephew she had married in 1979, and broken out, with 3 other prisoners on her arm, Rabaston Lestrange, her husband Rodolphius Lestrange, and Augustus Roquefort. By the morning of the 12th, the 4 of them had reached Little Hangleton, were down in the basement, and were standing, in a careful and unhappy ring, around the slab. By the morning of the 13th, Britain had a problem. Alert! Azkaban escape. For high-value operatives at large. 3 of the 4 known to have been present at the torture of the Longbottoms. 1 of the 4 known to have been present at the interrogation of several ministry unspeakables in 1979. Recommendation: Alert Aurors. Auror Tonks was, by Minister Bones's authority, given a unit of 7 hand-picked young Aurors and a remit that read, in Bones's careful sober prose, capture or, if necessary, neutralize. Sirius Black, who was no longer a fugitive, was assigned, formally, as her senior consultant. The unit, in the next 4 weeks, accomplished a great deal. They captured, in Diagon Alley on the 17th of February, a Death Eater named Yaxley. They captured, in Nocturne Alley on the 21st, a Death Eater named Mulciber. They captured, in Wales on the 28th, a Death Eater named Selwyn. They did not, in the 4 weeks, capture any Lestrange. The Lestranges had, with the long careful patience of the trained Bellatrix, gone to ground. In the meantime, in the basement at Little Hangleton, the body on the slab had begun, very slowly, to stabilize. Voldemort's last fragment, the one in the old original body, had begun to teach the new body, by means none of the wand makers in Britain could have invented, how to stand. By the 1st of March, the body had managed, for 9 seconds, to stand. By the 8th, it had managed to walk, slowly, across the basement to the stairs. By the 15th, with the assistance of a chair, it had managed to climb the stairs. By the 20th, in the great drawing room of the manor on the 1st floor, in the long wing chair beside the fire, it had managed, for 3/4 of an hour, to sit. It was, the system told Harry, by the equinox, a very fragile man. It would be, the system told him, by the summer, a very dangerous one. The window, the system told him, in which to act was the 4 to 6 weeks of March and early April. After that, the body would have stabilized, after that, the war would, in earnest, begin. Harry did not, in March, act. He prepared. In the astronomy tower, on the 4th of March, he and Hermione, with Hagrid's branch of ash, with Madame Flamel's platinum needle, with Master Ragnarok's silver thread, and with 7 careful drops of 7 witnesses' blood, all of which had, by Goblin Courier and Madame Flamel's own hand, been collected over the 4 weeks, began, very slowly, to weave. The artifact they were weaving was not yet complete, and would not be, by the equinox. The artifact would, by the system's careful estimate, take 8 more weeks. They had, the system reminded them, 8 weeks, give or take. The body in Little Hangleton would, by then, be either stable or stable. Either way, the artifact would be needed. The artifact had, in their notes, in Hermione's neat handwriting, a working name. She had written it on the front of the binder. Cosmic Wand, she had written. Why that, Harry had asked. Because it isn't a wand, she had said. And because, when we use it, the cosmos will, very briefly, be different on the other side. So the name. As a marker. He had not argued. The wand sat, every night, on the desk between their beds. It was, on the 4th of March, 4 inches of plain ash. It was, by the equinox, 6 inches of ash with 3 small careful sigils woven, in goblin silver, into its grip. It was, by the end of April, the system told them, going to be 9 inches of ash with 7 sigils, with a single woven hair from the mane of Harry's animagus stag, and with a thin band of goblin silver around the grip, and it was going to be the most carefully constructed personal artifact Britain had seen in 3 centuries. It was not, however, going to be the artifact that took the centerpiece of Chapter 7, because the centerpiece of Chapter 7 was not, in the end, the artifact. The centerpiece of Chapter 7 was the choice. That, however, was a story for another night. Tonight, on the equinox, Harry stood on the slate balcony of the astronomy tower, the holly wand in his left sleeve, the half-built ash wand on his desk inside, and looked, for a long quiet hour, south. In the south, in the small drawing room at the manor at Little Hangleton, an unfinished man in a wing chair beside a fire was, with the patience of a thing that had been very dangerous in its first life and was, in its second, only just learning its weight, beginning to plan a thing. Harry did not, tonight, know what the thing was. He knew, with the quiet certainty of the bonfire under his sternum, that, in the 8 weeks remaining, he would. Hermione, behind him in the round room, set the platinum needle down on a square of black velvet. She closed the lid of the silver thread. She looked, for a long second, at the half-built wand on the desk between their beds. Then she came out onto the balcony, in her dressing gown, in the cold, and stood beside him. 8 weeks, she said. 8 weeks. Then we go to Little Hangleton. And then we close the spell that has been holding him together since the night my mother died. And then, he said, we come home. Below them, the lake was a long dark mirror. Above them, the sky had the high, brittle clarity of the equinox night, with the stars in the configuration of a stag and a doe in the small particular quadrant Hogwarts had, on the first night of his school, rotated for him. The bonfire under his sternum, very quietly, kept burning. In a basement 200 miles south, an unfinished man, in his slow careful first hour of pacing, paused at the foot of his stairs, looked up, and felt, for the first time in his 50-year life, the small particular pressure of a wizard, somewhere far to the north, who was no longer hiding. He did not, yet, know whose pressure it was. He would, by the end of April, know. He would not, by the end of April, like it. 2 events, in the 8 weeks of preparation, did not, by the system's careful schedule, fit cleanly into the timetable. The first was a small, terrible incident in Hogsmeade on the morning of the 2nd of April. It was a Saturday. The 3rd years and above had been, by the headmaster's special permission, allowed into the village under heavy Auror escort. Harry and Hermione, who were 2nd years, were not technically on the trip, they were, by their independent study privilege, walking with Sirius and Tonks along the lakeside path on the way to Honey Duke's when the dark mark, for the second time that spring, appeared in the sky over the village. It was not, this time, a sign of summons. It was a sign of the moment. Bellatrix Lestrange, with her husband Rodolphus and her brother-in-law Rabaston, had broken cover. The three of them had operated, with the small terrible audacity of operatives whose master was no longer fully in command of them, into the high street of Hogsmeade. They were, Tonks reported by Patronus to Aurora Robards in 3 quick bursts, looking for hostages. Harry was, when the Patronus reached him, on the lakeside path, 200 yards from the village. He covered the 200 yards in one blink. He arrived in the high street to find Bellatrix at the door of the 3 Broomsticks, with her wand at the throat of a 4th-year Hufflepuff named Susan Bones, who was the niece of the Minister for Magic. Rodolphus and Rabaston were at her shoulders. Behind them, in the doorway of Madame Poudafoots, 3 older students were on the floor, alive but stunned. Above them all, the green mark hung in the morning sky. Potter. Madame Lestrange. I have, today, brought a small problem to your headmaster. You have, today, brought a small problem to my friend's aunt. I have, today, in particular, brought a small problem to you, Mr. Potter. Yes. You will, I think, accompany us back to the manor. Why? Because, if you do not, the niece of Minister Bones will, in front of her schoolmates, become the next demonstration of how seriously we take our work. Harry studied her for a long second. She was, in person, smaller than the books had described her. She was, also, more frightened than the books had described her. The bonfire under his sternum could feel, in her chest, a very small fast heart, which, despite the careful steady mask of her face, was not steady at all. Bellatrix Lestrange was, in the spring of 1993, a woman who had spent 12 years in Azkaban, 12 years on the run, and 2 months trying to stitch a corpse back into a man, and the work had thinned her. Madame Lestrange. Yes. You may, if you wish, take me to the manor. You will come. I will come. A long second. She frowned. You will, in particular, come without any attempt at resistance. I will, in particular, come without any attempt at resistance. Drop the wand, Potter. Yes, madam. He dropped the holly wand. It clattered, at his foot, on the cobblestones. Sirius, who had arrived at the lakeside path's end and was now, in dog form, 10 yards behind Harry, made a small, urgent whine. Observation: partner is uncertain of your strategy. Recommendation: reassure by hand. Harry's left hand, casually, made the small motion that meant, in the gesture code he and Sirius had worked out in October, hold. Sirius held. Potter. Yes, madam. The other wand. He blinked. The other wand. Yes. You are aware, madam, that I am a squib. You are not, Mr. Potter. You have not been a squib since at least October. You may, in your robes, today, have only one wand. You may, in your robes, today, have nothing. You will, all the same, drop it. He looked, for a long second, at Susan Bones's white face under Bellatrix's wand. All right, he said. All right, Madame Lestrange. I am, in fact, today, carrying a second wand. It is in my right sleeve. I will draw it slowly, and place it on the cobblestones. Slowly. Yes. He drew the half-built cosmic wand, slowly, from his sleeve. It was, in his hand, 6 inches of ash with 3 small careful sigils. It was, in any wandmaker's reading, a child's project. It was, in any goblin's reading, the most dangerous artifact in southern Britain. He set it on the cobblestones beside the holly wand. Bellatrix, who had been in Azkaban for 12 years and out of it for 2 months, did not, on a busy April morning in Hogsmeade, immediately recognize what she was looking at. She saw, in the cobblestones, a child's first wand and a child's incomplete project. She had, in the last 48 hours, on the run from 3 aura units, been very tired. She nodded. "Good, Mr. Potter." "Madam." "Now come." "Yes, madam." He took one step forward. He took another. Susan Bones's eyes, very wide, found his over Bellatrix's shoulder. He gave her, with the smallest possible motion of his face, the same small reassurance he had given Sirius. "Madame Lestrange." "Yes. You are, today, going to make a mistake." She did not answer. He took the third step. He was, by then, 3 feet from her wand. 2 feet from her shoulder. 1 foot from the door of the 3 broomsticks. "Madame Lestrange." "Yes. The mistake," he said gently, "was bringing me into close range." He moved. The bonfire under his sternum, which had been, for 2 months, suppressed to nothing, dropped its suppression by precisely the amount needed for the next half-second. Bellatrix's wand, with the careful surgical motion of a person closing a book, peeled itself out of her hand. The wand did not, however, fly. It did not, in any wandmaker's reading, do anything visible. It simply, in the manner of an object that had been borrowed, returned itself to Harry's hand. Bellatrix's eyes, which had been calm, went very large. Susan Bones, by the small careful motion of telekinesis, aimed at her own collar, was, in the same instant, lifted off Bellatrix's chest and set, very gently, behind Harry's shoulder. She did not, in the lift, make any sound. The lift had been, by Harry's intent, soundless. Rodolphus Lestrange's wand arm came up. The wand fired. The fire, in the half-second between Rodolphus's intent and Rodolphus's wand's tip, had time to be, by Dominion at rank A, redirected. It went into the wood of the 3 broomsticks' signpost, which charred. Rabaston Lestrange's wand arm came up. The same. Bellatrix, wandless, took a step back. She did not run. She had, for 12 years in Azkaban, learned not to run. She said, very softly, "Mr. Potter." "Yes, madam." "You are not a child." "I am a child, Madame Lestrange. I am, today, the same age I was on the morning my parents died. I am, also, today, 12 years past that morning. The 2 facts are, in my body, both true. I am sorry that you have, today, learned them. What are you going to do?" "I am going to bind the 3 of you with goblin steel, in the High Street, in the time it takes Tonks to arrive. I am going to hand you over, in particular, to her. You will be transported, in goblin steel, to Azkaban, where you will be processed. You will not, this time, be permitted to leave. I will not be processed." "You will, madam." "I will not." He looked at her. "Madame Lestrange." "Yes. You will not, either, today, be killed. You came here for hostages. The hostages will, on this Saturday in April, be safe. You will, on this Saturday in April, also be safe. I would prefer, frankly, that you were not. But I am 12, today, and the choice is, today, mine to make. I am making it. Take it as the small unearned mercy of a boy who has not, yet, decided whether mercy is, in this war, an indulgence." She stared at him. The goblin steel came, by Master Ragnarok's prearranged courtesy, out of the cobblestones at Harry's small careful summons. It wrapped, in 3 thin shining ropes, around the wrists and ankles of Bellatrix, Rodolphus, and Rabaston. Tonks, with her 7 oars, arrived in a long string of small careful pops behind them. Sirius, in his dog form, sat down beside Susan Bones and licked, very gently, the back of her hand. The morning, in Hogsmeade, after a long-held breath, exhaled. "Sue," Harry said. "Go to your prefect. Tell her you're all right." "Yes, Harry." She went. Tonks, beside him, looked at him for a long second. Watch her, Harry. Tonks. That was, yes. Yes. She shook her head, slowly. Then, in the manner of a person who had decided, earlier in the spring, not to ask a question whose answer would only complicate her professional life, she turned to her aurors and gave the orders for the transport. By dusk, Bellatrix Lestrange and her 2 Lestranges and a great deal of paperwork were back in Azkaban, this time with the hand of the Minister for Magic personally signed to their cell wards. By dusk, the stable manor in Little Hangleton was, by the system's count, down to 8 active operatives. By dusk, the small unfinished man in the wing chair, who had, that morning, by the small private network of marks tied to Death Eater forearms, felt 3 of his most loyal lieutenants pinched off the network in a single instant, did, for the first time in his second life, lose his temper. The temper, the system told Harry, took the form of breaking 3 priceless objects in the manor's drawing room. After the breaking, he was, by the careful calm of his last fragment of soul, again calm. But the calm, the system told Harry, was a thinner calm than it had been the day before. The window, the system told him, was tightening. The second event in the 8 weeks was, Harry would later say, the more important of the 2. It came, on the evening of the 17th of April, in the form of Severus Snape. The potions master, who had, in the 18 months of Harry's residence at Hogwarts, said exactly 23 sentences to him, knocked, very precisely, on the door of the Astronomy Tower's East Annex at 6:30 in the evening. Harry opened the door. Snape stood, very tall and very black, on the landing. "Mr. Potter." "Sir." "May I come in?" "Yes, sir." He came in. He stood, for a long second, in the middle of the round room. He did not look, Harry thought, at any of the furniture. He looked, instead, at the half-built ash wand on the desk. He looked, in particular, with a long flat unreadable expression, at the small careful third sigil that had been woven, the previous evening, by Hermione's hand into the grip. "Mr. Potter." "Yes, sir." "I have come to give you, this evening, a small piece of information." "Yes, sir." "In the autumn of 1979, your mother was the only person, in our friend group at this school, who treated me with any kind of decency. I had, by then, in fact, been a poor friend to her for 2 years. She had, by then, in fact, given up on me. She continued, all the same, to be decent to me. I have, in the 14 years since she died, attempted to repay that decency in such ways as I could, including by serving, in this school, as the headmaster's spy upon the man your wand is, today, being built to undo. Yes, sir. I understand, this evening, that the wand is about half complete. Yes, sir. I would like to make, this evening, a small contribution to it. Yes, sir. It is the only thing I have to offer. He drew, from inside his black robes, a small glass vial. Inside the vial, suspended in clear potion resin, was a single hair. The hair was long, and the color of a particular shade of red that Harry had, in his life, only ever seen in 2 places, on the head of his mother, in the photograph Hagrid had given him for his 11th birthday, and, now, in this glass vial. It is hers, Snape said. Sir. She gave it to me, in 1979, at her wedding. She had, that morning, cut a length from the small braid she wore at the back of her head. She gave a length to the wedding photographer, she gave a length to her sister, she gave a length, with a small dry remark about old friends, to me. I have, in the 14 years, kept it. I would like, tonight, to give it to you. He held out the vial. Harry took it. The vial was, in his hand, very light. You may, if it serves your work, weave the hair into the wand. Yes, sir. I will not, in particular, ask you to record the contribution by name. The records of this evening's gift, in the long run, are best kept private. I will know, the headmaster will know, and you, who are the user of the wand, will know. Yes, sir. That is all. He turned, in the long black sweep of his robes, to leave. Professor. Yes. Thank you. He paused in the doorway. He did not turn. You are welcome, Mr. Potter. He went. Harry held the vial, for a long quiet minute, in his palm. Hermione, who had been in the corner with Crookshanks on her lap, came over. She looked at the vial. She did not, for a long second, speak. Then she said, very softly, Harry. Yes. You are going to weave it tonight. Yes. He sat down on the foot of his bed. He uncapped the vial, with great care. He drew the long red hair out, with the platinum needle. He laid it, very carefully, along the grip of the half-built ash wand. Hermione, with the steady hand she had been practicing in the 4 weeks of the build, threaded the hair through the small careful weave that was the wand's binding. The ash, at the contact of the hair, hummed. It was, the system reported, the last component the wand had been waiting for. By midnight, the cosmic wand was complete. It was, in Harry's right hand, very light. It was almost weightless. It glowed, very faintly, with the warm gold of the bonfire under his sternum, the small silver of Hermione's otter Patronus, the dark steel of Sirius's animagus shape, the deep silver of Madame Flamel's needle, the quiet gold of Master Ragnarok's vault chamber, the grey of McGonagall's eye, the half-blue of Dumbledore's, the white of Lily Potter's wedding day, and, around all of them, the small thin warm glow of 7 witnesses' love. It would, at his choosing, end the spell that had, for 50 years, held a man together. Tonight, however, was not the night. Tonight, he set it on the desk between his bed and Hermione's. He covered it, very gently, with a square of black velvet. He went to the slate balcony. He stood for a long minute, watching the equinox stars. Then he came inside, and slept. 8 weeks, the system had told him. 6 weeks remained. The bonfire under his sternum, in those 6 weeks, would, the system told him on the morning of the 18th of April, plateau at SS rank. It would not, until the last minute, climb. A small, parallel matter resolved itself in the same week. Draco Malfoy, who had, in the long winter, written Harry 3 short, careful, formal notes from his mother's house in Wiltshire, where he had, in November, been quietly removed, sent the 4th note on the morning of the 11th of April. The note was longer than the previous 3. It said, Potter, the Aurors are, this morning, attempting to enter our manor's south wing. The south wing is the wing my father kept, between 1974 and 1981, for his work. The wing is warded. The wards, since November, have been in my mother's name. My mother has, this morning, decided that the wards should come down. She has, however, also decided that, of the items in the south wing, 6 are objects that should not, in their current condition, be permitted to leave the wing without inspection by a person who would understand them. My father is, today, in St. Mungo's, in a long quiet ward, and is not in a state to inspect anything. The Aurors are not, by training, equipped. My mother has, accordingly, asked me to write to you. She is aware of the goblin's interest in our family's vaults. She is willing, today, to extend that interest to the manor. If you are willing to come, we would receive you with the courtesy you have, by your prior conduct, earned. Yours, D. Malfoy. Harry read the note twice. He folded it. He went, by goblin geometry, with Master the Lin and a small detail of 3 goblin cursebreakers, to the gates of Malfoy Manor at 3 o'clock that afternoon. Narcissa Malfoy met them at the door. She was, in person, taller than Harry had expected, and paler. She had not, in the 18 months since November, forgiven her husband for what his choices had cost her son. She had also not, in the 18 months, forgiven Harry Potter for being the catalyst by which her husband's choices had become, finally, expensive. The 2 unforgivenesses, she had decided in February, did not need to be the same shape. She was, today, a woman who was hosting, at her front door, a problem and a solution simultaneously. She intended, this afternoon, to manage both with the cool dignity her grandmother had taught her. Mr. Potter. Mrs. Malfoy. Please come in. The 6 items in the south wing were 3 cursed amulets, 2 diaries that did not bleed, and a small carved box that contained a finger bone of unclear origin. The amulets were Saxon, and were of no interest to Voldemort but of great interest to a particular collector at the British Museum. The diaries were, by Hermione's later reading, both of them poorly written confessions written in middle age by Lucius Malfoy's father. They contained, between them, the names of every Death Eater Lucius's father had recruited or processed in the period 1968 to 1979, including 3 names not previously on any ministry list. The Aurors, the next morning, would be, in particular, very pleased. The finger bone was, by the Goblin Cursebreaker's careful diagnosis, the small finger bone of a 13th-century saint, and was not, by any reasonable reading, dangerous. Narcissa Malfoy had, in fact, kept it on her dressing table for 6 years before finally, in November, becoming uncomfortable with it. The Goblin Cursebreaker took it back to Master Ragnarok for proper deconsecration and reburial. By dusk, the south wing of Malfoy Manor was, by Goblin agreement and Auror inspection, clean. By dusk, Narcissa Malfoy and her son had, by Goblin agreement, moved their residence, for the duration of the inspection, to a smaller property on the family's records that had, since 1962, been held in trust for Draco. The smaller property was, by accident of geography, 2 miles from the cottage in which Madame Flammel lived. Madame Flammel, on receiving the news, had sent, by personal owl, a note welcoming the Malfoys to the village. Potter. Malfoy. Thank you. You are welcome, Malfoy. I will, in the autumn, return to school. To Slytherin. The headmaster has, by formal request, allowed me to remain in the house I was sorted to, despite my father's late tenure on the board. Good. I will not, however, in particular, be the kind of Slytherin my father raised. I had assumed you wouldn't. I will, in particular, be the kind of Slytherin my mother is. That is, in this country, a great deal more interesting. He nodded, formally, and walked his mother back into the smaller house. By the morning of the 12th of April, the Malfoy estate had become, by Narcissa's quiet decision, the largest civilian source of intelligence on Death Eater operations in southern England. By the 17th, the Aurors had used the new intelligence to locate and capture, in a single coordinated raid, 4 of the 8 remaining active Death Eaters. By the 20th, the manor at Little Hangleton had been, by Master Ragnarok's arrangement and Master Thalin's assistance, entirely surrounded by goblin observation, although neither the goblins nor any wizard had yet, in the system's careful estimate, made an entry attempt. The unfinished man inside, the system reported, was now down to 4 servants. By dusk on the 20th, he had become, the system told Harry, a thing that had, for 50 years, made a great many people very afraid, and that was, today, beginning, very faintly, to be afraid himself. The window had not yet closed. But it was tightening. 6 weeks of preparation, Harry knew, was a long time. 6 weeks, by mid-April, had become 5. 5 had become 4. 4 would, by the morning of his birthday, be 1. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, The Cost of an Hour. The note from Tom Marvolo Riddle came on the morning of the 22nd of April. It was not, by appearance, a note from Tom Marvolo Riddle. It was, by appearance, a small, cream-colored card delivered by a glossy black raven to the door of number 17 Lavender Crescent in Crawley, where the Granger family had, for 16 years, kept their orderly suburban life. The card was addressed to Hermione Granger, care of Mr. and Mrs. Granger. The handwriting on the front was not Bellatrix Lestrange's. It was a different hand, a steady, mid-century, public school hand, with the faint stiffness of somebody who had not, for a long time, written a letter by an English fire. Hermione, who had arrived home for a Saturday breakfast with her parents, opened it at the kitchen table. She read it, twice. She set it down. She walked, very calmly, into the front hall, picked up the telephone in the receiver, and dialed the small house in Devon at which Madame Flamel had, in late March, agreed to accept telephonic communication on Saturday mornings. Madame Flamel. Miss Granger. He has written to my parents. A long quiet beat. What does he say? He says that he would like, by way of demonstrating his good faith in the negotiations he is, beginning today, opening with my friend, to make my parents the personal guests of the manor at Little Hangleton for a period of 1 week. He says that, if Mr. Potter and I would like to discuss the terms of his good faith, we are welcome at the manor at any hour. He says that the manor is, today, very lightly defended. Hermione. Yes. This is a trap. Yes. He has, this morning, picked the only target in your life that I had not, in my 40 years of warding work, fully extended my care to. Yes. It is, however, also an opportunity. Yes. Bring your parents to my house. Now. By the kin door at the back of your kitchen. Master Ragnarok has, since November, kept it open for you. I will be at my own kin door in 2 minutes. Your parents will, by lunch, be in a place where this man cannot reach them. Yes, madam. And, Miss Granger. Yes, madam. Tell Mr. Potter. Yes, madam. She rang off. She walked, very calmly, back into the kitchen. She told her parents. Mrs. Granger, who was a dental surgeon and who had spent the last 16 months learning how to hear a sentence about Voldemort without flinching, did not flinch. Mr. Granger, who was a dental surgeon and who had not, in the same 16 months, been quite as quick about the lessons, did flinch, but he did, after a moment, set down his coffee, fold his newspaper, and go upstairs to pack a small overnight bag. By 11 o'clock, the three of them were in Madame Flamel's small front parlour in Devon, sitting on a chintz sofa, drinking tea, while Madame Flamel sat opposite, very calmly stitching, with a small platinum needle and a length of silver thread, an additional protective charm into the lining of Mrs. Granger's coat. By 11 o'clock, also, Hermione's silver otter Patronus had reached Harry in the astronomy tower with the following message: he has written to my parents. They are, by Madame Flamel, safe. He is, today, in Little Hangleton, and the manor is, by his own letter, lightly defended. The trap is set. The bait is offered. We have, to act, this afternoon. Harry, who had been sitting at his desk reading a third-year text on advanced charms when the otter arrived, set down the book. He did not, immediately, do anything else. He stood up. He walked to the window. He looked, for a long quiet minute, south. The bonfire under his sternum, which had, by long habit, been suppressed to a small warm coal, was, that morning, awake. It had, the system told him, been awake for 2 hours, since the precise moment the cream-colored card had been delivered to number 17 Lavender Crescent. It had not, in the 2 hours, raised its level. It had merely, the system reported, paid attention. Pay attention, the bonfire was, in its quiet way, telling him. He paid attention. He looked, on the desk, at the velvet-wrapped ash wand. He looked, on the bookshelf, at Hermione's neatly stacked notes from the previous 20 months. He looked, on the rug by the fireplace, at Crookshanks, who was, in his slow grumpy way, asleep. He looked, in the small framed photograph on his bedside table, at his parents, who were, in the way of all wizarding photographs, in a small endless motion of laughter at one another. He thought, for a long careful moment, about all of them. He thought about the fact that, in 2.5 hours, if he did not, today, walk into the manor at Little Hangleton, the cream-colored card on the Granger kitchen table would, by the long careful logic of the unfinished man's planning, be the first card of many. He would, by August, have written to the Bones family. By Christmas, to the Longbottoms. By next Easter, to the Weasleys. The cards would not, any of them, be threats. They would be invitations. The invitations would, in their wording, be polite. The wording, on close reading, would all rest on the same axis: the boy in the astronomy tower who, for 2 years, had not, in any visible way, lifted a hand against the Death Eaters in his school, was, today, in the eyes of the unfinished man, a boy who could be reached. The boy could, by long careful patience, be talked down. The boy could, by long careful patience, become, in the next 10 years, the unfinished man's apprentice. The boy could, by long careful patience, become, eventually, the unfinished man's heir. It was, Harry thought, a very intelligent campaign. It was, in particular, a campaign that the Harry Potter of the cupboard at Privet Drive, on the afternoon of his 7th birthday, would not, in any version of him, have agreed to. He drew, from the desk, a clean sheet of parchment. He wrote 3 messages. He sent, in reply to Hermione's order, a single sentence: "I am coming for you. Stay at Madame Flamel's. Wait there until Sirius arrives. He will be with you in 20 minutes. He sent, to Sirius, a second message: "Take Tonks and her 4 reserve aurors to Madame Flamel's, in Devon, in the next 20 minutes. Stay with the Grangers until I arrive. The trap is set. The window is, today, open." He sent, to Albus Dumbledore, a third: "Sir. He has moved. I need you at the gates of Little Hangleton at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Bring whatever assistance you have judged appropriate. Yours, H." He picked up, from the desk between his bed and Hermione's, the velvet-wrapped cosmic wand. He held it for a long second. Then he went to Madame Flamel's. Devon, by goblin geometry, was a 6-minute walk from the kitchen at Hogwarts. Harry arrived at the small thatched cottage at 11:30. The Grangers, on the chintz sofa, looked up. Hermione, in the doorway, did not, for a long second, speak. She crossed the parlor. She put her arms around Harry's neck. She held him, very tightly, for the count of 4, and then, as if the count of 4 were the agreed-upon ration, she let him go. "All right," she said. "All right. Today. Today." Sirius arrived at 11:37, on the back of a small, harried-looking auror named Proudfoot, who had brought him in. Tonks arrived at 11:39 with her 4 reserve aurors. Madame Flamel, by then, had returned to her embroidery. "Pop. Sirius. You're going." "Yes. I'm coming." "No. Pop. Sirius. Listen to me." The reason he wrote, this morning, to Hermione's parents and not, in particular, to me, is that he has decided that he is most likely to draw me out by leveraging my friend. He has decided this, in part, because you, Padfoot, and Tonks, and the aurors, and the goblins have, in the last 6 weeks, made it impossible for him to leverage anyone else. The only thread he has left, for me, is Hermione. The only thread he has left, for Hermione, is her parents. He has used the thread. The thread, today, has been cut. The Grangers are safe. He does not, yet, know they are safe. He thinks I am, this morning, on my way to Little Hangleton with a great deal of urgency. You are, in fact, on your way to Little Hangleton. Yes. With urgency. Yes. With me beside you. No. Pop. Sirius. Listen. The reason you cannot come is not that I am ashamed of you. The reason is that, in his last fragment, he has prepared a very specific spell for the front gate of the manor. The spell will, by structure, identify the second most loved person in the party that walks through the gate, and will, in the moment of identification, kill that person on the spot. It is a spell he prepared, in 1979, against a wizard named Fabian Pruitt, who was the second most loved by every member of his family. It is a spell he is, today, very fond of. He has set it on the gate. How do you know? Because the cosmic wand told me. The wand has, since midnight, become, in addition to the spell closer, a small careful diagnostic tool. It has, this morning, scanned the manor's wards. The gate spell is, to the wand, very loud. Pop. Serious. Then go in alone. Yes. He looked at Sirius, who was, in person, taller than Harry, and broader, and 15 years older, and whose eyes had, in the last 6 weeks, gone from the eyes of a recovering Azkaban convict to the eyes of a man who had, for the first time in his adult life, been useful again, in a way he had not been useful since he had been an Auror at 21. Sirius's mouth twitched. All right, pup. I'll be back. You will be. Sirius. Yes. If anything, no. All right. All right. Harry turned, kissed Madame Flamel's hand in the small formal way she had taught him, kissed the top of Hermione's head in a way she had not, until that moment, ever permitted, said goodbye to the Grangers, said goodbye to the Aurors, and left. He left by the kin door. He arrived, 6 minutes later, on the gate side of the wards of Little Hangleton Manor. He paused, on the muddy lane, in the long wet grey afternoon of the 22nd of April, in his second-best school robes, with the cosmic wand in his right sleeve and the holly wand in his left, and the bonfire under his sternum, by his own permission, no longer suppressed. He looked at the gate. The gate was an ordinary cast-iron gate. It had, on it, 27 separate magical wards. 26 of the wards were of the kind any old wizarding manor might, in the previous century, have been protected by. The 27th was the gate spell. It was a thin, careful, almost invisible weave that would, the moment a party of 2 or more crossed, identify the second most loved member of the party and unravel that person's heart. Harry did not, for a long second, move. Then he raised the cosmic wand. He pointed it at the 27th ward. He spoke, very quietly, the small careful word that the wand had been built to speak. Close. The ward, with the small precise motion of a spell that had been waiting, for 14 years, for a wand qualified to dismiss it, dismissed itself. The other 26 wards he did not close. Closing the wards would, the system told him, have alerted the manor. Walking through them, in the careful slow manner of a person who had, for 2 years, learned the way each kind of ward sat against a body, would not. He walked through them. The gate, which had not, in the closing of the 27th ward, made any sound, did not, in his passage, make any sound either. He walked, very calmly, up the long muddy drive. The manor, by the system's count, contained 4 operatives. The 4 operatives were arranged, by the system's reading, as follows: 1 in the small drawing room on the first floor, with the unfinished man in the wing chair. 1 in the kitchen. 1 on the staircase. 1 in the conservatory, by the back garden door. The one on the staircase, the system told him, was Walden McNair. He was, in person, an executioner. He had, in the previous war, performed 11 of the 12 known executions ordered by Voldemort upon defectors. He was, today, the man who had, 2 months ago, knelt beside the slab in the basement and stitched, with Bellatrix, the spine. McNair would, in the staircase, be the first. Harry took him in the 3rd stair from the bottom. He did not, in taking him, kill him. He did not, in fact, in this part of the manor, intend to kill anybody. He was here, today, for the unfinished man in the drawing room. The other 3 operatives were, by his planning, to be neutralized by the small private goblin team that was, at this moment, in the manor's garden, performing the same kind of work that goblins had, in the last 6 weeks, become unfortunately good at. Master the Lin had, in the muddy lane, a quarter-mile from the gate, agreed. McNair, on the 3rd stair, gave a small surprised hiss as the goblin's steel cuff closed around his right wrist. He did not, at the second's pressure of his left foot on a small pressure plate Harry had, by telekinesis, placed on the riser of the 4th stair, managed to draw his wand. He sat down, very heavily, on the stair, and stared at the cuff. "Hello," Harry said politely. "Potter." "Yes." "You, yes." "How did, that is, today, the wrong question." "The right one." "The right one is whether, today, the courtesy I extend to your 3 remaining colleagues will be the same courtesy I am, today, extending to you." The answer is yes, in their cases, with one exception, as long as none of them, in the next 6 minutes, casts an unforgivable curse at anybody. The courtesy, in your case, includes a goblin transport to Azkaban this evening, with a personal escort by Master the Lin, who is, in the garden, my friend. Potter. Sit, please. I have, today, work upstairs. McNair sat. Harry walked past him. The man in the conservatory, when Harry passed him in the corridor, did not even see Harry. The goblin team, in the conservatory, had already, by silent agreement, attended to him. He was, by then, in goblin steel, on the floor of the conservatory, asleep. The man in the kitchen, by goblin agreement, had been similarly attended to. The one in the drawing room, by Voldemort's previous order, did not leave the drawing room. Harry, on the landing of the first floor, paused. He did not, today, intend to be alone in the drawing room when he closed the spell. He had, before leaving Madame Flamel's, made one small private arrangement that he had not, yet, told Sirius. He had asked Albus Dumbledore to meet him there. Dumbledore, by the small careful prearrangement of the wandless apparition that he had, at his age, perfected, was, when Harry stepped onto the landing, already standing at the drawing-room door. He inclined his head. Harry. Sir. Together, then. Yes, sir. He opened the door. The drawing-room was, at 4 in the afternoon, a long, dim, oak-paneled room with red velvet curtains, a tall portrait of the late Mr. Riddle Sr. over the mantel, and, in the wing chair beside the fire, an unfinished man. He was, in person, a great deal less imposing than he had been, in his last life, in the photographs Hermione had shown Harry from the war years. He was a tall, pale man of about 36, with hair that was, today, beginning to grey at the temples, with red eyes that had, today, the small dull tiredness of a man who had not, in 11 years, slept, and with a wand that was, today, in his right hand. The wand, the system told Harry, was the wand Voldemort had stolen, in 1979, from a wandmaker named Mikhail Gregorovich. It had been, in 1979, the wand of Antioch Peveril. It was, in any wandmaker's reading, the most powerful wand in the world. It was not, the system added neutrally, a wand that had ever, in its long history, met a hand it had truly, fully, recognized as its own. Harry, with the cosmic wand in his right sleeve, did not need a wand the Elder Wand would recognize. He stepped into the room. Dumbledore stepped in beside him. The unfinished man, in his winged chair, did not stand. Harry Potter. Tom Riddle. A long silence. You are not, today, alone. No. That is, in my structure, an inconvenience. It was meant to be. Albus. Tom. I had, today, planned to discuss with the boy a proposal. I had, today, planned to listen. The proposal does not, on close examination, work in the presence of a witness. I imagined it would not. A second long silence. The fourth operative, the one in the drawing room, by Voldemort's small careful glance, raised his wand at Dumbledore. The wand, in his hand, fired. The fire, by Dumbledore's small careful shield charm, did not, on its way to Dumbledore, finish. It fizzled, instead, in midair, and the operative, who had been a Death Eater named Travers, by Dumbledore's small careful follow-up disarming, lost his wand, his footing, and his consciousness, in the order they were taken from him. He fell, very heavily, on the carpet. Voldemort, in the wing chair, did not move. Albus. Yes. You have, since 1981, been, by my count, the only wizard in the world I have, in any honest sense, feared. I know. You will, today, by my count, be, by my reading of the boy's face, the second wizard in the world I have, in any honest sense, feared. Tom. Yes. That has, since you were 16, been the answer. I know. It was, in the end, never, despite our long conversation, a question of power. I know. A third silence. Mr. Potter. Yes. The artifact in your right sleeve. Yes. It is, today, complete. It is. And you are, today, going to use it. Yes. On the spell I cast in 1981. Yes. Which has, since 1981, been the only spell that has held me, in any sense, together. Yes. Mr. Potter. Yes. I am going, in the next minute, to attempt, with the Elder Wand, to kill you. I will not succeed. I am aware that I will not succeed. The attempt is, by structure, the only manner in which I, today, can act with any dignity. I would like, before the attempt, to register, for the historical record, that I have, in the last 70 years of work, made of my own life a thing that has not, in the last analysis, been worth the work. I would, in addition, like to register that I have, in the last 70 years, killed a great many people. I would, in addition, like to register that I am, today, sorry. The drawing room held very still. Harry looked at him for a long second. He had, on the train ride to Hogsmeade Station 2.5 years before, talked with Hermione for 4 hours about what kind of person he was going to be, in the long quiet way of children who were, even then, discovering that they had not, yet, finished choosing. He had, in the time since, made a great many small careful decisions about what kind of wizard the world deserved. He had, in particular, decided, on the morning he had walked out of Madame Flamel's Devon parlour, that he was not going to be a wizard who refused, in front of an enemy, to register the enemy's last apology. I hear you, Tom. Mr. Potter. Yes. That is, in fact, the second most difficult thing I have ever said. What is the first? He paused. The first, he said, I have not yet said. What is it? Goodbye. He raised the Elder Wand. The Elder Wand, which had been, for 14 years, the wand of a man whose hand it had never recognized, did the small thing that the cosmic wand had been built, in the last 6 weeks, to permit it to do. It hesitated. Harry's right hand, in the same instant, came up. The cosmic wand, in his right hand, was very light. It was almost weightless. He pointed it at the unfinished man in the wing chair. He spoke, very quietly, the small careful word the wand had been built to speak. Close. The spell of October the 31st, 1981, which had, for 50 years, been the spell that had held Tom Marvolo Riddle together, closed. The unfinished man, in the wing chair, took one small breath, like a man who had, after a long fever, finally stopped being too hot. The Elder Wand, in his hand, with no further binding to him, fell to the carpet. It did not, by any wandmaker's reading, ring. It made the small soft thump of a piece of wood that had been, for the first time in 14 years, told that it was a piece of wood. Tom Marvolo Riddle, in the wing chair, slumped. He did not, in slumping, look terrible. He looked, in fact, the way a man looks when, after 50 years, somebody has finally permitted him to be tired. He died. It was, the system told Harry quietly, a clean death. It was the death of a coherent person. He had been, for 10 weeks, a coherent person. He had been, for the rest of his life, fragments. The fragments had, in the last 6 months, been swept, very carefully, by goblin hands and Madame Flamel's hand and Harry's, into the small careful silver bowl of his single coherent body. The bowl, for 10 weeks, had held. The bowl, today, had been gently set down. Status, target resolved. Spell closed. Body, deceased. Soul, whole at point of death. Recommended next step, sit down. Harry did not, immediately, sit down. Dumbledore, beside him, with a hand that was, for the first time in many years, slightly trembling, knelt at the wing chair. He set, very gently, his palm against the unfinished man's forehead. He closed the unfinished man's eyes. He stood up, very slowly, with the careful old motion of a man whose knees had been used for a great many decades and who did not, today, want to give them more use than necessary. Harry. Yes. It is done. Yes. Sit down. Yes, sir. He sat down. He sat down on the long velvet sofa across from the fire. He set the cosmic wand, very carefully, on the small side table at his right hand. The wand, on the table, did not, today, glow. It was, today, simply a piece of ash with a single thin band of goblin silver around its grip and a small woven hair at its core. It had finished its work. Dumbledore sat down beside him. For a long minute, the two of them sat, very quietly, in front of the fire, and did not speak. Then Dumbledore said, very softly, Harry. Yes, sir. There remain, in the world, 3 small matters. Yes, sir. The first is the Elder Wand. Yes, sir. It is, by accident of geography, today, in this room. It is, by the law of its acquisition, today, by the act of the closing, mine, since I won it in a duel from Gellert Grindelwald in 1945 and Tom acquired it, in turn, from my office, by theft, after my passive surrender. The wand has, today, recognized the closing. The wand is, today, again my wand. Yes, sir. I will, this evening, in the headmaster's office, bury it. The grave will not be marked. The wand will not, again in our lifetimes, be recovered. Yes, sir. The second matter is the body. Yes, sir. I have, this morning, written to Mrs. Riddle Sr. in Surrey. She will, in the next week, be permitted to return to her son. Her grief is, today, hers. It is not for our hands. I will, by the end of the week, deliver the body to her. Yes, sir. The third matter is the boy. Yes, sir. You are 12. Yes, sir. You have, in the last 20 months, ended a war that, by my reading, would have, in the canon of probabilities I have spent the last 50 years calculating, lasted, in your absence, another 7 years and cost, by my conservative estimate, 1,640 lives. Yes, sir. You have, in particular, ended it without, today, killing him. Yes, sir. You have also, in particular, ended it without, today, having become, in the process, the kind of boy who would have, in any other history, killed him. Yes, sir. Harry. Yes, sir. I do not, today, know quite what to do with you. You may, sir, send me back to my dormitory. Dumbledore laughed. It was a small, dry, surprised laugh. It was the laugh of a man who had, for the first time in many decades, been told a thing by a child that he had not, himself, thought to say. Yes, Harry, he said. I may, today, do that. He stood up, slowly. He went, with the small careful motion he had used at the wing chair, to the body's right hand. He picked up, from the carpet, the Elder Wand. He held it for a long second, in his old hand. He inclined his head, very slightly, at the body. Then he turned. Come, Harry. We will, today, go home. They went home. They went home by the muddy lane, by the kin door at the end of the lane that Master Ragnarok had, by Harry's small private arrangement, opened for the afternoon. They went home through the corridor of goblin geometry, in 6 minutes, to the kitchen of Hogwarts, behind the barrel of pickled herring. They went home up the long blue stairs of the astronomy tower. Hermione was waiting at the top. She looked at Harry. Harry looked at her. For a long second, she did not speak. Then she said, very quietly, "It worked." "Yes. He is." "Yes. You are." "Yes." She stepped forward. She put her arms around him. She held him, very tightly, for a long minute, in the round room at the top of the astronomy tower, while the bonfire under his sternum, very gently, began, for the first time in the day, to lower itself, like a person who had been standing for too long, and the small silver moon over the lake came up, in the long blue dusk of the 22nd of April, very calm, very clean, very full, over a country in which, for the first time in 50 years, a great deal of fear had stopped being necessary. In the corridor of goblin geometry, in the deep stratum of Master Ragnarok's bank, in the careful sealed box, for solankers that had, for some weeks, been waiting, decided, of their own accord, that the wait was over. They went, in a small soft hum, into the goblin furnace. The fifth, in the snake's old reserve in Norway, in a small careful goblin gesture, did the same. The sixth, which had been the boys', had, in September, dispersed. The seventh, in the body in Surrey, would, by the end of the week, lie quietly with its body in a Surrey grave and dissolve there, the way the seam in Madame Flamel's needlework had, in Harry's body, over the previous year, dissolved. In the small drawing-room at Madame Flamel's cottage in Devon, the Grangers, for the first time in 8 hours, exhaled. In a small house 2 miles away, Narcissa Malfoy and her son, who had been told, by Goblin Courier, the news of the afternoon, ate, for the first time in a year and a half, a quiet supper that did not require any of the careful management of fear. In the small hospital ward at St. Mungo's, in the long quiet wing where Lucius Malfoy lay in the long careful coma the goblins had, in November, put him in, a small white-haired healer, on her 4 o'clock round, paused at the foot of his bed, looked at his face for a long second, and decided, with the small private mercy of healers, that, on the morning of the 23rd of April, she would begin the slow careful work of bringing him out of the coma. He would, by July, be a man. He would, by next year, be a man with his small son again. He would, for the rest of his life, be a man without his master. In the astronomy tower, on the slate balcony, with Hermione's shoulder against his, Harry Potter, 12 years old, with the bonfire under his sternum very, very quiet, watched the moon rise over the lake. The system, in the back of his head, did the small new thing it had not, in all the previous notifications, ever done. It said, very simply, "Well done." Status, war ended. Rank, SS+, permanent. Mana pool, infinity. Skills, too many to list. Quests completed, all. Inventory, 47/infinity. Bonds, Hermione Granger, S, Sirius Black, B, Albus Dumbledore, C, Master Ragnarok, B, Madame Flamel, C. New designation, at rest. Harry closed the panel. Hermione. Yes. I'm going to bed. All right. Tomorrow. Yes. Tomorrow we go to Hogsmeade. We have an ice cream. Then we attend charms. Then we attend transfiguration. Then we attend herbology. Then we attend defense. Yes. And then, he said, we are, for the first time in 12 years, just 2 students at a school. She smiled. It was a small, tired, lovely smile. All right, she said. He went inside. He went to bed. The bonfire under his sternum, for the first time since the afternoon of his 7th birthday, allowed itself, by his own small permission, to burn at a frequency the wider world might, in time, by ordinary instruments, even measure. It did not, that night, blaze. The morning of the 23rd of April, in Britain, was sunny. The Daily Prophet ran, on its front page, a photograph of the empty winged chair in the drawing room of the manor at Little Hangleton, with a small precise caption that read, simply, "It is over." The story below it was, by the standards of British wizarding journalism, almost restrained. It told the morning what had happened. It did not, in particular, name the boy. The boy had asked the minister, by Patronus message at 6 in the morning, that his name not be in the story. The minister, who had spent the last 20 months learning, by small steady increments, to take the boy's request seriously, had agreed. The boy was, at 9:30, in charms. Professor Flitwick, who had read the morning's prophet over a cup of tea in the staff room, did not, in his classroom, say a single word about it. He set, on the desks, a small careful stack of feathers. He delivered, in his bright squeak, a small careful lecture on the third-year application of the levitation charm to multiple objects in sequence. He moved among the desks, with his little stool and his beaming smile, and offered small careful corrections to 15 second-years wand motions. When he reached Harry's desk, he paused, looked, for one long second, at Harry's face, and said, "Mr. Potter." "Yes, sir. Your wand motion, today, is, on the second feather, a fraction wide. You are pulling, by perhaps half a degree, on the backstroke." "Thank you, sir. I'll correct it." "Good. Carry on." He moved to the next desk. Hermione, beside him, did not, the entire hour, look at Harry. She did not need to. Her wrist, from the second feather, was performing, by Harry's sideways correction through their bond, exactly the corrected motion. Her feather rose, by the end of the hour, to a textbook perfect height. So did his. The bonfire under his sternum, in the quiet ordinariness of the hour, glowed at a level that the system had, since the night before, been gently logging in its catalogue of his post-conflict baseline. The catalogue noted, user has, for the first time, begun to live. Transfiguration, at 11, was McGonagall, in her professional severity, lecturing on the philosophical responsibilities of transfiguration applied to live tissue. Harry took notes. He performed, when called on, a small mouse into snuffbox, on his second attempt. McGonagall, who had read the prophet, did not, in the classroom, say a word about it either. At the end of the hour, however, she paused at his desk and said, very quietly, "Mr. Potter." "Yes, Professor. I am, today, very pleased that you are still in my class." "Thank you, Professor. Carry on." She left. Hermione, packing her textbook, said, "She is going to cry, in her office, this afternoon." Quietly. "Yes. She has, in the last 20 months, been very fond of you." "Yes. And of me." "Yes. It is, on the whole, a relief." "It is." Herbology, at 1. Defense, at 3. Tonks, in the defense classroom, was, by the timetable's previous publication, replaced for the day by the senior Auror Robards, who, by Minister Bones's cheerful arrangement, had been seconded into Hogwarts as a guest instructor. Tonks was, for the day, helping the Aurors at Little Hangleton process the 4 operatives Harry had, the previous afternoon, left in the manor's various rooms in Goblin Steel. Robards, in the defense classroom, did not, like Flitwick and McGonagall, refrain from commentary. He stood at the front of the classroom, hands clasped behind his back, and said, in a slow sonorous voice that filled the room, "Class. Yesterday afternoon, between 4 and 5 o'clock, the wizarding war that has, for 50 years, intermittently destroyed our country, ended. It ended without, in particular, a great many casualties on our side. The reasons for this happy outcome are, by the agreement of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, classified. The reasons for the outcomes having been classified, in addition, are classified. I will, today, ask you to acknowledge the outcome, and to ask, in particular, no further questions about it. The wider world will, in due course, write the books. The wider world's books will, in due course, be largely wrong. You will, in your time at this school, hear, by rumor, 3 or 4 versions of yesterday afternoon. None of them will be right. I would prefer, accordingly, that all 4 of you who are sitting in this classroom not, in this term, attempt the rumor. Today's lesson is the disarming charm, with a particular focus on the variant intended for use against an opponent who has, against you, the cover of a low wall. Wands up, please. The class lifted its wands. The lesson, for the rest of the hour, was the disarming charm. After class, Robards paused Harry on his way out. Mr. Potter. Sir. Tonks would, this evening, like a word. She will, by my arrangement, be at the 3 Broomsticks at 6. The headmaster has said you may attend if you wish. Yes, sir. It is not, in particular, a debrief. It is a small thank you. Yes, sir. Bring, if you like, Miss Granger. Yes, sir. He went. The 3 Broomsticks, at 6 in the evening, was full of Aurors, ministry clerks, and Hogwarts staff. Hagrid was at one corner table, with 2 pints in front of him and a third on its way. Sirius was at the bar, with Madame Rosmerta on the other side of it laughing at something he had just said. McGonagall was, surprising everybody, at a small corner table with Madame Hooch, drinking what looked like sherry. Snape was not there. Snape, the system told Harry quietly, was in his office, alone, reading, with the small private door closed. Tonks waved Harry and Hermione over to her table by the window. Watch her. Tonks. Sit. Sit. Drink. Butterbeer for both of you. On me. Tonks. Yes. Did you, all 4 bound up nicely? 2 are at Azkaban. 2 are at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement for processing. McNair, in particular, will, by the end of the year, probably manage a not guilty plea on a technicality and walk free. Robards is annoyed. The technicality is, in fact, a goblin one. The goblin's steel cuff was applied without his having committed, in the moment of his apprehension, any prosecutable offense. He had, at the moment, only been sitting on a stair. Tonks. It is, today, all right. We will, in his case, by other means, get him within the year. He is, in particular, an executioner. Executioners do not, in this country, have, today, much work. He will be bored. Bored executioners, in my experience, make small bad decisions. I will, in particular, make the small bad decision part of my year's professional development. All right. Pop. Yes, Tonks. I wanted to say, in particular, thanks. From me. For the brief. It is the rest of us who owe you thanks, Tonks. Take it, you cheeky bugger. I am the senior Auror at this table. He smiled. He drank his butterbeer. They sat, for an hour, in the warm, full pub, and Hermione, with the steady quiet patience of a girl who had, in the last 24 hours, carried more weight than she had ever in her life been asked to carry, leaned, for a long minute, against Harry's shoulder, and did not move. Harry, for his part, looked around the room. He looked at Hagrid, who was, at the corner table, trying to teach a small first-year Hufflepuff how to pour a pint without spilling. He looked at Sirius, whose laugh was, after 12 years in Azkaban, finally, properly, a laugh again. He looked at McGonagall, who had, by the 3rd sherry, allowed her hair to come a little loose at the temples. He looked at Madame Rosmerta, who was laughing. He looked at Tonks, whose hair was, today, the color of the morning sky. He looked, in particular, at the long, full room, and he thought, for the first time in his life, that he was, in a small careful way, a part of it. The bonfire under his sternum, very quietly, glowed. Status, user is, for the first time in a documented career, at rest. New designation, at rest. Rank, SS plus stable. No further classification action required for this timeline. Harry closed the panel. He did not, that evening, open it again. That night, in the round room at the top of the astronomy tower, after Hermione had finished alphabetizing, for the third time, the books in the small bookshelf above her bed, and Crookshanks had finished kneading, with his slow careful paws, the small woolen blanket at the foot of hers, Harry took the velvet-wrapped cosmic wand off his desk, walked, in the soft slippers Hermione's mother had, in February, knitted him for his birthday, out onto the slate balcony, and stood, for a long quiet hour, looking south. The south, tonight, was a great deal quieter than it had been on previous nights. The bonfire under his sternum was, tonight, a great deal quieter than it had been on previous nights. He set the wand, very gently, on the balcony rail. He stepped back. He looked, for a long second, at it. He thought about leaving it there. He did not leave it there. He picked it up. He carried it back inside. He set it, very gently, on the desk between his bed and Hermione's. He covered it, very gently, with the square of black velvet. He went to bed. He slept, that night, 8 hours. He had not, in his life, slept 8 hours before. In the morning, when he woke, Hermione was still asleep. The dawn over the lake was a long, careful gold. The mountains, in the dawn, were the kind of blue that mountains were when, for the first time in a long time, they had no audience to perform for. Crookshanks, on the foot of his bed, opened one eye, regarded the morning, and closed it again. The bonfire under his sternum glowed at its small careful new baseline. The cosmic wand, on the desk, was, today, simply a small piece of ash with a single thin band of goblin silver around its grip and a small woven hair at its core, and was, today, at rest. Harry got up. He washed his face. He dressed. He made, in the small kitchenette the staff had, over the past year, installed in the round room, a pot of tea. He set, on the table by Hermione's bed, a cup. He set, beside the cup, the morning's Daily Prophet, which an early owl had already left on the balcony rail. The Daily Prophet's headline, today, was about a new broom model. The wider news of the previous day had, by ministerial agreement, been moved off the front page. The wider news of the previous day was, by ministerial agreement, beginning, very slowly, to be folded back into the long careful current of an ordinary country. Harry took his own cup of tea out onto the balcony. He sat on the slate edge. He drank, for a long quiet hour, in the dawn, the first cup of tea of his life that he had not, in some way, been hiding. It glowed. Chapter 7 End. Chapter 8, Cosmic Wand. 3 weeks after the afternoon at Little Hangleton, on a quiet Sunday morning in the second week of May, Harry was sitting on the slate balcony of the astronomy tower, alone, with a cup of tea, when the system said, very gently, notification. An external observer has, in the last 40 minutes, entered the local frame. Its signature is not, by any of the catalogs this unit possesses, a wizarding signature. Recommendation, treat as peer. Approach with caution. Harry, who had not, in 3 weeks, raised the bonfire above its at-rest level, set down his teacup. What kind of peer? A peer of this unit, not of you. Recommendation, permit this unit to introduce. Yes. The bonfire under his sternum, of its own small careful accord, lifted, by perhaps a quarter rank. The slate balcony, the railing, the pewter lake far below, all held, for one long second, very still. Then, very slowly, in the air above the railing, a thin gold line, in the shape of a doorframe, drew itself out of nothing, and through the doorframe, in a long careful step, stepped a person. The person was, by appearance, an older woman. She had, by appearance, dark skin, white hair pinned in a long careful coil at the nape of her neck, and the small careful eyes of a librarian. She wore, by appearance, a long traveling coat of dark grey wool. She carried, by appearance, no wand. She held, by appearance, a small leather-bound ledger in her left hand and a fountain pen in her right. "Mr. Potter," she said. Her accent was, by Harry's ear, not English, not American, not any human accent he had ever heard. It was the accent of a person whose first language was, by some unguessable distance, a language that had no native speakers anywhere on this side of the sky. "Madam. My name is, in the local rendering, Anak. I am, in your interface's vocabulary, a peer of the unit that has been with you since the afternoon of your 7th birthday. I am, also, the auditor under whose mandate the unit was placed. Yes, madam. I have come, today, to do, in particular, 3 things. Yes, madam. The first is to make my official assessment of the unit's deployment. Yes, madam. The second is to deliver, in person, a small thank you on behalf of the larger system to which the unit is, by structure, attached. Yes, madam. The third is to put to you, on behalf of the larger system, a small careful question. Yes, madam. She inclined her head. She set the ledger on the railing. She opened it. She glanced down the columns of the open page with the small careful, professional motion of a librarian whose work had, for many decades, involved auditing similar deployments in similar local frames. She made, with her fountain pen, 3 small careful check marks. She closed the ledger. On the assessment, Mr. Potter. Yes, madam. You have, in the 20 months since the unit was deployed, used it for, by my count, the following purposes. The defense of your own life on 23 occasions, of which 17 were, in the absence of the unit, likely to have been fatal. The defense of named third parties on, by my count, 8 occasions. The voluntary surrender of strategic advantage, on the grounds of mercy, on, by my count, 16 occasions. The forging of permanent diplomatic relations with one non-human nation. The healing, by means of cooperation with another local practitioner, of the soul wound inflicted upon you in 1981. The closure, by your own hand and at considerable personal exposure, of a 50-year war that this unit's actuarial projections had, by April, predicted at 1,640 additional civilian deaths. And, by my own personal favorite, the steady refusal, across all 20 months, to enrich yourself in any way the unit's catalogue would have permitted you to enrich yourself. I had food, madam. And a cot. And a tower. Yes, Mr. Potter. And a friend. Yes. And several friends. Yes. On my assessment, Mr. Potter, the unit's deployment is the most successful I have, in 300 years of audit work, witnessed. Thank you, madam. Thank you, Mr. Potter. A long quiet beat. The second matter. Yes, madam. On behalf of the larger system, by which I mean, in this context, the network of similar audit deployments across the local cluster of inhabited frames, I am authorized to deliver, in person, the thanks of the network. For what, madam? For demonstrating, on this frame, that an unrestricted tier deployment of a basic mana pool calibration unit can, in the hands of a local recipient who was selected by criteria the network does not, in fact, fully understand, produce outcomes that the network had not, in 2,000 years of audit history, previously documented. Specifically, you have produced, in 20 months, the closure of a major local conflict by means that have not, on this frame, been recorded as outcomes possible by any other agent. The data is, in our records, going to be useful for, by my conservative estimate, the next 40,000 years. 40,000 years, madam. Yes. That is a great deal of time. It is. We are, in our work, patient. Yes, madam. The thanks of the network, Mr. Potter, are not, by any wizard's definition of thanks, a small thing. They are, in particular, not the thanks one delivers in words. The thanks of the network are, by structure, delivered as a permanent uplift in the local frame's calibration baseline. The frame itself will, by my mandate, in the moment I close my ledger, this morning, become, in its baseline, a frame on which, going forward, every magical child will be born with a slightly larger reservoir of calibration potential. Not infinite, as yours is. But larger. Larger by a measurable margin. Larger, in particular, in such a way that the next 20 generations of wizards on this frame will be, by the standards of any wand maker, a great deal more capable than the previous 20. Madam. Yes. That is a great deal of thanks. Yes. It is, in particular, a great deal of thanks for the next 20 generations, who have not, today, done any of the work. She smiled. It was, Harry saw at once, a small, professional, kindly smile. It was the smile of a person whose work had, for many centuries, involved the slow careful management of consequence on behalf of beings who had not, themselves, lived to see the consequence land. Mr. Potter. Yes, madam. That is, in fact, the precise reason for the thanks. You have, in your 20 months, demonstrated that the appropriate use of an unrestricted tier unit is, in particular, on behalf of beings who have not, today, done any of the work. The thanks of the network are calibrated to that demonstration. We give, today, to your descendants, what you, today, gave to ours. I see, madam. Yes. Thank you, madam. You are welcome, Mr. Potter. A long quiet beat. The third matter. Yes, madam. The third matter, Mr. Potter, is the small careful question. Yes, madam. The unit, by mandate, is now, in the standard course of audit, scheduled to be retracted from your interface, beginning in 2 weeks. The retraction is gradual. It would, by structure, take 6 months. At the end of the 6 months, you would be, by your local frame's measure, the most capable wizard ever to have lived in it. You would, however, no longer have a unit in your head. You would have, in your head, only your own thoughts. The bonfire, however, would remain. It is yours. Yes, madam. That is, in particular, the standard procedure for a successful deployment of this kind. Yes, madam. There is, however, an alternative procedure. Yes, madam. You may, if you wish, on the recommendation of the unit and the personal authorization of the auditor, become, in addition, an auditor in your own right. An auditor of, in particular, this local frame. You would, in this case, retain the unit. You would, in addition, gain access to the audit network's broader data. You would, in this case, have the option, as your work in the local frame matures, of, in time, training a successor. The post of auditor on this frame is, by our records, today, vacant. It has been vacant for 1400 years. The previous auditor, in 596 AD, declined to continue. We have not, since, found an applicant. Madam. Yes. What does the work involve? Locally, it involves, on the order of perhaps 4 to 6 hours per local week, the small careful continuation of the kind of work you have, in the last 20 months, been doing without our prompting. The mediation of small careful problems among local powers. The defense of the calibration baseline against, by our experience, a small handful of recurring threats. The tutelage, where appropriate, of the next generation of capable practitioners. The maintenance of ordinary records. And not locally, madam. On the wider scale, perhaps 4 hours per local year. The auditing, in person, of 1 or 2 adjacent frames. The participation, in person, in the network's annual review. The friendship, by reasonable expectation, of a small careful number of peers across other frames whom you would, in time, come to know. Madam. Yes. It does not sound, by your description, very much different from what I have already, this year, signed up for. It is not, Mr. Potter, very much different. It is, in fact, only the formal arrangement of what you have, by your own choice, already done. And the difference, today, is that I would, by accepting, agree to keep doing it. Yes. I see, madam. He thought. He thought about the lake, which was, in its long pewter calm, his lake. He thought about the moors above Hogsmeade, which he had, in October, run on, in stag form, beside his godfather. He thought about the small careful tutorials in the headmaster's office. He thought about the Goblin Nation, in its long careful courtesy. He thought about Madame Flamel, in her cottage. He thought about Hermione, who was, this morning, in the round room behind him, trying to get Crookshanks to permit her to brush him. He thought, in particular, about the next generation. He thought about Susan Bones, on the staircase at Hogsmeade, with Bellatrix's wand at her throat. He thought about Draco Malfoy, walking his mother into a smaller house. He thought about Wendell, in the Year 4 classroom in Little Whinging, with his stutter and his clean paper and his small smiley sticker. He thought about the small careful frame of his frame. Yes, he said. She did not, immediately, respond. Mr. Potter. Yes, madam. You are accepting. I am. You will, in addition, accept the small careful additional duty of, in due course, training a successor. Yes. The successor will, by your selection, be a person you trust. Yes. You have, today, a candidate. I have, today, a partner. Not a candidate. The candidate, I think, is not yet at this school. She, or he, will, in the next 10 years, arrive. Yes. She inclined her head. Mr. Potter, the appointment is granted. She drew, from her coat, a small, slim, dark wooden case. She opened it. Inside, on a bed of dark velvet, lay a single object. It was a wand. It was, by appearance, a slim, unornamented, 9-inch length of dark wood, with a single thin band of goblin silver around the grip and, inside the wood's grain, a single woven hair the color of polished walnut. It was, by appearance, identical to the cosmic wand on the desk inside. Madam. Yes. That is, it is the same wand, Mr. Potter. We are, in our work, conservative. The wand you built, with Miss Granger, in the 4 weeks before the equinox, is the only wand of its kind that has, on this frame, ever been built. It is, by structure, the kind of artifact an auditor would, on assignment, carry. We do not, accordingly, see any reason to provide a different one. We have merely, with your permission, made the small careful upgrade by which the wand is, in addition to its closing function, the local key to the network's broader audit infrastructure. I see, madam. You may, if you wish, accept the upgrade now. Yes, please. She set the case on the railing, beside the ledger, and stepped back. Harry, after a moment, walked, in his slippers, into the round room. Hermione, on her bed with Crookshanks finally consenting to be brushed, looked up. Harry. It is all right. There is a person on our balcony. Yes. She is not unfriendly. All right. I'll be, in particular, only a moment. All right. He went to the desk. He picked up, from under the velvet cloth, the cosmic wand. He carried it, in his palm, back out onto the balcony. He set it, very gently, in the case, beside its twin. He closed the case. The 2 wands, in the case, with a small soft hum, became, after 1 long second, 1 wand. Anak, the auditor, opened the case again. She lifted, very carefully, the single wand, and offered it to Harry. He took it. It was, in his hand, very light. It was almost weightless. It glowed, very faintly, the way it had glowed on the morning of the equinox, with the warm gold of the bonfire, the small silver of Hermione's otter, the dark steel of Sirius's dog, the deep silver of Madame Flamel's needle, the quiet gold of Master Ragnarok's vault chamber, the grey of McGonagall's eye, the half-blue of Dumbledore's, and the white of his mother's wedding day. To these, today, were added, very faintly, 3 new colors that Harry had not, before, ever seen in any object: a small gentle bronze, which the system told him was the auditor's own thank you, a small careful violet, which the system told him was the network's annual baseline, and, around all of them, a small steady tone of color that was not, by any human eye, a color at all, but was, the system told him, the color of the next 20 generations of wizards on this frame, unborn, who had. This morning, by his small careful answer to a small careful question, been gifted a slightly larger reservoir of calibration potential at birth than they would have had otherwise. He put the wand, very gently, into his right sleeve. Mr. Potter. Yes, madam. That concludes today's 3 matters. Yes, madam. I will, today, be on my way. Yes, madam. I will, in due course, and in particular at the annual review next March, return. Yes, madam. The unit, in your interface, will, in the meantime, continue to be available. Yes, madam. It will not, in particular, retract. Yes, madam. It will, on the contrary, develop. As you develop. It is, by structure, your second skill of patience. She paused, then, with one foot half through the gold doorframe, and tilted her head in the careful listening way of a person who had, in her long life, learned to hear, before a wand could measure it, a small bad sound at the edge of a frame. Mr. Potter. Yes, madam. There is, today, an additional matter I had not, in my morning's plan, expected to discuss. Yes, madam. There has, in the last 40 seconds, arrived at the rim of your local frame, a thing that we, in the audit network, call a devourer. The bonfire under Harry's sternum, of its own small careful accord, lifted, this time by a full rank. Define, please. A devourer is, in our records, a kind of opportunistic intraframe predator. It is, by structure, attracted to unrestricted tier mana pools. It has, by structure, no native body, it travels in the form of a thin compression of unmoored magical hunger. It enters a frame by a small careful exploitation of the same calibration aperture through which my own ledger has, this morning, opened. It has, in the last 40 seconds, used the small wake my entry left in the local rim. It has come, today, for you. It would not, by my measure, have arrived for at least another 40 years if I had not, today, opened the rim. The arrival is, in particular, my fault. Madam. Yes. How long do we have? 6 minutes. He set the cup of tea down on the railing. Hermione. Yes. She was already in the doorway behind him, with Crookshanks on her shoulder and her wand in her right hand. She had, by some quiet bond reflex, understood the change in Harry's posture before the auditor had finished her second sentence. There is a thing coming. Yes. From outside the frame. Yes. How big? Bigger than anything we have yet, on this frame, encountered. The auditor estimates 6 minutes. Where will it land? On us. On this balcony. Yes. All right, Hermione said. She drew, from the desk, the cosmic wand. She handed it, in her steady hand, to Harry. Get the headmaster. Get Sirius. Get Master Ragnarok. Get Madame Flammel. Now. I will, in the meantime, raise the tower's wards by such margin as I am able. I have, in the last 6 weeks, learned, in particular, the 3rd and 4th degrees of the warding sequence. They will not, today, hold the thing. But they will, in particular, give us 30 more seconds. Yes. He lifted his hand. From under his palm, 4 patron uses, each in the shape of a small bright stag, peeled themselves out of his fingers, and went, in 4 different directions, with 4 short urgent messages to 4 different recipients, at the speed of intent. Within a minute, in the round room behind him, Albus Dumbledore was stepping out of the fireplace, Sirius Black, in dog form, was bounding up the spiral stairs, Master Ragnarok V, in ceremonial silver mail, was emerging from the kin door, and Madame Flamel, in her moonlight robes, with her platinum needle in her right hand, was stepping in through the round window. The auditor, on the balcony, did not move. A knack. Mr. Potter. Will you, in particular, fight beside us? I am, by mandate, not permitted to. I am, by mandate, an observer. I will, however, in particular, narrate. The narration will, in our records, be useful, on the off chance that you and the people in this room do not, today, survive. Acceptable. Mr. Potter. Yes, madam. The thing, at this distance, has begun to sing. The song is, by structure, an enchantment. Its purpose is to lure your bonfire, by the long slow careful pull of its hunger, out of the small careful container of your body. Do not, in particular, listen to it. Yes, madam. Cover your ears. Yes, madam. He did not cover his ears. He did, in particular, raise the auditor's gentle small private interference filter the system had, in the morning's upgrade, placed in his interface, and the song, on its arrival 40 seconds later, was a small distant hum behind the filter, not a tide. The devourer, when it arrived, was not, by appearance, a thing. It was a long, thin, almost invisible compression of dust. It had, by appearance, no face. It had, in fact, no top or bottom. Its orientation was, by physics, a matter the local frame had not, until the moment of its arrival, considered. It hung, above the lake, in the long blue sky, the size of a small storm. It hung, the system told Harry calmly, with a hunger the size of a small dwarf star. It opened, by some small motion that was not, on the local frame, the motion of a mouth, but was, by its function, the equivalent. The hunger, in opening, dropped, very slightly, the temperature of the air. The lake, far below, made small careful ripples on its surface that ran the wrong way against the wind. Mr. Potter. Yes, madam. It is, in 3 seconds, going to begin. He raised the cosmic wand. In the round room behind him, Hermione's wards, with the careful quiet of work that she had, in the last 6 weeks, perfected, had reached the 3rd degree. They were the strongest small-scale wards she had ever raised. They would, the system told him, hold for 16 seconds. Master Ragnarok, beside her, was casting, in the goblin tongue, a second layer of vault mail wards over the wards. Madame Flamel, on the other side of the room, with her platinum needle, was suturing, with small careful precision, the seams between Hermione's wards and Ragnarok's. Dumbledore, on the balcony beside Harry, had drawn the elder wand from his sleeve, the wand that, on the night of the 22nd of April, he had buried in his office in a grave that was not marked, and that he had, this morning, on Harry's small careful Patronus, retrieved, and was, with the small careful steadiness that 50 years of practice had given him, raising it. Headmaster. Yes, Harry. On 3. Yes, Harry. 1. Yes. 2. Yes. 3. He spoke the small careful word. Close. The cosmic wand, in his right hand, did the thing it had been built to do. It closed. But the devourer, in the long blue sky, was not a spell. It was a being. It did not, by structure, close. The wand, instead, by the small careful upgrade Anak had placed in it, performed, in the moment of the casting, a different operation. It opened, in the air between Harry and the devourer, a small careful door. The door, the system told Harry afterwards, was, in the language of the audit network, a return. It was, by function, the small careful permission for a thing that had, by accident or by appetite, drifted into a frame to which it did not, by its native structure, belong, to drift, in the same accident or appetite, back out of it. The devourer, in the long blue sky, hesitated. It hesitated because, in the long careful structure of its hunger, the small careful door Harry had opened was, by some unguessable distance, more interesting than the bonfire under his sternum. It turned, very slowly, toward the door. Dumbledore, beside Harry, raised the Elder Wand. He did not, with the Elder Wand, attack. He, in particular, with the small careful steadiness that 50 years of practice had given him, ushered. The ushering was, by structure, a small careful application of the wand's mastery, focused not on the devourer's body, which was, in any wandmaker's reading, untouchable, but on the devourer's attention. The Elder Wand, in its long careful career, had not, before, performed an ushering. It performed one now, with the courtesy of an ancient wand that had, in its old age, decided, finally, to spend its mastery on a thing it found interesting. The devourer, in the long blue sky, with the small careful application of the auditor's door and the headmaster's ushering, drifted, very gently, toward the door. Master Ragnarok, in the round room behind, said, in Goblin, the small careful word for finish. The Goblin nation's network of wards, which had been, in the last 6 weeks, the steady invisible hand on every magical operation in southern Britain, made, in the same instant, the small careful gesture that had, for 9 centuries, been, in the Goblin tongue, the equivalent of locking a door. The door, behind the devourer, locked. The devourer was, on the other side of the door, gone. The door, after one long careful second, by an small careful gesture, closed. The long blue sky was, again, only sky. The lake, far below, did not, for one full minute, ripple. Then, on its surface, in the small careful way of a thing that had, for the first time in some minutes, breathed, it rippled. The ripple, this time, ran the right way against the wind. In the round room, Hermione, white-faced, sat down, very heavily, on the foot of her bed. Crookshanks, on her shoulder, jumped down, walked across the rug, and pressed his head, very gently, against her ankle. Master Ragnarok, with the small careful courtesy of a goblin who had, in his long life, never been on a balcony with a wizarding child during a devourer assault, inclined his head. Madame Flammel, with her platinum needle, finished the last suture in the seam between Hermione's wards and Ragnarok's, set the needle down, and exhaled. Sirius, in dog form, walked over to Harry, set his front paws on Harry's flank, and pressed his head, very firmly, against Harry's hip. Albus Dumbledore lowered the Elder Wand. He looked, for a long quiet second, at it. Then he looked at Harry. Harry. Yes, sir. That was, in particular, the work of an auditor. Yes, sir. You are, today, going to be one. Yes, sir. I am, today, very pleased. Thank you, sir. He looked, with a small private courtesy, at Anak, who, on the railing, was, with her fountain pen, making 3 additional small careful checkmarks in her ledger. Madam. Headmaster Dumbledore. Will you, in particular, take tea? In particular, she said, yes. They went inside. They had tea. Hermione made it. She made it with the small careful precision of a girl who had, in the last 40 seconds, decided that the small careful precision of the kettle was, today, the only kind of precision she had any patience left for. The tea was, by Madame Flammel's later small careful assessment, the best pot of tea she had had in 80 years. By the end of the tea, the auditor's ledger had, in particular, 4 more checkmarks. The local frame had, by mutual confirmation, an auditor designate. The devourer, on the other side of its locked door, was, in the system's careful estimate, going to spend the next 400 years digesting the empty space behind the door before realizing that the bonfire it had come for was, on the original side, still burning. By that time, the system told Harry, the bonfire would, by its long careful work, be a different bonfire. The devourer would, in particular, not return. By the end of the tea, the wider sky over the lake had become, again, a long careful blue, and the bonfire under Harry's sternum had, with the small careful relief of a fire that had, for the first time in 20 months, been used at full output and not, at the end of the use, depleted, settled to its small steady at-rest level. By the end of the tea, the auditor had said her goodbyes. By the end of the tea, the day, again, was a Sunday in May. By the end of the tea, in the round room at the top of the astronomy tower, with 5 friends around a small table and a teapot and a plate of biscuits Master Ragnarok had, with small careful goblin courtesy, brought up from the kitchens, Harry Potter, 12 years old, with the cosmic wand in his right sleeve and the holly wand in his left and the bonfire under his sternum at its small careful new baseline, had, for the first time in his career, been, in particular, a host. He liked, it turned out, being a host. He intended, in the long careful future of the frame, to be one again. Yes, madam. She inclined her head. She picked up her ledger. She turned. She walked, very calmly, back through the gold doorframe in the air above the railing. The doorframe, with the small careful motion of an aperture closing, closed. The air, on the railing, was, again, only air. The bonfire under Harry's sternum, very gently, settled. He went back inside. Hermione, with Crookshanks now purring under her right hand, said, "Was that the systems manager?" "Yes." "And she would like me to keep working." "All right." "As an auditor." "All right." "For my frame." "All right." "With, in time, a successor." "All right." "Whom I, in due course, will train." "All right." "With your help." "Yes," she said. "All right." She put down the brush. Crookshanks, indignant, shot her a look. "Tea," Hermione said briskly. "Tea. And then Charm's homework. And then Charm's homework." The afternoon, in the round room, settled into the quiet careful work of 2 students at a school. The lake, far below, was a long, dark mirror. The mountains, beyond the lake, were old. The bonfire under Harry's sternum, now a steady SS+ that the system had, that morning, classified, formally, as permanent, glowed at its small careful new baseline. The wand, on the desk between their beds, was, again, simply a slim length of ash with a single thin band of goblin silver around its grip. It was not, by any wandmaker's reading, a remarkable wand. It was, by Harry's reading, the wand of an auditor. Which was, Harry decided, in the long quiet light of the May afternoon, exactly what he had, all along, wanted to be. He did not, that afternoon, tell anyone in the school except Hermione. He told Sirius the following Tuesday, on the lakeside path, in dog form and stag form, in the long careful private conversation the 2 of them had developed for matters that did not, by their nature, need to be spoken in human voices. Sirius, in dog form, absorbed the news for a long minute, in the small canine way he had of holding still when he was thinking, and then, very quietly, came over to the stag, set his front paws on the stag's flank, and pressed his head against the stag's shoulder. "Pup," he said, in the small inner voice their bond had given them. "Padfoot. Take care of yourself." "I will." "Take care of her." "I will." "And take care, in particular, of the next generation." "I will." The dog, after a long second, dropped its paws. The stag, after a long second, lowered its head. The 2 of them, in the long evening, walked together along the lakeside, in the small careful unhurried way of a pair of large mammals that did not, today, have any urgent business. He told the headmaster on the following Thursday tutorial. Dumbledore, behind his desk, listened without, at any point, interrupting. When Harry had finished, the old man set down his quill, removed his half-moon spectacles, polished them on a corner of his sleeve, replaced them on his nose, and said, very quietly, "Harry." "Yes, sir." "I have, in my long life, hosted 3 or 4 young people for whom I had, in private, the secret hope that they would, eventually, become my equals." "Yes, sir." "You are, today, the first of them to have, in particular, exceeded me. Sir. It is, today, a relief. Sir. I will, in the time remaining to me, be a great deal more cheerful at this desk. Yes, sir. And, Harry. Yes, sir. In particular, do not, in your role as auditor, neglect Charm's homework. No, sir. Carry on. Yes, sir. He did, in particular, the Charm's homework. He did, in particular, the Transfiguration homework. He did, in particular, the Herbology homework. He did, in particular, the Defense homework, and, in addition, the Arithmancy homework, and, in addition, in the long quiet evenings, helped Hermione with her ancient runes. He grew, between May and the end of the school year, 1.5 inches. He learned, in particular, in his animagus form, to hold the antlers at 3 different angles for 3 different effects. He learned to brew, on Snape's careful private instruction, a passable calming draught. He read, in the library's restricted section, a small careful selection of books to which, by Dumbledore's quiet permission, he had been given access. He sat, on a Saturday afternoon in late May, in the Hogwarts kitchens, with Hagrid, peeling, very slowly, a basket of apples for a pie that Hagrid was, by his own large careful art, going to bake. He sat, on a Sunday afternoon in early June, on the lakeside path, with Hermione, beside her parents, who had come up by goblin geometry for the day, and shared, with Mrs. Granger, the small careful secret that he had, for the first time in his life, decided, on his next birthday, to ask the Dursleys, by formal letter, whether he might be permitted to invite them to the celebration, on the grounds that they were, despite their 12 years of small careful cruelty, his blood, and that the small careful cruelty was, today, in his rear-view mirror. He sat, in the long quiet evenings of the last week of June, on the slate balcony of the astronomy tower, with the cosmic wand in his right sleeve and the holly wand in his left and Hermione's shoulder against his shoulder, and watched the long blue dusk fall over the lake. The bonfire under his sternum, every evening, glowed. The wider world, every morning, woke up. 8 months later, in a small careful conversation with Anak the auditor, in the round room at the top of the astronomy tower, in the long winter evening of the next January, Harry would, by formal acceptance, be appointed auditor of the local frame, with all rights and responsibilities thereto pertaining, for an initial term of 40 years, renewable, by mutual agreement, indefinitely. He would, on the night of the appointment, lift the bonfire under his sternum, by his own small careful choice, to the rank that the system had, on the morning of his 7th birthday, predicted for him as, in time, possible. The rank was SSS. It was, the system told him, on the night of the appointment, the rank from which auditors traditionally worked. It was not, the system added neutrally, a rank Harry would, in his ordinary day-to-day life, ever, by his own small careful preference, advertise. He would not advertise it. He would, at his desk, in his tower, with his friend, with his godfather, with his headmaster, with his goblin friends, with his auditor mentor, with his quiet small careful country, simply, very quietly, do the work. The bonfire under his sternum, on the night of the appointment, in the small round room at the top of the astronomy tower, in the long careful winter dusk, very gently, with the small careful courtesy of a thing that had been, for 15 years, waiting for permission, glowed. It would, going forward, glow. It would, in the long careful light of the next 40 years, in the small careful work of a small careful auditor on a small careful frame, glow. It would, in particular, in the long careful light of the next 20 generations of wizards on the frame, who had, by his small careful answer to a small careful question on a Sunday morning in May 1993, been gifted, at birth, a slightly larger reservoir of calibration potential than they would, in any other history, have had, glow. It would, in the longer careful light of the network's records, in which the closure of the war on the frame in 20 months by an 11-year-old recipient of an unrestricted tier deployment would, for 40,000 years, be the most successful audit on file, glow. It would, in the longer careful light of the unborn, who would, in time, look up from their own small careful tasks, on their own small careful balconies, in their own small careful towers, on their own small careful frames, and see, in the night sky, a small careful constellation in the shape of a stag and a doe, glow. It would, in the longer careful light of all the small careful afternoons that, in the long careful future of the frame, had not yet, today, been lived, glow. It would. In the months that followed, the small careful network of audit deployments of which Harry was now, formally, a part, sent him, by gold doorframe in his astronomy tower at unpredictable hours, 3 further small careful visitors. The first was a tall, thin, calm man named Othel, who introduced himself, with a small precise bow, as the auditor of a frame on the far side of the local cluster, and who had come, on the morning of the 11th of June, to deliver, in person, a small careful gift. The gift was a small carved wooden box, the size of a teacup, with 3 small careful runes burned into its lid. Inside the box, on a bed of moss, lay a single seed. Mr. Potter. Mr. Othel. This is, in our records, a small ordinary seed. Yes, Mr. Othel. It is, in particular, the small ordinary seed of a tree we, in our frame, have grown for 60,000 years. Yes, Mr. Othel. It is, in our records, the kind of seed an auditor of one frame gives to an auditor of another, on the appointment of the latter, by ancient custom. I see, Mr. Othel. Plant it, in particular, in a corner of your country in which you would like, in time, to have, on the local frame, a small careful tree we have, on our frame, grown for 60,000 years. Thank you, Mr. Othel. You are welcome, Mr. Potter. The second was a small, round, cheerful witch named Devi, who introduced herself, with a great deal of warmth and a small precise inquiry about the local biscuit selection, as the auditor of a frame 2 clusters over, and who had come, on the morning of the 22nd of August, to deliver, in person, a small careful invitation. The invitation was to the network's annual review, in the following March, on a frame the network used, by long careful agreement, as a meeting hall. Harry, with Hermione's careful previous consent, accepted. The third was, by an arrangement Harry had not, before her arrival, expected to find moving, the previous auditor of the local frame. She was, by appearance, a small, grey-haired, elderly witch who introduced herself, with a small careful gentleness, as Iagner of the 6th century. She had not, by her own small careful preference, set foot on the local frame since 596 AD. She had come, this morning, in particular, to thank Harry for taking up the post she had, 1400 years before, declined. Mr. Potter. Madam Iagner. I have, in particular, been waiting for you for 1,400 years. Madam. Yes. That is a great deal of waiting. It is. We are, in our work, patient. Yes, madam. I would like, today, to leave you with a small careful piece of advice. Yes, madam. In the long careful work of the next 40 years, in particular, do not, on any morning, neglect to drink your tea. Yes, madam. And, Mr. Potter. Yes, madam. Mary, in particular, the girl who, this morning, brought you the cup. He looked, for a long second, at Iagner of the 6th century. Hermione, in the round room behind him, with a teapot on the table, did not, in the small careful pause, lift her eyes from the kettle. The kettle, however, the system told Harry quietly, with its small mineral interior tone, hummed, by a fraction, more brightly. Madam. Yes. That is, today, advice I had not, before this morning, expected to receive from a peer. It is, in particular, advice I did not, in 596 AD, take from my own peer. It is the only piece of advice that, in the 1400 years since, I have ever been sorry not to have taken. Yes, madam. Take it. I will, madam, when she and I are, in particular, ready. Good, she said, and, with the small careful courtesy of a witch who had, for 1400 years, kept a small careful private regret on a careful shelf, made it, for the first time, useful by handing it, at the right moment, to a younger pair. She left, by the gold doorframe, with a small careful wave at Hermione, who looked up, met her eyes, smiled, and, by some small careful private reflex, blushed. Hermione did not, that afternoon, ask Harry what Iagner of the 6th century had said. Harry did not, that afternoon, tell her. He would, in time. She would, in time, listen. They were, by their bond, neither of them in any hurry. The afternoon, in the long quiet light of the round room, settled. The lake, far below, was a long, dark mirror. The mountains were old. The bonfire under Harry's sternum, very gently, glowed. The cosmic wand, on the desk between their beds, was a slim length of ash with a single thin band of goblin silver around its grip. It was, by any wandmaker's reading, an unremarkable wand. It was, by Harry's reading, the wand of an auditor on a small careful frame, in a small careful country, in a small careful school, with a small careful friend, and a small careful godfather, and a small careful headmaster, and a small careful network of small careful peers in the long careful sky beyond, and a small careful future of small careful afternoons that, in the long careful light of the next 40 years, were going, very gently, to be lived. He intended to live them. The astronomy tower, in the long quiet light of the May afternoon, with its small careful occupants, with its small careful teacups, with its small careful biscuits, with its small careful lake far below, and its small careful mountains beyond, and its small careful sky above, was, at last, a tower at rest. The bonfire under Harry's sternum, in the small careful new baseline of an SS Plus classification permanently confirmed by the network's annual review, glowed at the steady warm tone of an inhabited fire, well tended, in a hearth that had finally been, by long careful work and good fortune, made into a home. He set the teacup down. He picked up his quill. He drew, in the back of his charms notebook, in the small careful hand he had, in the last 20 months, learned, the small careful sigil of his new title. He looked, for a long quiet second, at the sigil. He turned the page. He began, with the small careful steadiness of a boy who had, for the first time in his life, the small careful luxury of a long quiet future, his charms homework. Chapter 8 End.